Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Mr. President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Senator Steele-John seeking call.
Senator Steele-John.
President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to Palestine as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? No. Leave is not granted. Senator Steele-John.
Mr. President, pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion in relation to Palestine, and give precedence to the motion in relation to that subject. The Australian Greens motion today is asking the Australian government to take action that is within its control, to place sanctions upon members of the Netanyahu government. This motion is an opportunity for the government to take decisive action and to send a meaningful message that the actions and words of those leading a genocide are not acceptable to our community here in Australia. Let's be clear. The Australian government uses autonomous sanctions all the time. The question is why, 300 days into this invasion, has the Australian government not placed sanctions on any individuals responsible for the genocide that is being perpetrated by the State of Israel? The Australian government has placed 703 autonomous sanctions on the Republic of Iran, 568 on Syria, over 1,300 upon the Russian Federation, and yet this government is yet to place a single sanction upon any individual responsible for the genocide in Gaza. Today's motion comes to the Senate in the context of Netanyahu's finance minister, Mr. Smotrich, despicably stating that starving 2 million people might, quote, just be moral and justified. This government has noted that starving millions of people is a war crime, yet we have seen no tangible consequence. Think about that. A senior government minister of the Netanyahu government describes starving 2 million people as something that might be just and moral, and no sanction from the Australian government. No tangible consequence. The global community is demanding action. The International Court of Justice handed down an advisory opinion that has stated clearly that the State of Israel's continued presence in the occupied territories is unlawful. To comply with this ruling, the Australian Centre of International Justice has called on the Australian government to take decisive action including applying targeted sanctions and imposing an arms embargo. The genocide has been going on for over 300 days. 300 days of war crimes, over 40,000 Palestinian people killed in that time. The community expects the Australian government to do what is in its control, to say enough is enough. The motion today would draw a clear line in the sand. The individuals who are responsible for perpetrating genocide are to face consequences for their actions. Today, the Greens and the community ask senators to vote yes, to recognise the State of Israel's actions as what they are: war crimes and crimes against humanity, and to demand their perpetrators be held accountable. The Australian government must cancel their contracts with weapons and arms manufacturers such as Elbit System. We must expel the State of Israel's ambassador to Australia. We must sanction Prime Minister Netanyahu, his security cabinet, and we must keep calling for peace until we have a permanent ceasefire.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. Well, this is yet another piece of one-sided grandstanding by the Greens for their own political purposes, because what we have here today is a suspension to debate a motion that doesn't mention Hamas, it doesn't mention the Islamic Republic of Iran and its terrorist network, and it doesn't call for hostages to be released. And the context that the Australian Greens seek to suspend standing orders today to debate this stunt is that this week the Islamic Republic of Iran regime is broadcasting its intention to mount a massive attack on Israel and Israeli civilians. And the IRI regime is openly stating its intent to do so in coordination with designated terrorist organisations Hezbollah and Hamas, once again putting the civilians of Gaza and Lebanon in danger as those terrorist groups fire rockets from within civilian areas and hide beneath civilian homes to use innocent people as human shields. Any reasonable and responsible person knows and accepts that since the 7th of October, the Islamic Republic of Iran has used its terror network to put the lives of civilians in danger, not just in Israel, but also in Gaza, Lebanon, Iraq and elsewhere. And yet today, as the IRI openly threatens to massively escalate this war, we have the Greens once again coming into the Senate and seeking to suspend standing orders with a one-sided stunt designed to appeal to their political base, which attacks Israel at every opportunity. And it is a sign that, again, the Greens seek to foster division in Australia for their own political advantage and to grandstand on an issue that indeed does involve enormous human tragedy. None of us like to see this loss of life, the loss of civilian life and the tragedy that has occurred. We all wish to see a peaceful end to this conflict, but a peaceful end means that hostages must be released and the terrorists must be disarmed. And of course, we must demand an end to the repeated threats from the IRI regime to eradicate Israel, threats which are even being circulated here in Australia. But instead of making those necessary and important points, this attempt by the Greens to suspend standing orders today completely ignores them. This is an attempt to focus the news cycle on anti-Israel sentiment, and at the exact same time that the Islamic Republic of Iran, Hamas and Hezbollah are plotting a potentially catastrophic attack on a democratic partner of Australia. Israel is a democracy, and that means there is democratic accountability at the ballot box for elected officials, their statements and their actions. And there are legal processes in place for those who are alleged to have broken the law. But what the Greens are attempting to do here is suspend the standing orders of this chamber to pronounce judgment on officials in another democracy, while simultaneously refusing to reference in any respect the terrorist actions of the IRI regime, of Hamas and of Hezbollah. The bipartisan motion that both chambers of this parliament passed last October unequivocally condemned the terrorist attacks on the 7th of October on Israel by Hamas, including the targeting and murder of women and children, the taking of hostages, and indiscriminate rocket fire. These attacks resulted in the biggest loss of Jewish life on a single day since the Holocaust. Hamas still holds around 120 hostages captive. And Hamas hides those hostages just as it hides its terrorist militias and its terrorist military equipment amongst Palestinian civilians and civilian infrastructure, increasing the tragic toll on innocent Palestinians. Hamas and supporters in Hezbollah continue to fire rockets indiscriminately at Israel, seeking to inflict maximum pain and death on Israel's civilians and soldiers alike. They and their supporters in Iran continue to call for the death of all Jews and for Israel's destruction. No nation could or would live with this sort of threat to its citizens. In our bipartisan motion last October, the chambers of this parliament resolutely made clear that we stand with Israel and we recognise its inherent right to defend itself. We acknowledged the devastating loss of Israeli and Palestinian life and that innocent civilians on all sides are suffering as a result of the attacks by Hamas and the subsequent conflict. This motion made clear Australia's support for humanitarian access to Gaza, the protection of civilian lives and the observance of international law, and that remains the position of the Coalition. Israel has every right to defend itself in response and to deter future attacks and other acts of aggression, coercion and interference.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. The government does not support the suspension of standing orders, and as we've said a number of times, there are ample opportunities in this chamber to pursue arguments in relation to the conflict in the Middle East, if the Greens should choose to do so. And we have MPIs, urgency motions, a whole range of time and daily allocation that could be used, and a suspension will not be supported by the government. I would say, since we've last met in this place, I think everyone in this place, and indeed around the country, has watched with concern and horror at the continuing conflict in the Middle East and some of the escalation that we see happening in the Middle East. The government has made its position very clear on a number of occasions, including on Friday, in a joint statement with Canada and New Zealand about our views around what's happening in that part of the world. The deaths and devastation in Gaza cannot continue, and the escalation that we're seeing in that region makes a ceasefire even more urgent, if that's possible. We condemn the unacceptable deaths of innocent civilians as a result of Israel's operations in recent weeks, and we have been calling for a ceasefire for 9 months now. We've called on parties to immediately agree to President Biden's UNSC-endorsed ceasefire proposals, and we acknowledge that civilians are caught in the middle and that they must be protected. At the same time, hostages must be released and humanitarian access must be increased. But let's be clear about what this suspension from the Greens is all about, which is for Australia to cut diplomatic ties with Israel altogether. 160 countries have diplomatic relations with Israel. We have diplomatic relations because it is in our interests to do so, because this is how we put our views and advance our interest in the international community. We put our view that we need an immediate ceasefire, increased humanitarian access, the release of hostages, and to prevent regional escalation. We put our view that Israel must adhere to international humanitarian law and that civilians must be protected. This includes when we joined partners in condemning the comments by Israeli Finance Minister on starving civilians, because the deliberate starvation of civilians is a war crime. On the subject of sanctions, the government has already imposed sanctions on several Israeli extremists and will deny anyone identified as an extremist settler a visa to travel to Australia. As for further sanctions, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade advises that no countries have applied the sanctions that the Greens have called for. And moreover, governments never speculate on sanctions, which the Greens know, but they have decided to play political games with this issue. They are trying to reproduce the conflict here for their own gain, as other members of this government have drawn to the public's attention, despite all the warnings about the cost to our community from taking this approach. The international community is trying to dial down the temperature in the Middle East. It would be nice if some in this chamber tried the same approach, and I move that the question be put.
The question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the closure motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the suspension motion as moved by Senator Steele-John. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion to suspend as moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint as Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That concludes that matter, and I call the clerk.
Government business notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, exemption of bill from the cut-off.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Sorry, I've got 2 spots. I move the motion, and it says when that's agreed, I move that so you just want to go straight into it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm putting the motion you move.
All right. I move the motion that this Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024 be called on immediately, and I move that. I move the motion. The Albanese Labor government has introduced a bill to ensure a clear pathway to enable the appointment of an administrator to all branches of the construction and general division of the CFMEU. To senators today, there are times when legislation comes to this place that we need to deal with expeditiously, and this is one of those pieces of legislation. So I'm calling on everyone in this chamber to agree to exempt this bill from the cut-off. I know that senators have been provided with copies of the legislation. It was introduced yesterday, and that briefings have occurred. Everything the government could have done to ensure that people are briefed on this legislation to allow this motion to proceed has been put in place. And I would say that the people of Australia are expecting a strong response to the allegations that have been raised publicly about the behaviour of some elements within the CFMEU across this country. That is what this legislation seeks to assist in resolving by appointing an administrator. We don't have time to have this sit around for weeks. We want to respond quickly. The issues are fairly clear, the allegations are serious, and I think the Australian public expect us to respond quickly and put in place arrangements that can provide the public and the members of that organisation, of that union, that steps have been taken to make sure that the problems identified, that the allegations raised are being dealt with, and that the union can continue to go on and represent its members across the building and construction industry. It's essential, because of the nature of the work that's done in that industry, that members are represented by a strong union. We know that that is an important part of ensuring workplace safety on the building sites, but concerns have been raised, serious allegations have been raised, including those that involve outlaw bikie gangs, and the government needs to respond. That's what this legislation does. So the motion before the Senate today, all it does is allow that this bill to start being debated and start working through our processes. Now, the government would like this bill dealt with in this chamber this week so that it can go to the House and be dealt with in that chamber. We think it is important that we are able to leave this week's sitting with a very firm view from the Senate that this legislation is the right way to proceed. And I know that a lot of work is going on from the Minister to make sure that people are briefed, and that where there are discussions about possible amendments or areas of the legislation that need clarifying, that work is done and that people aren't held up. But this Senate cannot and should not get in the way of this legislation passing. It is urgent. We have all seen the stories, the unacceptable behaviour that is alleged to have been occurring on building sites in this country, and this is one way to ensure that proper processes are being put in place. And we acknowledge that the union has taken some steps under the National Secretary, but we believe more needs to be done, and this will allow those arrangements to be put in place quickly and for that work to start rebuilding that union to occur. There is no reason to delay. Any advice people need, any briefings people need, any assurance people need, the officials are available and able to brief. And anything that seeks to delay this is pure politics, when it is no time for those kinds of games. It's all about getting the job done making sure we get this legislation passed, an administrator put in place across all branches of the CFMEU, and that the recovery work for that union can begin to make it the union that its members need it to be. And we know there's a lot of politics attached to this, and we have no doubt that the opposition will provide some commentary in that space, no doubt, as soon as I sit down. But this piece of legislation is one time that this Senate can get together and do the right thing, which is to put in place those arrangements as quickly as possible, and that we don't leave the parliament this session without that job being done, because the people of Australia expect us to respond quickly when we need to and when we have to, and this is exactly one of those types of situations. So I urge everyone to support this motion to exempt it from the cut-off, but more than that, support this legislation, get it done quickly. We could pass it today if it was the will of the Senate. There is no reason why we couldn't sit and pass this legislation today and get it to the House tomorrow, and they can deal with it then, and we can have this legislation and an administrator in place as soon as possible. So that is the challenge I throw out to the Senate. I think it's a reasonable challenge considering the allegations that have been raised, and I would urge senators to support this motion.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I also rise to speak on the motion in relation to the exemption from the cut-off. And let me be clear, the Coalition will be supporting this motion. But I have to say, the speech just given by the Minister, Seinfeld could not have scripted it better, because there is a pattern of behaviour in relation to this government. Literally, Labor slams Coalition for refusing to rush migration bills through the Senate. Labor slams Coalition and the Greens for refusing to rush the HAF bills through the Senate. Labor slams Coalition for refusing to rush NDIS laws through the Senate. Labor slams Coalition and the Greens for refusing to rush closing the loopholes bill through the Senate. Labor slams Coalition and the Greens for refusing to rush AAT appeal bill through the Senate. Does anybody see a pattern of behaviour here? This is a government that couldn't care less about the Australian Senate. In fact, I'm quite surprised you don't actually move to abolish the place, because as far as you are concerned, we have no role at all. You dump a piece of legislation in this place and you then demand, with no scrutiny, for us to put it through. Well, guess not. Guess what? That is not the way this place operates. In particular, when the legislation, and Minister Watt would love the Australian people not to understand this, the purpose of the legislation, when you look at it, is best summed up with a very famous saying: the fox is guarding the henhouse. And this legislation is nothing more and nothing less than a hollow attempt by the Australian Labor Party to try and pull the wool over the Australian public's eyes and pretend it's doing something to curb the behaviour of what is now the most militant union in this country, the CFMEU. But quite frankly, what is even more gobsmacking by the speeches is the fact that apparently this legislation is so urgent because of the nature of the behaviour. Seriously? Is that some type of joke? Let's talk about urgency when it comes to this type of behaviour. Because in 2019, a number of years ago now, 5 years ago now, if you want to talk about urgency, the former coalition government brought forward the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Ensuring Integrity Bill. And do you know what this bill would have done 5 years ago to clean up the joint, the CFMEU and the system? It would have included certain serious criminal offences as a new category of prescribed offence for the purposes of automatic disqualification for registered organisations officials who break the law. But guess what? Wasn't good enough back then for Labor, was it? They turned a blind eye to everything the trade union royal commissions had put on the table and said was occurring, Blind Freddie could tell you what's occurring because of those trade union royal commissions, and we brought forward, it is here, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, ensuring integrity bill, and it would have started the clean-up process. The clean-up process for the system, to hold these union officials to account. And do you know what the Australian Labor Party did? They fought us every step of the way. Murray Watt, Senator Murray Watt, the chief protagonist in actually ensuring that this legislation did not go through the Senate. And he now jokes in this place as if it's a bit of fun. Well, guess what, Minister Watt? 5 years ago, we had the opportunity to start cleaning up the CFMEU, and you fought against us every step of the way, and this legislation did not get over the line. Didn't stop there, though. There was another bill that the Coalition brought forward at the time, again, because the Trade Union Royal Commission had told us what Senator Watt and Senator Gallagher suddenly have turned their minds to. It was called the Fair Work Laws Amendment, Proper Use of Workers' Benefits Bill. Do you know what this bill was designed to do? It was designed to ensure that members who gave funds to registered organisations could actually rely on that registered organisation to expend the funds for their best interests. In fact, this is in the explanatory memorandum. The examples of corruption, financial misconduct and mismanagement outlined in the Trade Union Royal Commission reports have demonstrated that the existing regulatory framework is not satisfactory in preventing fraud and financial mismanagement or ensuring acceptable standards of democratic governance in the interests of members. A consistent theme in many of the case studies considered by the Royal Commission was a lack of transparency and accountability of the financial affairs of registered organisations and their associated entities. Now, that is a bill that the former coalition government brought forward, workers' entitlements, proper use of workers' entitlements. And guess what? The Australian Labor Party again fought us every step of the way. So in the first instance, you've got the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Ensuring Integrity Bill that would have commenced a clean-up of this system, a system that we have known for years and years and years, quite frankly, is corrupt. So when those on the other side, Minister Watt in particular, stands here and says it's time, under the former coalition government you did nothing. Well, guess what? We didn't have the numbers in this place, but we had the guts in 2016 to go to a double dissolution election. We staked government on restoring the Australian Building and Construction Commission because we wanted to clean up the building and construction sector in this country. We wanted to stand up for the thousands and thousands of workers who every day were being abused by members of the CFMEU. We went to a double dissolution election. That was the extent of our commitment. And I was the minister at the time, and I remember Minister Watt throwing everything at it to say no. We needed around an additional 10 votes with the crossbench at the time. And guess what? We managed to get those votes. And we managed to do, because the Australian public, they voted us back in because they wanted the tough watchdog on the beat. But we needed the crossbench, 10 additional votes. And you know why? Because the Australian Labor Party, the party have just woken up to corruption in the CFMEU, bullying, thuggery. I mean, seriously, you've got to go back and watch the videos of former Senator Cameron and Minister Watt, now Minister Watt, at estimate, seriously, defending these people, defending the behaviour. Butter wouldn't melt in their mouth. You've got to be kidding me, seriously. So we went to a double dissolution in 2016, fought every step of the way by the Australian Labor Party. I remember the campaigns because I travelled around the country at the time. I remember the abuse. But we were prepared to take that abuse. Why? because it was in the best interest of the Australian people and it was in the best interest of the construction sector in this country. We also stood up the Registered Organisations Commission. Why? Because all registered organisations should actually have to comply with the law. They have a very privileged status in society. A lot of people wouldn't know unions don't pay tax. How do you feel about that every day, the Australian people? How do you feel about that, mum and dad's small business? Every time you get up, every day, guess what? You earn $1 and the government's going to take some from you. And you know what happens if you don't pay it? The tax man will come after you. Not when you are a union, though. Not when you are a union. They have all of these privileges. They have all of these privileges, and yet the Trade Union Royal Commission showed they were abusing them. And you know what Labor did, though? They fought us on the Ensuring Integrity Bill. They fought us on the Workers' Entitlement Bill. They fought us on the Australian Building and Construction Commission, which we successfully stood up. They fought us on the Registered Organisations Commission Bill, which we successfully stood up. But because there was no bad behaviour, and to quote Mr Albanese and Senator Watt and every other Labor member, nothing to see here in the construction industry, why do they need a separate watchdog? They should be treated like any other industry. The behaviour is no better and no worse. And so, when the money flowed, $6.2 million, I mean, you've got to be kidding me, $6.2 million has flown from the CFMEU to the Australian Labor Party, $6.2 million. That is big money in any analysis. No one knows where it came from. Plenty of ideas, but no one knows where it came from. But since Mr Albanese became the Leader of the Opposition, and you know what the deal was? Well, Mr Setka, he made it very, very clear. When you get into office, you abolish the tough watchdog on the beat. Now, Minister Watt will tell you it wasn't successful. Well, if it wasn't successful, why was the ABCC found by the court in over 91% of cases to actually be successful? Why did the courts impose in excess of $15 million in fines against, in particular, the CFMEU? Why, if it was not successful, did John Setka give Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, his instructions to abolish it? Because if it wasn't successful, Mr Setka and Mr Albanese, what did the CFMEU have to be scared of? Well, we know exactly what you were scared of, the law. And that is why you gave the $6.2 million to the Australian Labor Party, and that is why, as one of their first items of business, they came into this place, they said there is nothing to see here. The CFMEU, they are upstanding citizens. There's no bullying, there's no thuggery, there's no intimidation. I was only casting my mind the other day back over the Hansard of when we were in office. Question time after question time after question time. We prosecuted the abuse against women, women in particular in the construction industry, the harassment, the intimidation, the bullying, the thuggery. And do you know what those on this side of the chamber said at the time? We were embellishing it. We were making it up. It wasn't occurring. And yet, now they have been exposed whilst they are in government. Despite everything they did to ensure the corruptness of the system when they were last in opposition, when we tried to clean it up, despite everything they have done since they got into government to ensure that everything on John Setka's wish list has been ticked off, despite every cent, $6.2 million. I mean, if I was the Australian public, seriously, I would have real concerns about where this money has come from. From the CFMEU, bullying, thuggery, intimidation, outlaw motorcycle gangs, bikies, you name it. But, Mr Albanese, there's nothing to see here in relation to this money. And suddenly they come in here and the Senate's got to pass this legislation. Well, as I said, we will support the exemption from the cut-off because I think this bill does need to be debated. And the reason it needs to be debated is it's one of the biggest jokes to come before this Senate. And we will be, I hope, at least able to inquire into it, because that's what the stakeholders want, to see what actually needs to go in a scheme of administration. Because, as I said, at this point in time, it is a shell and nothing more. A shell that entitles the minister to assume the identity of the fox, quite frankly, guarding the henhouse. The minister who, with the legislation currently before the parliament, has given himself powers to do certain things that not even the parliament can challenge. So, quite frankly, to the Australian Labor Party, you can say what you like. I hope the journos are smarter for once and actually look at their conduct when they were last in opposition. Because if you haven't fought us every step of the way, a lot of this behaviour would not be occurring. What has occurred is on your head, but it is always the way the coalition will help you clean up your own mess.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Just over 6 weeks ago, the Greens had the opportunity to vote with the whole chamber and allow the Textile Clothing and Footwear Union to hold a secret ballot that would enable the TFCU to run their own race. This was a few weeks before the shocking revelations from the 9 newspapers in 60 minutes of the behaviour of John Secker and the CFMEU leadership, the bullying, the extortion, the links to organised crime. But there, the Greens were voting against letting workers have a free vote and backing in Australia's worst union, an ugly stain on the whole union movement. This from a party whose leader proudly proclaims that he is a feminist. I commend the government for moving quickly and bringing, finally, legislation that will determine a scheme for the administration of the CFMEU. I can assure you it's been a long time coming. Now, the Blue team are asking for stronger measures. I have to ask them, what were they doing for the 9 years you were actually in government? And sorry for the Ensuring Integrity Bill doesn't cut it. That was an omnibus bill. Get serious. That had some good laws, but it had other unions put in the same basket. You never needed to do that. You wanted to throw them all into one. That is where you come unstuck. So don't go blaming the other side. I watched this play out. You've just been just as bad. And while you're there, there's a Dyson Hayden report sitting locked away. Why don't you ask them to present it out here? Because I read that 100 pages and it was shocking. I don't know what you paid him for, but I can assure you he never got the job done. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here discussing this today. We would never have been discussing it today. You lacked the ability to get the job done. So you're as bad as each other. Unfortunately, you always have to watch out for government bills that had the word integrity in the title. They had a Royal Commission, like I said, that failed utterly and brought no control over the bully boys of the CFMEU, just gave them huge fines. What's that ever going to do? What we don't need is we don't need more inquiries, because thanks to whistleblowers and journalists, Australians are in no doubt whatsoever the leadership of this union has been up to. And it has been I don't even have a word for it. It has been shameful. And that they've got away with it this long. And you cannot tell me that the ETU isn't attached and didn't know what was going on, and that there are members of your own party over there that knew exactly what's been going on for years. So you'd better make sure this bloke's doing the job properly, this administrator, because I can tell you there is a hell of a lot more filth to come out. And there are going to be people's names attached to it if it is done properly. And if you're not going to do it properly, then you might as well stop it now, because I don't want to waste any more time. A Senate inquiry won't bring any more evidence against the bully boys of CFMEU. I'll be looking forward to having the Comancheetos sitting in front of me and the rebels, because you won't get witnesses coming forward, you people over here, because they're too scared. They won't come forward. They've got lives, they've got families. They're not dare going to come in here, but I'll tell you what, I look forward, and I'm sure through the chair, Senator Hanson does, standing in front of John Secker and his bully mates. We have no problem. But that's all you're going to get at a Senate inquiry. It will be a waste of time because nobody in their right mind without proper whistleblower laws is going to come forward. They're just not. They're just not. I'll tell you what, and I want to go, so I'm hoping that you people aren't going to grandstand over here, that you coalition, because seriously, I'm sick of it. I don't want any more grandstanding. I just want the job, finally, a job that's done properly, to finally set these bully boys where they need to be. Where they need to be. My God, they are shocking. But here we go. What about the Australian Greens over here, eh? What will they do? What will they do? What will they do? Because most Australian women are unionists. They are teachers, they are nurses, they are childcare workers, and they are textile workers, something you didn't stand for last time. The Greens, who have a lot to say about women on their website, including, and I quote, "Women have the right to equal access and participation in decision-making processes in all areas of political, social, cultural, intellectual and economic life," end quote. Except when it comes to the CFMEU. Except when it comes to the CFMEU and their bully tactics. Because apparently, not women in the union movement, according to the Greens, they have no rights. They have no rights because otherwise you would have stood up for them 6 weeks ago instead of the bully boys of the CFMEU. You aren't listening to those women who are asking all of us in this place to take action against a union that has a culture of misogyny, a culture of bullying and harassment. This is the underbelly. This is the underbelly of the Greens. That's who they are, the underbelly. My goodness, this is where you've got to. And here is your hypocrisy on full display. So are you going to vote with us today? Are you going to finally have the courage to put the CFMEU in their place? That's what I want to know from the Greens. Where are you going to be today? I can tell you, what an embarrassment for you guys. You should get up with it, because some of us knew that 60 Minutes report was coming up, because I want to know what you're getting from the CFMEU. Well, you didn't vote for those women, and if you don't vote against the CFMEU and start putting them in their place today, I want to know what you're getting. What are you getting, election ads? Is it handing out for the Greens on election day? The Greens just love telling Australians that their emissions don't stink, that they are always the ones that stand on the moral high ground. The moral high ground, eh? Look what they did to those textile women 6 weeks ago. If that is moral high ground, blow me away. Blow me away. So all I want to know from the Greens is a simple question. Are they standing in the gutter with the thugs that lead the CFMEU? Are they actually going to stand finally on what they say, their high moral ground?
Senator O'Sullivan.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I'm standing here not surprised, because we're seeing this government time and time again avoid the scrutiny and treating this place, the Senate, with contempt. And we're seeing that happen here with this rushing through of this legislation without seeing the proper scrutiny that it requires. We've already seen in the 24 hours that we've had to look at the bill that there are significant gaps and holes within it. And we need to be able to properly examine it. Now, we don't need an extensive amount of time. This can be done quite expeditiously, but the way that this government is rushing this through in the way that they are is showing contempt for this place. Now, this is, of course, a very serious matter, that is of no surprise to anyone in this place, except the government tried to pretend that this is almost like the first they're hearing about it. I mean, we're seeing the lineup of ministers from the Prime Minister down, standing up at press conferences, acting all surprised at these incidences of intimidation, of thuggery, of misuse of funds occurring, as if it's the first time they're learning about it. Yet you only need to go back to Hansard, in even just the 5 years that I've been here, and have a look at Senate estimates, where we've had none other than Senator Murray Watt, Minister, sitting in front of estimates, going through these issues where the coalition and other senators, through other inquiries that we've had, have outlined quite thoroughly the incidences of intimidation, of unlawfulness that the CFMEU or certain members within the CFMEU, office holders, have been able to propagate in workplaces across Australia. And these issues were brought to the minister, who was sitting at the table along with, at the time, the ABCC and other officials that were in front of us in estimates, even the department themselves, and the minister would defend them. The minister would just bat it away, saying, oh, it's not an issue. Oh, the ABCC's just there dealing with frivolous issues, like flags and stickers and, not dealing with serious issues. But we were able to bring forward evidence that the CFMEU have been involved in serious misconduct in workplaces. Yet we're seeing Minister Watt and we're seeing the Prime Minister and others, Minister Burke before him, stand up at press conferences, stand up in this place, in the other place, and act like this is the first they're hearing about, acting with some sort of urgency. Well, they've known about the thuggery and the unlawfulness that occurs through this organisation for years and years and years. It's nothing new. It's just the BLF replaced with the CFMEU. I mean, it's continuing. And so what we're needing is some seriousness taken on this issue. And we've already uncovered, with the limited and short amount of time that we've had, some serious gaps that exist within the legislation that's before us. And what we're saying is, this should go to an inquiry. We should have a couple of days to look at it. Now, you've got a great chair, and Senator Sheldon, who will no doubt oversee that inquiry with, in the fairness that he usually operates, and I know that Senator Roberts would agree with me, that we could get this done. I'm prepared to stay over the weekend if we have to. I don't mind. I'm the deputy chair of that committee. I don't mind. Let's get it done. We could deal with it. I realise that we've got to deal with this urgently because we can't allow for this organisation and for those mongrels within this organisation that are treating their workers with such contempt in the way that they do by little backhand deals and brown paper bags that occur. These things need to be dealt with. They need to be dealt with quickly. But a couple of days to actually do that, to properly scrutinise this legislation, to reveal the gaps and the holes that's been provided through this legislation. I mean, all that the CFMEU really need to do if this legislation were to pass was just buy some time. They just need to allow a little bit more time to go by because there's a sunset clause that occurs with this bill, and they'll be right back at it. They'll be right back at it. And that's what they know. I mean, the fact that the minister will have the powers without any scrutiny back into this place, without it being disallowable by the Senate, is the first thing that needs to change. Now, that's just something that we've revealed and been able to look at in just the short time that we've had to look at it. But let's hear from stakeholders. Let's get some evidence from all sides of this debate, and let's make sure that we have proper and thorough legislation to properly, once and for all, deal with it. Now, the first thing that should be happening in this bill that it should be including is the restoration of the ABCC. As Senator Cash was saying, it was the first piece of legislation, one of the first tranches of legislation that came through this place. And so we now have an industry or a union body for that industry that has been operating without any tether, without any checks and balances since this government's come in. And so the issues have got worse. The issues have got worse because they know that they've got a friend in this place. They know that they've got those sitting on this side, that other side of the chamber and in the other place. They've got them right within their grips because their pre-selections are controlled, their funding that comes into their coffers. We saw Senator Cash was saying that over $6 million has come in from the CFMEU into the Labor Party in recent years. Well, where's the government standing up saying, oh yeah, we're going to hand that back? Well, of course they're not. They're not doing that, but they should. They should hand that money back. I think I saw the powers that be within the Labor Party said, well, the money's already been spent. It's not, it was previous campaigns. Well, too bad. Take it out of the money you've raised already for this campaign. Hand it back. We'll give it to charity, I don't care. Certainly don't give it to the CFMEU, don't give it back to them. And but this government won't do that, of course, because they're addicted to the funding. They're addicted to the control and the power that comes from this organisation. There's many sitting on that side of the chamber that are here because of the support that they've received from the CFMEU. Their pre-selections are controlled by the powers and the numbers that they have that they control and they bring. So that's why. That's the nub of what's going on here. That's the nub of what's going on here. So they should be restoring the ABCC. They should be taking out from the bill that we brought into this chamber, or into this parliament, in the last parliament, when we were in government, the Ensuring Integrity Bill, and I remember sitting on that inquiry, going around the country and hearing case after case after case of the sort of things that are coming forward now. Yet, of course, it's a surprise to that side. But we heard it then, and the government, with the crossbenchers, with the Greens, and sadly some of the independents, sided with the opposition, and voted against that bill, Ensuring Integrity Bill, which would have brought the checks and balances that are necessary to ensure that union organisations, the registered organisations, operate within the standards that are expected of them by their members and indeed by the wider Australian public. That's the other thing that they should be doing. Restore the ABCC, implement those measures that were in the Ensuring Integrity Bill, do it properly. Let's deal with that. We've got legislation that's already been through extensive inquiries. I think Senator Ayres was on that committee at the time, and we sat there together, heard the evidence time and again. So we've got the data, we've got the evidence, we've got what we need. Let's do that properly, ensure that we can proceed in a way that is consistent with the standards that are acceptable by Australians, not by those that are beholden to this organisation. So don't come in here with your forced surprise and outrage against what's occurring in this organisation. Don't pretend that this is some kind of revelation to you, because we know this is the worst kept secret in this country. Everyone knows. It's baked in. When you talk to Australians, I'd speak to people about this. They see it on the front page of the West Australian in my state, and the Australian, they say it and they see it and they go, we've known this is going on forever. Why is it only now? We had a Royal Commission into this issue. Why is it only now that the government's trying to act? Well, as I explained, we know why, because they're beholden to them. So you've got an opportunity here. We're just asking, let's have a proper inquiry into this. We don't need an extensive amount of time to do it. Senator Sheldon's he can work expeditiously. I'll work with him as Deputy Chair of that committee. We'll get it. We'll get the evidence we need. We make sure that we properly scrutinise this bill, and we will put forward the recommendations as a committee that need to be made to improve this bill, to make sure that the pitfalls are not there, that firstly we don't have a minister without the accountability back to this place. I mean, that's the most obvious change that needs to be made. It could be done very, very quickly. So we will support this closure or the cut-off. We will do that. But we ask that the government work with this Senate to ensure that a proper inquiry can take place. We'll do it quickly and we'll get it done and we'll come back as soon as we can.
Senator Hanson.
Very much. Well, this place is supposed to look at legislation put before us based on without fear or favour. That's not the case when it comes to unions, especially CFMEU. We know the Labor Party was based initially on unions by the workers of the country that actually, started the Labor Party. It was supposed to back the workers by all means. But what we've seen over the period of time is that these people have actually become so powerful, the unionists have become so powerful, and they are actually directing the Labor Party. So this place is no longer without fear or favour, but controlled by the unions, and that's how I see it. We know the problems that this union has been faced with. CFMEU is getting into bed with bikes and organised crime, criminal assaults on non-union workers just trying to make a living, and stalking and illegal intimidation of non-union workers at their homes. When I first came back to this place in the Senate in 2016, it was brought before myself and my colleagues about the ABCC bill. After months of research and talking to known unions, but also building construction workers and organisations, it was clearly shown to us the thuggery and bullying that was going on, where subcontractors couldn't deliver their, or go on the grounds of the work sites. They actually had to hand over cash, or they couldn't actually deliver their concrete. They were denied that, so therefore they were told by the unions, if you don't comply with what we want, you won't get jobs any further. That was dealt with the ABCC, and I was pleased that it was our vote that actually got it up and it was brought into play. That was, it did very well during its time, and so did ROCs, the registered organisations, that did rein in what was happening and more accountability. I have to admit that it was One Nation that voted against the Insurance Integrity Bill, because at that time we looked at the legislation and we thought that we were not being told upfront of what it actually did entail. And I think that both sides of this parliament needs to vote, whether the Liberal or the Labor or National Party, need to be upfront with us. This whole bill that's come before us, I've only received it, and you're wanting it to come before the Parliament. We only received it in our office this morning. That's how quick we get it. And knowing the record of the Labor Party, you're actually going to bring it on into the Parliament, and like nearly probably 90 to 100 bills, you guillotine it. You guillotine the bill so it can't be debated. Is that your plan? Is that what you intend to do? Or will you have a full discussion about it because you know the effects of being associated with the CFMEU is going to have on the Labor Party? So in one way, I don't trust you, what you're actually going to do. But this bill, let me refer back to this bill. Like I said, it's supposed to set up an administrator, but it says here under 323B, the scheme for the administration of the Construction and General Division and its branches. The Minister may, in writing, determine a scheme for the administration of the construction. In Part 3, may provide. They may provide for any of the following: a person who is to be appointed as administrator of the scheme. Then it actually goes on. In this bill, there is absolutely no guidelines for office bearers or employees to have a criminal check record or associated with a criminal organisation. That's not in the bill. So we don't know who you're going to be having working on in the guidelines of this office. Are they criminals? That's not even covered in this bill. Also in this bill, there's no protection for whistleblower protection. So people who actually are whistleblowers, where's their protection? That if they're subcontractors, they're forced to pay the amount of money, where's their protection in this bill? That they can go, where can they go then, and that not be accused further on the next jobs controlled by the CFMEU, that they are actually going to be allowed onto the site. Also, where is in the bill that states that donations from the CFMEU should not be given to any political party or organisation? What about the third party that you've allowed to go on? You've done nothing about that. So your backdooring of getting those donations from the CFMEU and other organisations stinks to high heaven, because you have no intentions of really doing anything about this. Then you go further in the bill. This is only just what I've been able to pick up in a short period of time that I've had this bill in this last hour before I came in the chamber. Then we go to section 323C, appointment of an administrator. And it says the general manager must in writing appoint a person to be the administrator of the scheme. But then it goes on to the general manager may in writing terminate the appointment. On what basis? So what you're doing is you're going to appoint a general manager who then can appoint an administrator, probably one of your back room boys, pat on the back mates, who is going to be the administrator, and then the general manager can actually sack the administrator, possibly if they're not doing the job that you want them to do, so that he can appoint whoever he wants to. What an open-ended smoke and mirrors bit of legislation this is. A load of rubbish as far as I'm concerned, because you have no intentions of reining in, because you have an obligation to the CFMEU and other union organisations that you are here at their behest, and that's the real problem that I have with all this. Yes, we do need to do something about it. We're aware of it, the problems with it. If you are serious about it and said this piece of rubbish that you put before this parliament, okay, I suggest that you do introduce the ABCC. If you are fair dinkum and want to rein it in, and I agree with what Senator Michaela Cash said, and it's all very on point what she says, bring back the ABCC, bring back the ROCS piece of legislation, and One Nation will again look at the Ensuring Integrity Bill, and we will then support that. But if you're fair dinkum about doing something about it without fear of favour in this parliament, but you haven't got the guts to do it because you're relying on the unions to give you those donations, so you're not fair with the Australian people. You're not backing the Australian workers out there who are connected to the unions. You're letting these thugs run and control this country. And that is a real shame, because these workers, they're dragged along with this, because if they don't go along with what the bosses are telling them, they're going to be without a job. And the thuggery that goes on, and they're forcing to join these unions at a huge cost, financial cost to them as well, for what? And I'll say to the Australian people out there, those people that are connected with these unions, and you're on these sides, and you know this is wrong, then why don't you stand up for your fellow Australians, these small businesses, these people who are trying to do their jobs, and do the right thing by them, because at the end of the day, it is actually costing you. Because a lot of these government sites that the CFMEU are working on is costing the taxpayers in excess of 30% more, because you've got these CFMEU thuggeries and bullies on these sites determining it. So even the Cross River Rail in Brisbane, that's now being controlled by the CFMEU and the stunts that they're pulling at the moment. So what I say to the Australian workers out there, wake up to yourselves. You're not a bunch of thugs. Don't be railed in and called one under the CFMEU. You are a hard-working Australian, and consider your fellow Australians in standing up to these thugs.
Senator David Pocock.
Yeah, Acting President, I just wanted to add my voice to the calls for this legislation to be dealt with in this sitting of Parliament. I believe there is definitely a way forward to consider the legislation, to have a short committee hearing looking at the detail of it, to work in good faith on amendments as already is happening, and to ensure that the Parliament acts in line with what people in our communities want to see, and for these very serious allegations to be dealt with. I do note that there haven't been allegations of criminality here in the ACT, but I think it still warrants a broad look at the CFMEU. I agree with Senator O'Sullivan about donations, and the quickest way to deal with that is to put them into administration, to ensure that there are no further donations. The Administrator has made that very clear, that there will be no political donations while in administration. When the government defunded the ABCC and rolled its abolition into a broad omnibus bill, I warned that we'd need a stronger regulator. Work sites across the country are suffering. Insolvencies in the construction sector are at a record high, and we need a path forward. We need a longer-term solution that isn't a political football, and indeed we've seen industry groups calling for that. To start with cleaning up the union, putting a fair process in place, and most of all listening to what people in the sector are calling for. The NBA has been crystal clear on this. They don't want another inquiry, they want action. The Civil Contractors Federation on radio this morning calling for action now. ACCIA asking for some amendments but supporting administration. The AI group also saying the appointment of an administrator was an important first step. There is broad agreement on the next steps, and I'd urge the Parliament to work together to ensure that this happens.
Sorry, I have to go to the Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move that the question be put.
Thank you, Minister. So the question before the Chair is that the question now be put to close the debate. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024 be called on immediately.
Minister, I'll put the question first. Yes, thank you. So the question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator Gallagher to exempt the bill from the cut-off be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Administration Bill 2024 be called on immediately.
So the question before the chair is that the bill be brought on immediately. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business order of the day, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, Administration Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And the purpose of this legislation is probably best summed up with a very famous saying. The fox is guarding the henhouse. And the legislation in its current form, and I certainly hope that the Australian Labor Party are prepared to take on what will need to be some incredibly significant amendments to the legislation to ensure that this is not basically the ability of the minister to turn a blind eye while pulling the wool over the Australian people's eyes. The legislation that we have before us currently seeks to give the minister a blank cheque to deal with his friends in the CFMEU, who are, as we know, one of the biggest donors to the Australian Labor Party. Now, why is that dangerous? Because, as we know, Minister Watt has spent so much of his time in this place being one of the CFMEU's biggest cheerleaders. As I said, there was no greater cheerleader for the CFMEU when we were trying to stand up the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And there was no greater cheerleader for the CFMEU when the Australian Labor Party, on coming into office, ticked off as its first item of business Mr Setka, one of the most militant unionists in this country, his wish list item, which was the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And in fact, I recall it, because at that time, Minister Watt was smiling like a Cheshire cat when he achieved his lifelong dream of abolishing the Australian Building and Construction Commission and literally handing to John Setka, lovely man that he is, said sarcastically, control of the construction sector in Australia. As so many have said since that time, but in particular over the last few weeks, Mr Albanese, how's that worked out for you? But more than that, how's that worked out for the thousands and thousands of people who wake up every single day to do a hard day's work in the construction sector? And the bad news for all of them is it hasn't worked out well. But you see, according to Minister Watt, this is all very new. This is all very new behaviour. It's only just come to light. There's a good chance the Australian Labor Party weren't aware of this behaviour prior to the last few weeks. Seriously, you have got to be kidding me. This is the party that fought tooth and nail in 2016 when the former coalition government, because it stood on principle and wanted to clean up the construction industry in this country, went to a double dissolution election, and one of those bills was the restoration of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. The Australian Labor Party, when in opposition, had fought us every single step of the way. The Australian people, on the other hand, they understood the need. They understood the need for a tough cop on the beat, and they understood the need to clean up the construction industry in this country. And that is why they returned the coalition to office. And we honoured our commitment to the Australian people, and indeed we did, despite everything that then Australian Labor Party opposition did and threw at us, all the mud, all the accusations, all the union money, we managed to stand up the tough cop on the beat. And I was looking back at the dissenting report of the Australian Labor Party at the time. Biggest champions you'll ever get for the most militant union in this country. A union whose actions when it comes to bullying of the absolute worst variety. A union whose actions when it comes to intimidation. Again, how would you like your wife and kids threatened? You wake up in the morning, all you want to do is go to work, but you don't want to comply with the unreasonable demands of the CFMEU. The Labor Party turned a blind eye to the phone calls that were made late at night, at midnight. I remember the threats of rape. They turned a blind eye to all of that. But what is worse, they then put in a dissenting report. Why? Labor senators do not see merit in the building and construction industry bill. You have to be kidding me. The government's repeated attempts to reenact the ABCC is not based on a requirement for workplace reform, but solely on political motivation. That's right, stamping out bullying, stamping out thuggery, stamping out some of the worst forms of harassment, including sexual harassment. That was purely political motivation. They went further at the time. I'm surprised John Setka didn't write this report for them. Workers in the Australian building and construction industry should be subject to the same industrial laws as all other Australian workers. This is what they went on to say. We reject both the majority view of the committee and the Cole Royal Commission's findings that the building and construction industry is special or singular in nature. Wow. Again, as so many are now saying, how's that worked out for you, Mr Albanese? The bullying, the thuggery, the intimidation. In fact, I have to say, someone reminded me of a movie. It's a movie called Casablanca. And there's a scene in that movie, for those who have seen it, where the police captain walks in to a room to find that there is gambling occurring in a casino. The shock that those on the Labor Party are now expressing in relation to the behaviours of the CFMEU, quite frankly, is about as genuine as the police captain from the movie in Casablanca. Now, the legislation we have here today is a direct result of the incompetence of the Prime Minister of this country. It is the direct result of the Prime Minister of Australia placing the millions of dollars that flowed from the CFMEU directly into the coffers of the Australian Labor Party, $6.2 million. Think about that. $6.2 million since Mr Albanese became the leader of the opposition has flowed from the CFMEU to the Australian Labor Party. There was one item There was one item on John Setka's wish list, and that one item was to be delivered by Mr Albanese if and when he was elected to government. And that, as we know, was to hand to Mr Setka the Australian building and construction industry on a silver platter. And guess what? That is exactly what Mr Albanese did. And the bad news for everybody is we now know how that ends. It ends here with a piece of legislation that has now had to be brought forward to clean up the mess that Mr Albanese, as the Prime Minister of this country, created himself. This mess lies solely at the feet of Mr Albanese. The problem is he doesn't really want to clean up the mess, because, as I said, when you look at the legislation, I have to say, quite frankly, a Year 5 student who was asked to analyse the flaws in the legislation could drive a truck through it. The legislation, based on any analysis, and this is talking to stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder last night, this is legislation that needs major surgery if it is to work. And quite frankly, you've got to ask yourself, is the Labor Party pulling the wool over, A, the media's eyes, because the media seem to have believed what the Labor Party have said to date, and B, the Australian people's eyes? Because the legislation, if passed, does absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, other than, I said, give the minister the ability to basically do, I would say, anything he wants, but in this case, it's anything he doesn't want. That's right. The legislation as currently drafted, it's the Labor Party who drafted this legislation, provides Minister Murray Watt, one of the CFMEUs, he's still on picket lines with them before up in Queensland, defending their behaviour. It gives him a blank cheque when it comes to this lawless organisation. The legislation looks good at first instance, but, for example, he doesn't have to put anything in the deed of administration if he doesn't want to. There's no requirement in the legislation to put anything in it. On what planet do you draft legislation that doesn't require the minister putting the organisation into administration to put anything in the deed of administration? Again, a Year 5 student could tell you that that is either deliberate drafting that Mr Albanese hoped we wouldn't actually pick up, or worse still is sloppy, which justifies an inquiry into the legislation. And whilst the minister is able to put the application in for administration, guess what? He's also given himself the power at any time to actually bring the administration to an end. And all he has to do is actually table an instrument in the parliament. Parliamentarians may want to know the instrument is non-disallowable. In other words, if the parliament disagrees, there is nothing that the parliament can do about it. Minister Watt has made a huge song and dance about the fact that all branches of the CFMEU are being put into administration. Oh, until you actually read the legislation. And again, the legislation then gives Minister Watt, if it's in the public interest as far as he's concerned, to take branches out of administration. And guess what? All he needs to do is table the instrument in the parliament, and it is not disallowable.
Thank you, Senator Cash. We will now, as it is 1:30, move to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Rachel Gunn's performance at breakdancing in the Olympics has shone a light on the culture of entitlement and frivolity in Australian academia. How many billions of dollars are wasted on useless degrees at universities? We have a skills shortage in this country because we aren't training our children in the skills that matter. Not only do we allow universities to engage in such frivolity, we actually subsidise it. Meanwhile, thousands of Australians are homeless because we do not have enough tradies to build the homes to house the hundreds of thousands of foreign university students and immigrants we have to import to deal with the skills shortage, because we aren't actually teaching our children the trades to build houses, to grow the crops and to add value to our manufacturing sector. So I say it's time that we cleaned up the rorts in the university sector and started to focus on our trades and start getting more children into our trades.
Senator Grogan, you have the call.
Thank you. In March this year, the Electoral Matters Committee launched an inquiry into civics education, participation and engagement. And it's been an excellent pathway to see such great organisations get involved, particularly the level of youth engagement. The passion and talent of young people has been on full display. We've heard from some great organisations, including the Australian Youth Affairs Coalition, the UN Youth Australia, Youth Affairs Council of South Australia, the South Australian Youth Forum, the South Australian Commissioner for Children and Young People, who brought along a Student Representative Council, the Civic Engagement Youth Advisory Group. I was delighted to see so many South Australian young people really driven to ensure that their voices are heard in this really critical inquiry. The increase in mis- and disinformation is significant, not just here in Australia, but across the world. And to see the young people coming forward and seeing this and bringing forward their ideas on how we can counter these issues to ensure that our civics education, to ensure our engagement in electoral matters and in our democratic processes are well respected, that are improved, and that we go as far as we can to actually improve the circumstance we find ourselves in. Civics education in school and in the community is critical in addressing these issues. We did hear through the inquiry that we have about 480,000 people who are not enrolled to vote, 600,000 who are enrolled but do not turn up, 800,000 who cast an informal vote. That is a significant number of people whose voices are not being heard. And in large part, it is due to a lack of information. So I'm delighted to see the hearings will continue and the committee will report towards the end of this year on a critical issue.
Senator Walters.
Thanks very much. I believe women should have control over their own bodies, and that extends to their birthing choices. Since May, I've heard from many concerned women and midwives about the Albanese government's proposed changes to professional indemnity insurance for privately practising midwives. The proposal replaces the current home birth insurance complete exemption, and it inadvertently outlaws anything but low-risk home births. Now, this ultimately will limit a woman's access to midwifery care. Midwives want to continue supporting home births, and they shouldn't have to consider practising illegally in order to do so. The Australian College of Midwives guidelines make clear that under the current exemption, a midwife can care for and support a woman to make informed decisions about where and how they birth their baby, regardless of their risk. However, the proposed change leaves unclear whether midwives can continue caring for women who don't meet that strict low-risk criteria, which focuses solely on physical clinical risk. Stakeholder consultation about this proposal closed yesterday. I'm urging the government to listen to the sector's feedback and ensure that women continue to have control over their bodies and choices in birth. The Greens believe that women must have the right to choose where they give birth and who supports them during birth. Women want more choice, not less. The government should be providing privately practising midwives with insurance that covers them for all home births, not just for women deemed to be low risk. And there's precedent for this. New Zealand has an all-risk model that is 100% government funded, and the Albanese government should look to replicate that model. My body, my choice doesn't end when a woman decides to keep the baby. And all women deserve access to home birth supported by their midwife. And let's have more publicly available midwives as well.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Up the road from my electorate office in Richmond is an extraordinary school that does so much more than simply provide children with an education. The Melbourne Indigenous Transition School provides greater opportunity for Indigenous students from remote and regional communities and ensures that those Indigenous students are supported culturally and supported emotionally while receiving a world-class education in the middle of Melbourne. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to tour the brand new state-of-the-art boarding house and meet some of the staff who are just incredibly dedicated to their roles and are setting these kids up for their future, not just academically, but also socially and emotionally as well. And most importantly, I got to talk to some of the students who have embarked on this transformative journey. I returned back to MITS, as it's affectionately known, last week to have dinner with the Year 7 students in their boarding house. And I was able to meet with a number of them, and there was one student, Adam, who had just returned from his home in Daly River in the Northern Territory, which is around 225 kilometres from Darwin. And Adam and I had a great chat about his love of sport, and particularly his love for the Melbourne Football Club, the Melbourne Demons. Hello. And unfortunately, the Melbourne Demons are not associated with MITS. It's in fact the Richmond Football Club that is associated with MITS, so that caused some tension. But Adam has an ambition to become a plumber when he finishes school, and I have absolutely no doubt that he will get that opportunity. He is more than capable, more than set up, not just because he wants to, but because of the support that the MITS community is giving him. Listening to those kids telling me about their lives, their interests, their ambitions, and it just makes me realise how invaluable this organisation is. Because of MITS, these kids live happy and stable and in a supportive environment away from home. The dedication of staff is incredible. Can I just say hello to some of them? Might have walked in the room, to Rick, Ed, to Leah, to Paul. Thank you so much for hosting me at MITS. I'm very much looking forward to my next visit.
Senator Hume, your time has expired. Senator Polley.
The Shop Distributors Allied Union Adult Age, Adult Wage campaign has been launched, led by Gerard Dwyer, their National Secretary, and in my home state of Tasmania, Joel Tynan. The SDA's Adult Age, Adult Wage campaign is focused on improving wages for young Australians. The SDA wants to ensure people who are considered adults by law at 18 are doing the work expected of an adult should be paid the same as their 21 and over counterparts. Another focus for the SDA is increasing the pay for younger Australians from 14 to 17 years of age who they argue should have been receiving a pay increase. So from 14 to 16, they earn 50% of an adult wage, and 17-year-olds earn just 75%. These are the current goals the SDA is fighting for to grow the support in their workforce. Now, the SDA and the Australian Labor Party have always and will continue to fight for fairness and equality. The good thing about those young people working in fast food and retail is that they have a great union that is there, always working to support them. They're committed to their membership to ensure that they have the skills and the support that they need. And that is why being part of the Albanese Labor government is so reassuring to know that at the heart of everything we do, it is to support Australian workers. I welcome the SDA to Canberra this week, representing over 230,000 members, but particularly those young people they have brought to talk to us as senators and members in this place. Welcome,
Senator Polley,
welcome,
your time
welcome.
has expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I'm very glad we're on the topic of supporting workers. In late 2019, an AFP officer from Brisbane asked to see me. This officer was stressed out, she was nervous and running on empty. She told me that she was very worried about the security at the Brisbane airport. It was keeping her up at night. She told me that her colleagues were working double shifts and most of them were spending their free time looking at job ads. Because it wasn't just the long hours, it was the level of pay. I've heard the same story from AFP officers for years. Australian Federal Police officers are not your run-of-mill public servant. These are the Australians on the front line of the fight against terrorism, extremism. These are the Australians that have to sift through the most revolting child pornography. These are the Australians who literally put their lives on the line to protect the people in this place and the rest of the country 24 hours a day. So 11% pay rise doesn't actually work for them, I'll be honest with you. I find it absolutely baffling that in the same month this is going on, the ASIO director raises Australia's official terror alert level to probable. The federal government isn't finding any more money for the most underpaid police force in the country. That they aren't prepared to pay the people who literally put their lives on the line for us every day. And by the way, there's also been a record number of threats against politicians over the last 12 months, I read recently, and still the government of the day doesn't want to pay these people correctly. I can tell you the government and the Australian people are asking and expecting more and more from the Australian Federal Police. So I simply say this: why is it that the Australian Federal Police, when it comes to politicians, have our back 24/7, yet the government of the day sure as hell doesn't have theirs?
Senator Dean Smith.
Australians are alert and alarmed. They are alert to the ubiquitous cost of living pressures that are falling across Australian families and Australian businesses. They are also alarmed because the government has no real plan to address cost of living pressures, to bring inflation down and to bring interest rates down. Those cost of living pressures are now turning into a cost of doing business crisis in our country. And just this week, ASIC, the Australian Securities Investment Commission, reported that 11,000 Australian businesses had gone into insolvency over the last 12 months. In my home state of Western Australia, almost 1,100 businesses went into insolvency. In the last June quarter, that figure was 308 companies going into insolvency in Western Australia. Think about that for a second. 308 companies in just one quarter. That is one every 7 hours in Western Australia going out of business because Labor has lost control of our economy. This is added to because we also know that Australians are now experiencing the largest collapse in their personal savings ratio that they have experienced for 16 years. The personal savings ratio of Australian households in our country is now just 0.9%. That is the lowest figure in 16 years. Alert and alarmed. Alert because the cost of living pressures are affecting everyone, and alarmed because this Labor government, led by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Jim Chalmers, has no plan.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to pay tribute to one of our nation's finest transport leaders, Ian Smith, who sadly passed away last month. Now, like me, Smithy's passion was for driving trucks. He joined the mighty Transport Workers Union in 1994 when he was a driver, like me, for TNT. It wasn't long before Ian's leadership skills came to the fore. He was the union's lead delegate responsible for the first national enterprise agreement with TNT. Ian was always destined for a much bigger role in the union. Starting as an organiser with the South Australian branch, he quickly went on to be Assistant Secretary and ultimately Branch Secretary. He also served on the TWU's National Committee of Management and as the National President of the union. Smitty achieved a lot for workers and the transport industry, including and not limited to negotiating national enterprise agreements with industry-leading rates of pay, better pay, conditions and safety for bus drivers across Adelaide, fighting for aviation jobs, including taking Qantas to the High Court for illegally sacking workers. Smitty remained, like myself, a truckie at heart, right up until the very end. He dedicated himself to the pursuit of safer, fairer and better lives for transport workers and their families throughout his time with the TWU. Transport workers throughout South Australia and Australia owe Smitty an enormous debt of gratitude. In closing, I would like to express my deep condolences to Smitty's wife Sue, their daughter Maddie and Smitty's entire family, along with the Transport Workers Union family. And Smitty, just one thing, mate, when you get to the pearly gates and you go through into that great trucking yard in the sky, give my best and a big hug to Alex. Vale, Smitty.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Senator McKim.
I recently had the privilege of chatting with leaders of some of the vibrant multicultural communities that make their home in Tasmania. Their message to me was clear. Our state and our country face serious challenges in supporting new migrants, but also standing up against racism. They shared with me the real-life consequences of hateful and divisive rhetoric from high-profile political figures like Senator Pauline Hanson and the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton. They told me their communities face racism daily, and the number of racially motivated attacks that their communities are facing is rising. High-profile figures need to be held to account for their dog whistling and their implicit support for racism and racially motivated attacks. Words hurt, and people are being hurt. Our multicultural communities are also concerned about the lack of support for new migrants. Coming to our country, people should expect a warm welcome, but many new arrivals find themselves isolated and with inadequate supports. Multicultural leaders are also frustrated by the barriers to accessing financial support and grants support that would allow them to adequately celebrate their magnificent cultures and contribute fully to our community. They're worried that during the coming election, migrants will be unfairly blamed for some of the great challenges of our society, and we note the Liberals have already started down this dark path. Migrants are massively valuable to our community, and the Greens are here to fight against racism, whether it's in or outside the parliament.
Thank you, Senator. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Later today I will table a petition with more than 440,000 signatures calling on the government to protect Australians from the destruction that would come from an expansion of Woodside's Burrup Hub gas project. That's 440,000 people calling on the government to do what's right. This is the 5th biggest petition in the history of this parliament. They're calling on the government to start making decisions like we will be here for a long time, to make decisions for young people and future generations, to make decisions that will protect the climate and the environment, the people and places we love. If approved, the Burrup Hub gas project would be the largest fossil fuel project in Australia. It could lead to 6.1 billion tonnes of CO2, roughly 13 times Australia's annual emissions. And it poses an unacceptable risk to the incredible Kimberley coast and the more than 1,500 species that call it home, including many endangered species. It would be nothing short of a gas-led destruction of pristine ecosystems. Last week, we learned that the WA EPA has made a preliminary finding that the proposal is unacceptable. This is an opportunity for the Environment Minister to stand up and put an end to the disastrous proposal before the next election. Minister, please don't kick this can down the road. Australians deserve to know whether the Labor government will sit on the right side of history before they go to the ballot box. I urge the Minister to recognise the importance of Scott Reef and the incredible marine environment of the Browse Basin and put the protection of what matters ahead of the short-term profits of Woodside and the gas industry.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. You have the call.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, a few years ago, this place was dominated with the hot topic of the proposed Adani Carmichael mine. It was on everyone's lips. People were gluing themselves to streets and protest against it. Eventually, People Power won and the mine got going. It's now producing 10 million tonnes of coal a year and employing over 1,500 Australians there very successfully. Why I refer to that, though, is to keep in mind that 10 million tonnes of coal a year. Just a few weeks ago, the Gospel of Global Energy, the Statistical Review of Energy, came out. It comes out every year and tells everybody what different types of energy different countries around the world are using. And it showed some shocking statistics. in just 2 years, around the world, the equivalent of 100 Adani coal mines have opened up in our region. 100. In Indonesia, they've opened up the equivalent of 15 Adani mines there, over 150 million tonne increase in their coal production in just 2 years. In India, almost just shy of 200 million tonnes extra coal production in just 2 years. That's the equivalent of 20 Adani mines there in India. And of course, the big daddy of them all, China, has increased its coal production by a stunning 548 million tonnes in just 2 years. So around 55 Adanis there, up there in China. And where is all the protests? Where are the people gluing themselves to the gates of the Chinese embassy? Where are the calls for boycotts of people going to Bali and giving up those holidays? Nothing, despite the fact that 100 times the size of this relatively small little mine in central Queensland have opened up in the 2 years since, may I add, that the world apparently signed up to net zero emissions at Glasgow. So Indonesia, India, China all signed that document, all said they were going to do that, and then what have they done in the 2 years since? They've focused on cheap, reliable energy that are guaranteeing their jobs.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hanson, you have the call.
Very much. Labor's obsession with climate change is giving birth to one of the world's biggest white elephants in my home state of Queensland. I refer to the infamous Barumba pumped hydro project centred on Imbil. We're told this is central to the plan supported by both major political parties in Queensland to ensure 75% of energy produced in the state by 2035 is from unreliable renewables. It's estimated to cost more than $14 billion and will not add a single watt of energy to the grid. It's an eye-watering amount of taxpayers' money being burned on the altar of the climate change cult, and I'm confident that costs will blow out much further. It's also another clear example of Labor's destroying the environment in order to save it. Huge areas of plantation pine forest will need to be cleared just to transport components of the 226 wind turbines that will reach 290 metres tall, creating a major erosion problem that will impact waterways throughout the region. Yet more pristine native forests will end up underwater. There will also be thousands upon thousands of solar panels. Queenslanders will need One Nation in state parliament in force to prevent this disaster from going ahead. Neither of the major parties can be trusted on energy policy as long as they remain wedded to the net zero fantasy. One Nation is the only party contesting the state election that is committed to protecting the environment by repealing legislated emission reductions targets in Queensland and delivering an independent energy policy prioritising affordability and reliability. And in doing so, we will be able to deliver the power that industries and manufacturing require instead of closing down and going offshore, and to give cheaper power to those homes that need it and bring down the cost of living. This is costing the state and the federal billions of dollars of wasted taxpayers' dollars. It's another white elephant pie in the sky scheme.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Millions of people across Australia are worried about the rising cost of rent, mortgages and food. People are being ripped off while big corporations are making massive profits. The price of essential goods and services that people rely on has risen on average 20% in the last few years alone. No city, no town, no person has avoided this crunch, and that includes my home city of Perth. We are seeing house prices soar and people being forced to choose whether to pay rent or indeed to be able to put food on the table. Essential things like going to the GP are out of reach for so many people. Now, people in this place talk about inflation like it is some kind of academic exercise, but the impact of the decisions that politicians make in this place are very real each and every day. In the middle of this housing crisis, the Liberal and Labor parties are working together to drive up prices and keep people in poverty. We've seen them give $167 billion in tax handouts to wealthy property investors and drive up the house prices around our state so that people do not have a chance to buy their first home. This government has refused to raise the rate of job seeker to a rate that is actually livable. They refused to expand so many urgently needed medical services and cut the 20 sessions available for psychology under Medicare. They ripped billions out of Medicare, out of the NDIS, and made it so that it is so much more difficult to see a GP. My message to the people at home is this: if you want change,
Senator,
you've got to vote for it.
Your time has expired. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. It is with a heavy heart that I reflect on the sudden passing of Sarah Carter. Her loss has shocked and deeply saddened me and many people in this place who worked with her. I had the privilege of knowing her through our work, meeting her early in my term, and the joy of joining her on one of her many expeditions to foreign countries, in my case, Fiji. Sarah was a person of extraordinary energy, compassion and drive. She devoted her enormous energy and talent to raising awareness of the challenges facing vulnerable women and children around the world. She was a passionate advocate for community well-being, the arts, culture and gender equity. As a three-time former mayor of the city of Maribyrnong, and with 16 years on the council all up, her contributions were vast and impactful. Despite coming from different sides of politics, Sarah and I shared a friendship and the ability to work together towards common goals. We both had a passion for projects in the Pacific, and I fondly remember on the trip to Fiji where I witnessed firsthand how she could bring people together but demonstrate the absolute value for the aid that Australia was delivering. For a decade, Sarah poured her heart into the work at Save the Children, where she raised awareness and drove change for local and international communities. She drove the Australian Regional Leadership Initiative with the same passion and commitment she brought to all her endeavours. Sarah's passing is a terrible loss to the community and to the country. She was committed to making a real difference in this world, and her absence will be deeply felt by all who knew her. Vale Sarah.
Thank you. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. On the 4th of July, with Co-Chair Dean Smith, I had the great pleasure of co-hosting with him the World Hepatitis Day event here in Parliament. This was on behalf of the Parliamentary Friends for Ending HIV, STIs and other bloodborne viruses. And of course, hepatitis B and C are one of those bloodborne viruses. I should note that World Hepatitis Day took place on July 28, and the theme this year has been It's Time for Action. There are nearly 300,000 people living with hepatitis B and C in Australia. Untreated, it absolutely devastates lives. I want to take this opportunity to highlight what actions are being taken to eliminate viral hepatitis. The Australian government committed $126.5 million in the last budget to extend and expand activities to support the prevention, treatment and testing of BBVs and STIs. This is going to underpin the investment for the 4th National Hepatitis B strategy and the 6th National Hepatitis C strategy set for release in coming months. We have before us a clear roadmap towards the elimination of viral hepatitis by 2030. We continue to be a global proponent of global initiatives to eliminate viral hepatitis as a major public health threat by 2030. And I'm pleased that our government's affirmed its commitment to lead international efforts. There's been great innovations in treatment and cure, but we have seen falling diagnosis and treatment rates. There are barriers that exist to people's access to treatment, which includes injecting drug users in Australia's prisons. I thank all.
Thank you, President. Our early educators do life-changing, nation-building work every single day. Every single day they turn up to work. Families rely on them, they make a difference in children's lives, and for far too long they've been underpaid for the incredible work that they do. No more. Thanks to an Albanese Labor government, these workers will get a 15% pay increase for the nation-building work that they do.
Thank you, Senator Smith. We'll now go to question time, and I call Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator McCarthy. In the May budget, the government allocated $10.1 billion to pay the states more money to cover the costs of blowouts in state infrastructure projects. Australians are being forced to drive on unsafe and potholed roads, which have missed out on funding because of project cost blowouts. Has CFMEU corruption and lawless behaviour added to construction costs for road and rail projects?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for his question. The Albanese government is delivering infrastructure for all of Australia after cleaning up the mess left by the Liberals and Nationals. Last year we did the hard work of informing or reforming the infrastructure investment program, ensuring that the 10-year $120 billion pipeline is sustainable and delivers well-planned, properly costed projects across the country. And in delivering this budget, we have
Minister,
worked...
please resume your seat. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, on relevance, President. My question was whether or not the impact of the CFMEU was having on the costs of road and rail projects, whether corruption was occurring and that was impacting on road projects.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. You did also mention projects generally, but I will draw the Minister to order. Order. I will draw the Minister to the second part of your question. Minister.
Thank you, President. Yes, well, I was going on with some of the budget questions there as well. But as I said yesterday to the question by Senator Mackenzie, that Catherine King, the Minister, has written to state and territory counterparts to convey the expectation that any information regarding improper or criminal conduct, Senator, by any entities related to projects delivered under the National Land Transport Act 2014 be reported immediately to the relevant regulator. The Minister has embedded new assurances and protections in the Federation funding agreement that the Commonwealth has negotiated with the states, which was finalised on August 11.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, first supplementary.
The Albanese government has cancelled, cut and delayed $27.9 billion worth of infrastructure projects over its first 2 years. Has CFMEU corruption and lawless behaviour resulted in delays to funding other road projects which are needed by Australian families and businesses?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy. Please resume your seat, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, I had just called the Minister to answer the question. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. Look, we will not be lectured by the Liberals or Nationals, who spent a decade making oversized and undercooked infrastructure commitments across the country.
Exactly.
Your decade of failure and broken promises is why the Albanese government has taken significant and necessary reforms to Commonwealth infrastructure investment. When it comes to the CFMEU, as I said in my previous answer yesterday, we have taken decisive action. We've introduced legislation to clear the way for the CFMEU Construction Division to be placed under the control of an independent administrator with extensive powers to clean up the union. We've asked the Fair Work Ombudsman to undertake a targeted review of all enterprise agreements, and clearly that is not enough for you, Senator.
Senator O'Sullivan, second supplementary.
Well, it's not enough, that's true. You're not doing enough. There was an 11.7% increase in road deaths across Australia over the last year, in 2023-24. Noting many unsafe roads have missed out on funding as a result of CFMEU-related infrastructure cost overruns and delays, to what extent have unsafe roads contributed to the worsening of the road toll?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, I do think it's disingenuous of the senator to try and connect an area that we've always said that this is exactly, Senator Sterle, road safety issues across Australia, but also we know that the biggest factor in high prices in the construction sector are supply chain issues like labour shortages and the cost of materials, which is largely, as we've said here in this Senate many times, been driven by the war in Ukraine.
Order.
You're not interested, are you? This is how much you care about what is actually going on.
Minister resume your seat. Order. Order on my left. Order. Senator Cash. Order. Senator Ruston. Minister, had you finished or did you wish to continue? Okay, thank you. I'll go to Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Cost of living pressures are top of mind for all Australians, especially low-paid workers. I note that since taking office, the Albanese Labor government has advocated on behalf of low-paid workers in 3 consecutive Fair Work Commission annual wage reviews. How does the Albanese Labor government's agenda ease cost of living pressures and make sure Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thank you, Senator Sheldon, for your question. You are absolutely right that the Albanese government has a strong track record on supporting low-paid Australians. Our government has gone into bat for workers not once, not twice, but 3 times, putting more money in families' pockets. And unlike Mr Dutton, Senator Cash and the Coalition, who think that paying workers fairly would mean a return to the dark ages, we see strong and sustainable wages growth as a part of the solution to the cost of living challenge, not a part of the problem. And I'm pleased to say that new data released today by the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows annual real wages continue to grow under the Albanese Labor government. The wage price index rose 0.8% in the June quarter to be 4.1% higher through the year. Annual real wages also grew 0.3% in the year to the June quarter 2024, meaning wages continue to grow above inflation. Under the Albanese government, annual real wages have been growing now for 3 consecutive quarters. And how does that compare to the Coalition government? Well, under the last government, annual real wages were going backwards by 3.4%. So under you lot, annual real wages were going backwards. Under the Albanese Labor government, they are going forwards. That is a vital part of dealing with cost of living challenges.
Order.
And if you had your way, people would be having their wages cut, as well as having their tax cuts taken off them, as well as having their energy bill relief taken off them, and every other cost of living pressure laid on top of them. It's only because of the action of the Albanese Labor government that we are getting wages moving again, and that is helping Australians deal with cost of living pressures. This return to sustainable wages growth under a Labor government is welcome, but we know that people are still under pressure. And that's why we're focused on tackling inflation and delivering responsible cost of living relief, including our tax cuts to every taxpayer, which have been rolling out since July 1.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary. Order.
At the 2022 election, the Albanese Labor government promised to get wages moving, and since then, the government has introduced and implemented reforms to protect and grow the wages of Australian workers. How are the Albanese government's reforms helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn while relieving cost of living pressures? And why are these reforms so important?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, we all know that workers need successful businesses to stay employed, and likewise businesses would cease to function without workers. And to retain quality staff, you know what businesses need? They need to ensure their staff are paid appropriately. And because of the reforms the Albanese government has delivered, what we're now seeing is full-time minimum wage workers earning an extra $143 per week. Again, if you'd had your way, those minimum wage workers would have been getting nothing more to deal with the cost of living pressures that they're facing. But under the Labor government, they're getting an extra $143 per week. And as we announced last week, we are backing in a 15% pay rise for early educators that you still don't support. And that means a typical early childhood education and care educator will receive a pay rise of at least $103 per week, increasing to at least $155 per week from next December. Increasing wages is not only a win for workers, it's also a win for productivity and a win for the economy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
In the face of cost of living pressures, I note that Liberals and Nationals have not once advocated for low-paid workers at the Fair Work Commission and voted against the Albanese Labor government's reforms to get wages moving. What are the main barriers to getting wages moving again?
Minister Watt.
Oh, hello. There they are, right over there. All of them. Look at them all. Well, the main barrier to continuing getting wages moving and dealing with cost of living pressures is the scary possibility of a Peter Dutton Prime Ministership with Senator Cash in the driver's seat on wages policy. Now, I know this side of the chamber can't bear to think about it, but we also know there's a fair few over there who don't really want to think about that either. Australians simply cannot risk Mr Dutton and the Coalition dipping their hands in your pocket and cutting your wages. They've already committed to targeted repeals of the legislation we introduced that is contributing to wages growth. They've also committed to cutting pay and conditions for casual workers. They want you to work after hours without getting paid by abolishing the right to disconnect, and today we learned they are developing a specific election policy to strip away workers' rights in the Western Australian mining industry. The Coalition clearly want Australians to work longer for less. Under Labor, you'll earn more and keep more of what you earn.
Order. Order. I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of the Australian Political Exchange Council's 19th delegation from Japan, led by Mr Fuji Hisayuki. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, yesterday you claimed the Albanese government had slashed spending growth. What was the rate of projected spending growth prior to the 2022 election, and what is the projected rate now after 3 Labor budgets?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. I thank Senator Colbeck for the question. And whilst those opposite raised concerns about the level of inflation and spending that is occurring now in the economy, I would like to just remind them that when the March budget that was held before the election in 2022, the Coalition spent $40 billion when inflation was about to reach a peak of 6.1%. So whilst we've seen inflation moderate and we've found savings and we've got the budget in better shape and we've reduced debt so that we've saved the Australian taxpayers $80 billion in interest payments, and we've turned significant Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses, when we have supported additional spending, it's been very modest as inflation moderates. In fact, in this last budget, I think the net spend was in the order of just over $11 billion, when inflation is half of what we inherited. So we've been finding savings, paying down debt, turning deficits into surpluses, finding savings and reprioritising across the budget.
Resume your seat. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. On direct relevance, the question was what was the projected spending rate growth prior to the 22 election, and what is the projected spending rate now after 3 Labor budgets? We've had...
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. There's no need for debate. I will remind the senator of that part of your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I was putting the context around it, President, which is that those opposites seem very concerned about spending now. They didn't have the same concern when inflation was much higher and they were trying to win an election where they tried to shovel out $40 billion worth of additional spending at a time when they knew inflation was a massive problem. That is what happened. And when I look at the statistics of the spending, if we look at the percentage of GDP, it is much lower. I think in the 22-23, you were spending at 27.2%. In Labor's 24-25 budget,
thank you,
it was
Minister. The time for
24.5%.
has expired. Senator Colbeck's first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Is the projected level of spending in the 24-25 financial year now higher or lower than was forecast in Labor's first budget?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And the Shadow Finance Minister interjects. So I just give the real spending growth. The average under the Liberal government was 4.1%. Under our government, over 6 years to 2027-28, it's 1.4%. And what that shows, so the numbers don't support the argument that you are putting. The numbers do not support the argument. You talk out of both sides of your mouth all the time. You want to spend more, spend less. You want to argue that wages spirals will cause inflation, and then you complain that wages aren't growing fast enough. People see the inconsistency in your argument. We have showed restraint, we have repaired the budget, and at the same time we've found room to support people with cost of living help, whether it be tax cuts, whether it be energy bill rebates, whether it be support for early education and care, both for parents and for the workers, whether it be reforming aged care. So yes, we are tackling those important investment areas at the same time.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Colbeck, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. On what basis do you claim to have slashed spending growth when your government's own budget shows spending has increased by $64 billion in 24-25?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, there's the numbers that I just read out, Senator Colbeck. So the difference between 4.1 and 1.7, for example. But there's also the fact that we have found $77 billion in savings. And you have not, in your last budget, exactly, I'll tell you how many savings you found. 0. We didn't have to look very hard because there were none. There were no savings. You went on a spending spree at a time when inflation was at its highest. That is what was occurring. We came into government, we found savings, we returned money to budget, we've lowered the debt, we've turned deficits into surpluses, and we've done all of that at the same time that we've shown restraint in spending, and we've been able to meet some of the urgent pressures there were across government services and indeed to help people with some of the cost of living issues that we've been seeing over the last year or so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgkins-May.
My question is to the Minister representing Early Childhood Education, Minister Watt. Educators and unions have fought long and hard for a 25% pay rise for early childhood educators, and last week the government announced an overdue 15% wage increase. These educators, who are overwhelmingly women, have been calling for a 25% wage increase that values the essential and under-recognised work of educating and caring for our kids in those critical early years. For too long, these childcare workers have been leaving the industry in droves because they aren't being paid enough and they can't afford to stay. Our childcare system is in a crisis. Australia needs a workforce strategy that continues to build capacity and that requires paying our educators what they deserve. Minister, don't you think that early childhood educators deserve a 25% pay increase?
Thank you, Senator Hodgkins-May. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. And thank you, Senator, for your question. Well, only the Greens could be upset about a pay rise being provided by a Labor government to some of the lowest paid and most important workers in our community. Only the Greens could be disappointed about that. And you know the reason they're disappointed about that is they can't use their favourite phrase, "we did it," because they didn't do it. It was a Labor government that delivered a much-needed, a much-deserved pay rise for early childhood educators in our country, obviously in partnership with the trade union movement, who, along with members of those unions and those workers, have campaigned for this for a very long time. And among our ranks, we have a number of people who've been campaigning for this a whole lot longer than the Greens, who like to jump on the bandwagon. I'm talking about people like Senator Billick, who actually is a former early childhood educator and has been campaigning for this for 40 years. I'm talking about people like Senator Walsh, whose professional career was devoted to assisting these workers get a pay rise that they deserve, and the list goes on across our ranks. So don't come in here and try and be Johnny-come-latelys and all of a sudden say that you care about early childhood educators when you've done nothing about it until the last meme was available. Don't lecture us about supporting workers. Don't support us. Yeah, no, I'm going to point at you because you're the people who want to jump on the bandwagon when Labor governments actually do something.
Minister Watt, resume your seat. Minister Watt, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge.
I think, President, you can anticipate my point of order.
Thank you. Minister Watt, I do. Senator Wong, order. Senator Wong, order across the chamber. Order. I am responding to the point of order raised by Senator Shoebridge, and I do remind you, Minister Watt, to direct your answers to the chair. Please.
And Chair, I suspect you might agree in your impartial manner that the Labor government has been doing a lot, because it's something that you, I know, have campaigned on for a very long time as well, along with early childhood
Minister Watt,
workers.
please resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge.
The minister should not bring you into a partisan debate in
Senator
the way he
Shoebridge,
did.
please
It
resume
impugns
your
your
seat. Senator Shoebridge, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Please continue, Minister.
So now the Greens, wanting to complain about something the Labor government has done, now dictate who can actually support that policy in the Labor government. There you go, that's the Greens for you. Now, every person and every group involved in the early childhood education sector has welcomed this pay rise as much needed. It would appear that the only group who's unhappy about this is the Greens, because they now lose a campaign opportunity calling for a pay rise because we've actually
Minister.
done
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hodgkins-May, first supplementary.
Women and families across Australia are hurting because early childhood education and care is too expensive and too hard to access. Kids are missing out on crucial early years education, and parents are missing out on much-needed paid work in a cost of living crisis. Last week, the government could have made early education and care free and accessible, but instead they locked in a fee hike for families who are already struggling. Minister, why won't your government make early childhood education and care free and universal, just like primary and secondary school?
Thank you, Senator Hodgkins-May. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, it must be hard being a Greens senator, because every time there's good news delivered by a Labor government, you've got to find a reason to whinge about it. And you've got to be reminded that if you're a Greens senator, all you actually can achieve is a whole lot of complaining rather than actually delivering the kind of things that the Labor government is delivering. Let me tell you what Lisa, an early childhood educator in New South Wales, had to say about the pay rise the Albanese government has just delivered. What Lisa said, and I'm sure she speaks for many in her position, she says, "This is a monumental moment. It is history-making. This means I can stay in the job I love, and I know that it is going to change a lot of lives, not just my own. We are proud to finally win the recognition that educators deserve." So you can pontificate all you want, you can complain all you want, but you will never represent the kind of people like Lisa who actually work in this sector and deserve the pay rise that they are now getting as a direct result of an Albanese Labor government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgkins-May, second supplementary.
Research shows that the childcare subsidy activity test is contributing to 126,000 children from low-income households missing out on early years education. The activity test is cruel and punitive. It unfairly punishes low-income families and keeps women out of work. No one wants the activity test, and parents in the sector continue to call for its abolition. Minister, why is your government locking 126,000 kids out of early years education by not abolishing the activity test?
Minister Watt.
Well, again, thank you very much for that question, Senator, because it now gives me an opportunity to not just talk about the pay rise we've provided to early childhood educators, but about the cut in childcare fees that the Albanese Labor government is providing families all around Australia. As a result of the policies that the Albanese Labor government has brought in, we now see childcare fees reduced by 11% on average for Australian families. That is a direct result of our policies.
Please resume your seat. Senator Hodgkins-May.
Point of order, Speaker. I specifically asked about the abolishing of the activity test, and I would refer the acting minister to my question.
Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, 2 points. First, the minister's only had 22 seconds. I'm sure he will get to that point. The second point is, I'm sure he will. I have great faith in Senator Watt. The second is, Senator, you actually made an assertion about the cost of childcare, so the minister is entitled to respond to that assertion.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Order. First of all, Senator Hodgkins-May, I'm the President, not the Speaker. And secondly, you did refer to fee hikes in your at the start of your question, and you talked about women not being able to go to work. So the Minister is entitled to canvass those issues in his response. Please continue, Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. So the issues that Senator Hodgins-May is talking about have been the subject of a number of reviews that have been presented to the government, and they are, of course, matters that we are considering. But in the meantime, what we're actually doing is making childcare cheaper for Australian families, another thing that the coalition opposed, let's not forget about them, that is actually making childcare cheaper for Australian families, with the ACCC finding that out-of-pocket expenses for centre-based daycare decreased by 11% on average between June and September 2023. So again, it takes a rare talent to complain about childcare fees being reduced. It takes a rare talent to complain about early childhood pay.
Thank you,
but
Minister.
you are
The
up
time
to the job.
for answering has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance. The Albanese Labor government is working hard every day to deliver cost of living relief for Australian families in a responsible way. Central to this is ensuring that Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Can the Minister please inform the Senate about what measures the Albanese Labor government have put in place to support Australian families to meet costs? And can the Minister also please inform the Senate about how these measures have been carefully calibrated to ensure they put downward pressure on the cost of energy, housing and groceries?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for her question and for the work she does in advocating for the good people of South Australia and raising all of these issues with us. Our number one priority is delivering cost of living relief. You've seen that in the core of all of the decisions that we've taken since coming to government. So every Australian taxpayer is getting a tax cut, not just some. Every Australian household is getting $300 energy bill relief. 2.6 million low-paid workers who were forgotten by those opposite are getting their third consecutive pay rise. Stronger Medicare and cheaper medicines in every community. HECS relief for everyone with a student debt. More homes built more quickly in every part of the country, and cheaper groceries by strengthening the food and grocery code. This is sensible cost of living relief that we can provide without adding to inflation. There's more to do, and we will keep working every day, as we have since we've been elected. We know it is a privilege to be in these positions, so that we are able to make decisions that benefit all Australians. And we know that those opposite, if they got their hands on government again, it would mean higher power prices because they don't support energy bill relief. It would be higher housing prices because they haven't supported pretty much any part of our Homes for Australia plan. Higher taxes, particularly for those that weren't going to get a tax cut under their original plan, and lower wages. And we know that because we know their form in government. Low wages were a design feature of their economic architecture. They did not go into Fair Work Commission's annual wage review with any submission that supported a wage increase for low-paid workers. That's what we would have if this mob opposite got back into government. And that's why we will continue to work against that every single day.
Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. That was a great answer from the Minister. I really appreciate the detail. The Wage Price Index was released today, showing that wages are rising up 0.8% to 4.1% higher through the year. The government has also put downward pressure on inflation after inheriting an inflation rate of 6.1% from the coalition. Can the Minister please explain how the government is working in complement with the RBA on the inflation challenge while supporting cost of living measures?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Grogan, for that question, the supplementary. We always, and I think you've heard it from Senator Watt, Minister Watt this afternoon, we want Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And we welcome the wages data that was released today. Those opposite don't get it. They don't get it. Higher wages is the best form of cost of living relief Australians can get, and that is why we have been pushing for wages growth in this country after a decade of wage stagnation. The opposition are oblivious to the cost of living challenges facing many Australians. They've voted against our cost of living relief at every opportunity, and now they're saying they want to cut pensions and services that Australians rely on. As the RBA Governor said, the government's job is to get inflation and provide services for Australians. We are doing both because Australians would suffer if we didn't do both, and we will continue our approach, President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you.
Beg your pardon, first supplementary.
Second.
Sorry.
Minister, as we know on this side, not everyone in this parliament has supported the Albanese Labor government's cost of living relief measures. Our government inherited an inflation rate of 6.1% from those opposite at the last election, and we have worked hard to bring that number down while supporting Australian families. Can the minister please explain why a slash-and-burn budget approach would have left Australian families worse off if it was those opposite?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Grogan for the supplementary, because those opposite are very quick to use a figure of $315 billion in their media interviews, where they say it's excessive spending. But they are less likely to give you a breakdown of what that spending is, because they would then have to say that they are going to cut the age pension and other income support payments, that they would cut rent assistance and spending on housing, they would cut the money for women's safety, they would cut the energy bill relief, they would cut the pay of aged and early education and care workers, they would cut funding for medicines on the PBS and for our measures for cheaper childcare. They wouldn't support expanding and paying superannuation on PPL, on natural disaster recovery funding and relief, on increased spending on veterans' compensation and rehabilitation claims. And I could go on. I'm not going to have enough time. But that is the secret behind the number that you use.
Thank you, Minister. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Minister Gallagher. It's been reported in the Financial Review today that talks are starting on health insurance premium increases. Recently, I had a Canberran tell me that even with private health insurance, he was charged $20,000 out of pocket for prostate cancer treatment. I've had another tell me that they were stung $3,000 for life-saving radiotherapy. A knee replacement in the ACT is around $3,000 more expensive than the Australian median. Minister, why should Canberrans, why should any Australian cop an increase in their insurance premiums when the private system is failing to deliver value and cover the cost of routine procedures?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Pocock for the question. Let me be clear, I think people in the ACT do pay too much for access to private health care treatment. That's been a long-standing problem here in the ACT. It's one that I tried to focus on when I was in the Assembly and continue to focus on, and it essentially comes down to a lack of competition in the private medical market here. We're a small market. We don't have the number of professionals, health professionals operating privately that some of the other jurisdictions have. But it is a real problem, and it does deserve a lot more scrutiny than it's getting, because Canberrans pay a lot more than their fellow Australians around other jurisdictions, including small jurisdictions, to pay for private health cover. And in fact, we have the highest private health insurance coverage in the country and the lowest utilisation of it. And some of that has to be linked to the prices that people pay for out-of-pocket expenses. The focus that we've been having in health is to repair the damage that was done under Peter Dutton's work when he was the Health Minister, to make sure that we're investing in Medicare, that we're improving bulk billing, that we're providing cheaper medicines, that we are ensuring Medicare urgent care clinics and other parts of Medicare are actually working, which bulk billing, for example, was in a free fall when we inherited it. We're starting to turn that around. There is more to do here. But I agree with Senator Pocock, the out-of-pocket costs, which is related to but not completely at the hand of the private health insurers, requires a lot more scrutiny, including what people are paying here in the ACT, and I would encourage them to shop around when they are getting their referrals to see if they can get lower prices from other medical professionals.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. I'm glad you agree. I'm concerned that none of the measures you mentioned relate to the cost of surgery, and I'm interested what actions the government will take to protect Australians from outrageous gap fees and ensure that they actually receive some value from their private health insurance, given we have a system that forces people into having private health insurance.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Well, thank you. In terms of surgery, we have a very good public health system, but in some areas it does mean that there is waits for people, and I think for medical treatment or private medical treatment, that is why some people go private, because they can get their surgery done faster than waiting on the public list. But I would say in this country we do have an excellent public health system that provides services to anyone regardless of their background or need. And so that is important to understand. I think the other thing is the work that we're trying to do for medical professionals, those private specialists, to publish their fees so that people can see at the earliest opportunity what some of the rates are going. Now, the doctors haven't been as fast as we would have liked to upload some of that information, and I think we need to continue to put more pressure on there. And in terms of the private health insurance, and any increase there, we need to make sure that any increases are reasonable in line with escalating costs.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. We know that the public system is clogged. There are over 500,000 people in the public system on the surgery waiting list, 3,000 in the ACT. Only half of people needing semi-urgent surgery are seen on time in the ACT. Is there any plan from the government to rein in increases to insurance premiums when people aren't seeing value from their private health insurance?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I think that's certainly the work the government does on an annual basis. I mean, that scrutinises, and I can't recall off the top of my head the last increase, but it was a modest increase to private health insurance. So these are something the minister looks at carefully and takes a range of advice on. But you know, the price that some private specialists pays over and above, you know, even the responsibility of the private health insurer. I mean, for those out-of-pocket costs on top of or you know, above the scheduled fee for those procedures, then that is a decision of doctors providing that service. And I know, having been through it recently here in the ACT, you know, the charges for my family member were you know, 100 times what the scheduled fee was. So there is a problem, and it needs further scrutiny about what can be done, particularly here in the ACT, when people are often charged double what the costs are in a place like Sydney or Melbourne, or indeed in Adelaide.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Van.
Thank you, President. My question is to Senator McAllister, the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and I congratulate her on her promotion. Given the proven potential of electric vehicles to provide energy and system security services to the electricity grid using vehicle-to-grid or V2G technology, which was recently demonstrated by the Realising Electric Vehicle-to-Grid Services project run at ANU, is the government taking steps to update and harmonise national grid codes and standards to facilitate the broader adoption of V2G technology?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, Senator Van, for that question. And you're right that this is a technology that potentially has great potential, supporting consumers in meeting the energy needs in their own households, but also, if done well, supporting our broader requirement to have a grid that is reliable and can respond flexibly to changes in demand across that grid. Minister Bowen sometimes refers to electric vehicles, in fact, as batteries on wheels. And it's on that basis that the government is taking the steps that we are taking, generally in relation to electric vehicles and specifically in relation to the national standards that are required to make sure that this technology is integrated and integrated well. You'll know that we had an extended public discussion about standards for new vehicles and encouraging a a greater number of models and a greater choice for consumers in relation to vehicles, and that applied, of course, to more efficient petrol vehicles, but also to the importation of a wider range of electric vehicles, including vehicles that are at a price point that will be attractive to the broadest range of consumers. But you speak specifically of the issues in relation to the grid, and it is a matter that the energy ministers have paid a great deal of attention to. So energy ministers, in fact, at their last meeting, initiated a process, adopted a roadmap which sets out a series of pieces of work that the energy ministers agreed to undertake together to establish the relevant standards for electric vehicles. Minister Bowen has been clear that he would like to see some progress on some of those matters over the course of this year, but we understand that this is a technology where we have time to prepare.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Given AEMO has not even included the capability in their ISP to any great extent, and there is billions of dollars being prioritised for strengthening the grid and gold-plating it, some would say. Given the growth of EVs and the evolving landscape of energy technology, is the government considering revising its market projections and energy policies to better reflect the potential contributions that EVs with V2G technology could make?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, Senator Van. And you're right to make the point that the technology potentially could have a real impact on the projections for both demand and supply in the national electricity market. We are at a point in time where the technologies that are available to us are actually evolving and changing. And it's for that reason that AEMO not only regularly updates their projections and upgrades the Integrated Systems Plan, but makes sure that when it does that, it engages very closely with a range of stakeholders to make sure that the assumptions that they're using and that the inputs that they're obtaining reflect broadly the understanding in the market about the technologies that are on foot and are coming towards us. Right now, we don't have a particularly large number of vehicles with this capacity ready to go in this market, but that could change, and I'm quite certain AEMO will be watching this as they update, as they regularly do their projections.
The time has expired. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, is the government planning to allocate additional funding or introduce incentives to support research, development and deployment of V2G technology?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thanks, Senator Van. Senator Van, as you know, the chief vehicle for providing support for emerging technologies and technology trials is ARENA. And in our last budget, the government substantially replenished ARENA's funds to provide support for a range of technologies, including potentially the technologies that you speak of. We are conscious that this is a world in which Australia is just one participant in a global market where, vehicle manufacturers around the world are thinking about how best to integrate this capacity into the vehicles that they sell. I am quite certain that the reforms we've undertaken to change the shape of the Australian market will see Australians with a much greater opportunity to access some of these vehicles as they come into commercial production globally.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Mr Wong. A key contributor to cost of living is the cost of power because electricity price is set by the gas price. Despite all your measures on gas, the price of gas on the East Coast last quarter was $13.76 per gigajoule. Meanwhile, in Western Australia, a state that has a gas reservation policy, it was $8.66 per gigajoule. We have an abundance of gas, and yet most Australians are paying through the roof prices for it and electricity. Why is your government putting the interests of the big gas cartels ahead of Australians and not considering a gas reservation policy?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Lambie for that question. And she's right to draw attention to the rising costs that Australians have been facing for energy, and it's one of the reasons why the government has, both in relation to electricity and gas, put in place measures to try and deal with this. We are committed to doing what we have to do to ensure Australians and Australian households and businesses have access to reliable and affordable energy both today and into the future. In relation to prices, I would make the point, Senator, when we came to office, average East Coast gas prices were over $30 a gigajoule. Yesterday, the average price I'm advised was somewhere around $12.30. So I'm making the point that this is a long-standing problem. In relation to WA, obviously, for historical and geographic reasons, WA has a separate gas market to the East Coast and a separate set of gas policies. The East Coast market has experienced larger price fluctuations for many reasons, including reasons not connected to gas reservation policy. When we came into government, we took immediate strong action on both gas supply and price. We introduced the mandatory code of conduct. We reformed the powers of AEMO to take action to address supply issues before they eventuated. Because of that, the market operator now has the power to manage the East Coast gas market through, including with powers to direct gas supplies around the system and between states. And the gas code, which those opposite didn't support, has now secured more than 600 petajoules of domestic gas for East Coast users out to 2033. That's enough to run East Coast gas-fired power stations for about 6 years. So you're right, Senator. Prices for energy, whether electricity or gas, are higher than we would like. We know that Australians are battling the cost of living, and we are.
Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you. A recent AAT FOI decision refusing access to a domestic gas reservation options paper based on advice from DFAT shows that our own government is putting the interests of other countries before Australia, and I quote, "Potential damage arising from disclosure of information relating to gas reservation in Australia because of the very real economic impact that Australians' domestic policies could have on those countries," end quote. Minister, why is your government putting the interest of foreign countries ahead of this one?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Wong.
We always look to Australia's interests, Senator Lambie, and I'd make a couple of points about that, and just listening to the quote in that. Firstly, obviously in relation to an options paper, that is not government policy, but what options might or might not have been considered. The second point I'd make is around investment in our energy sector by companies, which might be foreign companies, but investment in Australia, enabling Australian jobs. And if you look at our resources sector, if you look at our energy sector, if you look at what has happened in coal and in the LNG industry, all of those Australian jobs, many of them have been enabled because of investment by energy partners. So I would make the point to you that it's not correct to say that looking at what other countries, how they might react is somehow not in the interest of Australia. We have an interest in ensuring investment continues.
Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you. Australians are struggling to pay the power and gas, yet you complained to Senator Birmingham in this chamber last November that he temporarily said no to Santos, no to Woodside, no to the Japanese company Inpex, no to Korea and no to Japan. I don't have a problem with saying no to them because I work for the Australian question. My question is the Albanese government working for them?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Wong.
We always work for Australians. That's why that's our job. And I again refer back to what I said earlier. If you want to look at the number of the companies that you talked about, they invest in Australia. They invest in very large projects in Australia. They employ very large numbers of Australians. That the development of many of our energy industries has been as a joint endeavour between Australia and countries who seek these energy resources. I'd also make the point that these are the countries who will also co-invest with us, work with us on things like green hydrogen. So those energy partnerships matter to Australia. They matter to our transition to a lower carbon economy. and they matter to Australian jobs, because it is Australian jobs which are benefited by this sort of investment.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill.
Very much, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management, Minister McAllister, and I want to take the opportunity to congratulate her on her new role, and I know she'll bring all the vim and vigour of a great New South Welsh woman to the role. What reforms has the Albanese government undertaken during this term of government to make sure Australia is better prepared for natural disasters?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator O'Neill, and I recognise your long-standing interest in these issues and in the wellbeing of communities in New South Wales. This is, of course, my first question as Minister in this portfolio, and I want to acknowledge my predecessor, Senator Watt. His is a legacy that I am proud to build on. I also want to acknowledge the communities who are still on the long road to recovery following floods and fires, and the terrific workers and volunteers, some of whom I've already had the privilege of meeting in the last 2 weeks. But as the frequency and severity of natural disasters has grown, so has the expectation that the Australian government will be able to step up and support communities when they are at their lowest. And the Albanese government has risen to this challenge. Over the last 2 years, we have implemented a number of reforms to ensure that Australians can be better prepared for natural disasters, so these communities can respond better and recover faster when a disaster hits us. And these include creating the National Emergency Management Agency to lead a more unified and more coordinated approach to emergency management, completing a substantial upgrade to the National National Situation Room, establishing and building a National Emergency Management Stockpile, and investing in Disaster Relief Australia to boost volunteers providing recovery and support to clean up after disasters. Our government is focused on working collaboratively with our partners to help communities prepare for and manage disasters. And states and territories, of course, retain primary responsibility for these responses. But our government's approach is to show leadership, to boost our capacity to coordinate, and show that we are ready to support states and territories and support communities at the worst possible moments.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I know from being at the Gundagai show and people talking about the challenge and response in New South Wales, they will very much appreciate the answer that you've given there. As we enter this second half of the year, my community in New South Wales is starting to turn its mind to the coming high-risk weather season. What work is the Albanese government undertaking in the coming months to ensure Australians are ready for this high-risk weather season?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator O'Neill. We do know how important it is to work with states and territories, work with industry and work with communities on emergency management. And the work that's already underway includes plans for the Albanese government's second high-risk weather season preparedness summit, which will bring together government, industry and community sector to prepare for the coming season. We're also establishing briefings between the Bureau of Meteorology, state and territory agencies and local governments on how to implement and use the Australian warning system so that communities can rely on consistent information and use consistent language when they are receiving that information. And a series of national exercises are stress testing our arrangements with state and territory governments and with industries. In this year's budget, we have also committed an additional $35 million over 2 years to boost Australia's aerial capability.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I'm pleased and relieved, in fact, to hear that this government's committed to ensuring that Australians are, in fact, better prepared for natural disasters so they can respond and recover faster. Looking beyond this next season, however, how is the Albanese government working with states, territories and local governments to build resilience to future natural disasters?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator O'Neill. So when we came into government, we promised to turn the previous government's defunct Emergency Response Fund into a dedicated fund for resilience and mitigation projects, and we have delivered. The Albanese government's flagship Disaster Ready Fund is investing up to $200 million in Commonwealth funding every year for projects across the country. And last year we announced nearly $400 million in matched funding for 187 projects. These included flood levies, evacuation shelters, fuel hazard mapping capability, seawalls and more. Now this is in stark contrast to the former government. In 3 years, their $4.8 billion emergency response fund did not complete a single mitigation project or release a cent in recovery funding, while it made the government over $800 million in interest. Australians expect their government to support them in times of need, and they can be assured we will do just that.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. Minister, reporting by Reuters and others of polling showing that 3 in 4 residents of Gaza and the West Bank support the terrorist group Hamas and indeed their actions on the 7th of October has led to questions about the security implications of visas being issued to this cohort during the current crisis. In an interview with the ABC on Sunday, the Director-General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, said, and I quote, "Part of that visa process is when criteria are hit, they are referred to my organisation and ASIO does its thing," end quote. Will the Minister commit to referring every visa application from this cohort to ASIO so that it can conduct the appropriate security checks?
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Fawcett. Well, I'm sure that Senator Fawcett would agree that Australia has a proud record of working with our international allies to help people escape from crisis, such as what we're seeing in Gaza right now. The war between Israel and Hamas has displaced millions of Palestinians, and Australia has once again done our part. But we have not allowed this to compromise our national security. Our security and intelligence agencies have taken exactly the same approach here as they took with Ukrainians who have arrived since the Russian invasion in 2022 and Afghans who fled from the Taliban under the former government. I'm a little surprised to hear someone like Senator Fawcett, who I know has a great deal of respect for our armed forces and our security agencies. I'm a little surprised to hear Senator Fawcett question the judgment of well, Senator Fawcett asked the question.
Order.
Senator Fawcett asked the question.
Order.
Senator Fawcett's a big boy. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. I am a little surprised to hear Senator Fawcett, who, as I say, I know has respect for our armed forces, as a former armed forces member himself, question the judgment of the Director-General of ASIO, Mr Mike Burgess.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, President. Relevance. The question was about the government's commitment to refer every application, not about the judgment of the Director-General, who, as the Minister correctly indicates, I have the highest regard for.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. The Minister is being relevant and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Well, Senator Fawcett, as I've already implied and will now make explicit, we are following exactly the same process as occurred under the former government. Applicants for visas, as is the case here, are checked for security risks. We are following exactly the same process, and Mike Burgess, someone I have confidence in and our government has confidence in as the Director-General of ASIO, has said that this is the same process as was followed under the former government and is the appropriate process. So I think the question for the opposition is whether they have faith in ASIO or not.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. So, Minister, the issue for you is that in the same interview the Director-General said, and I quote, "When things get referred to ASIO, we deal with them effectively. Of course, there might be times when they don't get or didn't get referred to us in time," end quote. Is this why multiple individuals leaving Gaza had their Australian visas cancelled after they'd been granted?
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Minister Watt.
I would have thought it's a good thing for ASIO to provide advice that certain individuals' visas should be cancelled or not granted rather than not making that decision. That's an example of ASIO doing its job and the government listening to the advice of ASIO. Would the opposition seriously prefer us to ignore the advice of ASIO? What we've done in some instances is cancel visas when security checks have revealed that those individuals should not be granted a visa. And again, this is exactly the same process as was employed by the former government.
Please resume your seat. Order. Senator McKenzie, I called order 3 times. It applies to you. I will ask you to either remain silent in the chamber or leave the chamber. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thanks, President. So, as I say, the process that this government is adopting and ASIO is adopting is exactly the same process as ASIO adopted under the former government. We listen with respect to the advice of our security agencies, including Mr Burgess as the Director-General of ASIO, where he and his colleagues provide advice that a visa should not be issued or should be cancelled. We accept that advice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Fawcett, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Media reports suggest that the Albanese government is developing a visa pathway to allow temporary visa holders from Palestine to remain in Australia. Minister, will you make a commitment to the Australian people that not a single Hamas supporter will be brought into Australia under this scheme?
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Fawcett. I saw the comments of Mr Burgess on this matter on Insider's program, and I'm sure you can go and have a look at them yourselves, where he explained the approach of our National Security Agency to people who have expressed views about Hamas. Again, we respect the advice of our security agencies and people like Mr Burgess, and we act on that advice. So I'm confident that ministers will act in accordance with that advice when those decisions are required. What I also saw Mr Burke say, as the incoming Home Affairs Minister, he made the very obvious point that Gaza is a war zone. People were provided with tourist visas initially in order to get them out of a conflict zone quickly after security checks had been undertaken. But it is unrealistic to think that it is proper or safe to return people to a conflict zone like Gaza, which is why further consideration is being given to their status going forward.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Minister Gallagher.
Earlier in question time, in answer to a question from Senator Pocock, I think I incorrectly said 100 times when I meant 10 times.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payne, second.
Senator.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement about my status as an independent senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I inform the Senate that I have resigned from the Australian Labor Party and now sit as an independent senator for Western Australia. I also inform the Senate that I should be designated as a whip for the purpose of Standing Orders 24A relating to the selection of Bills Committee.
Thank you. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Canavan.
Yes, I rise to take note of all questions or answers to questions from coalition senators. Thank you, Mr President. Well, this week confirmed what Australians already know and fear from their weekly visits to the shops, and that is that Australians have yet to record a real wage increase since the election of the Labor government. Their real wages are down, are backwards by a long way. In fact, real wages are back to levels that we haven't seen since 2011. We're back to 2011. Real wages were last at this level for Australians more than 10 years ago, because the inflation rate under this term of the Labor government has been sitting far above what has been returned to Australians in wage increases. So that's why everyone's struggling. And as Senator Murray-Watt here in the chamber laughs at that, he obviously doesn't understand what Australians are facing. He doesn't understand that Australians can't afford their groceries right now. He doesn't understand that Australians are struggling to pay their mortgage, and perhaps that explains the tin-eared response from this government to the legitimate issues facing Australian families. Because this government continues to put its head in the sand and think that there is no problem. Last week we saw the Reserve Bank of Australia warn that the spending levels of governments are stopping them from cutting interest rates and helping Australian families pay their mortgages. In fact, in their statement on monetary policy, they explicitly said that the spending of federal and state governments are preventing them from changing or reducing interest rates. And it was followed up by a press conference from the Reserve Bank Governor, Michelle Bullock, where she repeated those issues. In response, we had this delusionary statements from the Treasurer saying that there's not a problem, that federal spending growth has not contributed to the challenge of the Reserve Bank. It has not contributed to inflation, clearly at odds with the exact statements of the person in charge, the Reserve Bank Australia Governor, in charge of tackling inflation in this country. And it's very clear to check the facts on this, very easy to check the facts, because we have here a government that continues to say that its spending growth, that's actually slashed spending growth. That's what the Finance Minister has been saying lately, that they've slashed spending growth in their first two budgets. Yet Commonwealth Government spending in their last budget, just delivered a few months ago, is in fact $64 billion higher than when they came to government. That's hardly slashing spending. Now, some of that growth will be because unemployment's higher than expected, inflation's higher than expected, so government spending is linked. Some government spending, like pensions, is linked to that. But there's actually a table you can go to in the budget which separates those issues out, which gets you the real answer of what this government has done to either detract from or contribute to spending pressures and therefore the inflationary pressures facing Australians. So in their first budget, in 23-24, their first full budget, in that table it showed that in net terms the government's policy decisions, so not the automatic changes that occur because of inflation and other issues, their policy decisions had added over $20 billion of spending to the annual budget. And then they follow that up this year. The same table on page 93 of this year's budget, their net spending growth. This is after their savings, so the Finance Minister in her answer spoke about, oh, we've made savings. This is net after that. After the savings, they've actually added an extra $24 billion of spending in this year's budget. So in two budgets, just 2 years, $44 billion of extra spending in net terms, even after you factor in the government savings. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and in fact, it's the biggest increase in government spending from policy decisions since the days of Kevin Rudd, if you take out the COVID years. So obviously COVID was very different and special and had massive spending in response to lockdowns, etc. But this is the greatest level of government spending outside of COVID since Kevin Rudd faced the global financial crisis. And this government's done that at a time of raging inflation here and around the world. And so now the only thing getting made in Australia anymore is the government's inflation. It is made here from their budgets and their spending, and that is what is contributing to the pressures on Australians. And so government ministers may laugh at this. They may laugh at the statistics which show that the standard of living of Australians has fallen by more than a decade in just 2 years. More than a decade in just 2 years. We are back to a standard of living that people last experienced in 2011. That is the record of this government, and they are doing nothing about it.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, those opposites seem to have become really concerned with spending recently. And the numbers show that they had no such concern in their last year of government. Spending, as the Minister pointed out in question time, spending growth there was 4.1% compared to Labor's, which is 1.7%. And on the savings front, there was a big fat zero from those opposite compared to $77 billion saving in interest payments from the Labor government. You know, we've seen annual real wage growth at 0.3% the June quarter. That's the third consecutive quarter of growth that we've seen from the figures released today. What did we find when we came into government in 2022? Annual real wage growth was going backwards by 3.4%. Backwards by 3.4% under the Coalition, and under Labor, we've delivered growth. In fact, we see the annual nominal wages growth going up by at least 4% in 4 consecutive quarters. In stark contrast, 9 years of the coalition government, there was not one single quarter when the annual nominal wages grew above 4%. Not one in 9 years. So, compare the pair. Under Labor, people are working more, they are earning more, and they are keeping more of what they earn, which is in stark contrast to those opposite who worked so hard to ensure that people's wages stagnated under an intentional policy decision. An intentional policy decision. You were in government for 9 years. You took some very direct, intentional actions, and you cannot now sit there and deny it. You cannot now sit there and deny it. You cannot then sit there and now say that you care about people's wages, the way you're going on and on about cost of living, when it's not something you've ever paid any attention to in 9 long years of government. And then there was the car parks. So, in question time, we heard about infrastructure spending. So, not a lot of car parks from us over here. Not a lot of car parks. But we have taken significant action to improve the transparency and accountability of public spending because of what we saw you guys do, because of what we inherited when we came to government, because of the rorts and fiasco we saw under your leadership. Lack of. So, what has happened under the Albanese Labor government since we came in 2022 was the minister has taken significant actions to improve accountability and transparency for public spending. The minister has embedded new assurances and protections in the Federation Funding Agreement. The FFA outlines the states and territories' responsibility to ensure value for money, the value for the spending of public money, improving productivity in construction. The new FFA is designed to ensure that both levels of government are accountable, that we share the accountability, that we improve the transparency. We share the responsibility for fiscal discipline, for planning, so that projects are going to be completed in a timely manner and in an accountable manner with those public funds. Let's not forget, these are public funds. Effective priority setting, risk management, accountability, transparency, these are the things that we are driving these reforms to ensure that is what we are getting in our public funding. And all the muck and bother that we listen to in this chamber at the more artistic times of the day, particularly in question time, is a little bit of a fiasco. When you look, where are the facts? Line up the numbers, line up the facts. We can compare very simply the record of the Liberal government over 9 years, very simply, to the record of the Albanese Labor government. More accountability, more transparency, more actions to assist people on the ground who are doing it tough. That's what we are standing for. That is what we have always done. You cannot recreate history just because you're now in opposition.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to take note of the answers given to questions earlier. What we've heard from those opposite today is an exercise in delusion, a description of an alternative reality, messages that the Australian taxpayer and householder have never had it so good. But let's look at what Australians are dealing with. There has been no growth in real GDP per capita now for 5 quarters, and the Reserve Bank has just said that doesn't expect there to be growth in real GDP per capita for the next quarter. We've seen real net disposable income per person decline by 8.5% in the past 18 months. We see core quarterly inflation at 3.9% and increasing. We've seen 12 consecutive rises in the overnight cash rate, in the interest rates that Australians pay on their mortgages, with no relief in sight, and the Reserve Bank warning just last week that they were close to raising interest rates and that there were no likely cuts until next year. And we've seen labour productivity down 5% in the last 2 years. We've seen government spending out of control, real spending by government growing by 4.5% this year, forecast to grow by 3.6% next year. Those opposite might remember that paragon of fiscal virtue. The former Treasurer Wayne Swan had a fiscal rule that growth in government spending should not exceed 2% in real terms year on year. Well, this government has broken that speed limit on 2 consecutive occasions now. So if those opposite are wondering why Australians are feeling worse off and why Australians are frustrated by this government's economic management, they need to look at those statistics. Australians are paying more for life's essentials because inflation is out of control. They're paying more in taxes because of bracket creep. They're paying more for their mortgage because of higher interest rates. And their real incomes are not rising because there is no productivity growth and no agenda. So those opposite can crow about nominal wage rises, but the truth is that if those wage rises are only covering inflation, if they don't take account the fact of bracket creep, if they don't take into account the fact of rising interest rates, then of course Australians in net terms are going to be feeling worse off. And that's why this figure of real GDP per capita or real net disposable income per person is so important. The decline that we've seen here in Australia of household net disposable income is unparalleled anywhere in the OECD. Other advanced economies have seen inflation come under control. Countries like the UK and Canada have begun to cut interest rates. The Federal Reserve has indicated its next likely move in interest rates is down. The Reserve Bank is indicating that things are heading in the opposite direction in Australia. And those countries have seen real net disposable household income increase in the past 18 months because they've gotten control of inflation, because bracket creep is no longer eating into worker salaries, because people are paying less for life's essentials, and because the governments have pulled in the fiscal reins and made sure that fiscal policy is pulling in the same direction as monetary policy. Now, last week, after the Governor of the Reserve Bank issued the warning that the growth in government spending was contributing to a more difficult inflationary outlook and was making the Reserve Bank's likelihood of reducing interest rates more distant, we had the unedifying spectacle of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer saying that the Reserve Bank Governor, in fact, didn't say these things. Well, it's quite clear in the transcript, it's quite clear in the minutes from the last Reserve Bank Monetary Policy Committee meeting that the growth in government spending is having an impact on inflation in the Australian economy, and that the Reserve Bank is having to keep interest rates higher for longer because fiscal policy is not moving in the same direction. You just need to look at the growth in government spending. 4.5% growth in real spending this year, 3.6% in real spending forecast for next year, all up $315 billion in additional government spending since this government came to office. And you can see why inflation is out of control and why Australians cannot expect relief anytime soon.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. In question time, there was a question to the government on the allocation of funding to the states with respect to the government's funding for road upgrades and infrastructure projects. And it was just interesting to listen to the contribution and the questions that were put to the government earlier today around that. The one thing that this government takes very seriously is the road safety of each and every Australian. I know that at the last election and quite a few elections beforehand, the Labor Party has a very proud history of working with many communities and many organisations, including the Transport Workers Union, in making sure that road safety is a key priority for a federal government. And the government has so far delivered on its election commitments of setting up a road safety remuneration tribunal, something that those opposite, when they were last in government, decided to withdraw and abolish as part of their deals here in the Senate with the crossbench. But it was interesting that between 2012 and 2016, that road safety remuneration tribunal, which set the pay conditions for road transport drivers in the road transport industry, also saw a reduction of road incidents across the nation. The tribunal was established and began operation back in 2012, in July 2012, only to be abolished, as I said, by the Turnbull government in April 2016. Now, the infrastructure side of things is also a very important point, and we should look at the commitment that this government has made about increasing and improving road safety around the country. In my home state of Victoria, $120 million in joint funding has been committed to improve roads, footpaths and cycleways. In partnership with the Victorian Government, the Road Safety Program will improve safety at 24 sites, including 15 projects in regional areas and 9 projects in urban and metropolitan areas. Now, this includes $4.7 million for regional school safety package, pedestrian and cyclist treatments, and over $2.2 million for regional speed package for static traffic controls and signage. Federal Labor has also substantially increased the Black Spot Program funding, which is progressively increasing since July 1 from $110 to $150 million every single year. We've also committed $33.3 million in funding to improve 56 known crash sites under the 24-25 Black Spot Program. And the Black Spot Program funds a range of safety measures at locations where serious crashes have occurred or are at risk of occurring. Additionally, the Roads to Recovery funding has also risen to $650 million this year, up from $500 million last year, and will continue to rise to $1 billion by 2027-28 per year onwards. Now, this is just another example of where the federal Labor government has put more money into road safety, into infrastructure projects across the nation, unlike what was claimed by those opposites that we are cutting funding and somehow trying to, loop in the CFMEU and other union activity on these projects. But the reality is that this government has put money where its mouth is. We have said that we would improve road safety, and we are doing that. The Black Spot Program, something that we are very proud of, is funding more safety improvements. In my duty electorate of Gippsland, we've put money into SAIL. There's $1.224 million to install single-lane roundabouts and pedestrian cycling facilities. In Traralgon, $408,000 to install raised crossing and speed cushions on approaches and at the Traralgon Creek Shed Path and Moore Street in Traralgon. In Morwell, there's $371,000 to install curbside outstands and edge lines and lightning upgrades. And in Riverslea, there is $204,000 to install safety barriers and curve alignment signs at selected curves. Another example of where the Albanese Labor government is taking road safety very seriously. We are putting money into infrastructure projects right across the country, and I'm very proud that we are investing in the great state of Victoria, working with the state government and local council to make sure that we are improving and working with our state counterparts for road safety projects around this country.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. Sometimes I wonder what planet these Labor ministers are on when I sit here and I listen and watch their answers. And today was another case in point where the waffling and the wittering from the government frontbenchers should prove to all Australians that the government that sits in Canberra is a government that is not in tune with the cost of living crisis that is hitting Australians every day of the week. And it came home with a particular answer, Deputy President, that Senator O'Sullivan asked the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government, a question about the CFMEU and the impact of that corrupt union, of that lawless union, on infrastructure projects across Australia. And one of the part of the question that Senator O'Sullivan asked of the minister was that Australians are being forced to drive on unsafe and potholed roads which have missed out on funding because of project cost blowouts. And projects have blown out in cost because of the impact of the CFMEU. So if you drive on a road in Australia at the moment, it's full of potholes, well, part of the reason is because of the impact of the CFMEU. Now, Deputy President, only last week I drove out to Roma to meet with the Marinara Regional Council, and I was very fortunate to also participate in, I think it was National Scone Day with the CWA there in Roma and also the CWA in Jackson, and caught up with the entire council, with also the state member there, Anne Lay. And the roads from South East Queensland out to South West Queensland are basically held together by the potholes, and this is part of the reason is because of the CFMEU. But lo and behold, Deputy President, what the minister said was, these potholes, or words to the effect, these potholes are because of the war in Ukraine. Now, how about that? That President Putin is responsible now for every pothole in Australia. So if you hit a pothole, it's because of President Putin. It's because of the war in Ukraine. It is nothing to do with the lawlessness and the thuggery and just the general nastiness of the CFMEU and how they have impacted upon projects across Australia. And this goes back to the waffling and the wittering that we see from the Labor front benches, is that they don't drive on the roads in Australia. We know that. We have a Deputy Prime Minister who is very, very good at jumping on the government jets with his golf clubs and flying all around Australia. Of course, we're not allowed to get the information about these flights. We want these, Senator Wong. We'd love to know the details of these flights, but since Labor have come into power, the details of these jet flights are being kept secret. So this just shows how out of touch Labor are. They won't tell you where they're flying, but they also won't drive on the roads that are being held together by these potholes. But this shows, Deputy President, that they just don't get it. Because we're a Labor Prime Minister, we've got a weak Prime Minister, Deputy President, a weak Prime Minister who promised 97 times before the last election that he would cut electricity bills by $275. Well, I will bet you a day's production of Bundaberg rum that there is no way any minister in this chamber will ever say 97 times or $275 in the context of cutting power bills, because they don't. Because everyone's power bills have gone up. And so the people listening at home, if you're on your tractor or you're sitting beside the radio or you're watching it on TV because nothing else is on, just think about your power bills and just think, have they gone up or have they gone down? And I will bet you another day's worth production of Bundaberg rum that your power bills have gone up under this Labor government. But it's not just your power bills. It's the cost of food. It's the cost of insurance. It's the cost of everything in Australia has gone up. And why has it gone up? Well, the main reason, it's not because of a war in Europe. It is because of the additional money that this Labor government is pumping into the economy. $315 billion of additional spending that is driving up the cost of everything. So if your wallet is hurting, if your purse is hurting, it is because you have a Labor government in Canberra being led by a weak Prime Minister and who's being as a cabinet table full of woeful, wittering, waffling ministers.
I put the question. Those to the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Senator Hodgson's may.
I rise. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you move the motion to take note of the answer.
To take note.
Yeah, so just you move to take note of the answers to your question.
I move
to take
note. To take note of the answers.
The answer to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed. You have the call.
Yeah, I rise to take note of the answer given by the Minister representing the Early Childhood Education, Minister Watt, to my question about early childhood education.
Thank you.
It's pretty clear from Minister Watt's response, or rather lack thereof, that the government is not listening. It's not listening to questions in this chamber, and it's not listening to families right across the country who are being absolutely squeezed by the cost of living crisis. I asked Minister Watt 3 very direct questions about early childhood education and care. I asked the minister if he thought early childhood educators deserve a 25% pay rise. I asked Minister Watt why the government won't make early childhood education free and universal, just like primary and secondary school. And I asked why the government is locking 126,000 kids out of early years education by not abolishing the activity test. Instead of answering these questions, Minister Watt used the opportunity to big note the Labor Party and offered nothing of substance. Instead of providing some assurances to childcare educators about their legitimate demands for a 25% pay increase, he dismissed them and instead chose to launch a disingenuous and false attack on the Greens. Instead of explaining to anxious families why the Labor government has failed to make early childhood education and care genuinely free and accessible, Minister Watt again avoided the substance of the question. And instead of providing assurances to low-income families across the country and parents working in part-time or casual work, the trajectory of the cruel and punitive activity test, Minister Watt failed to mention the activity test. Minister Watt, you may think that the Greens won't succeed in securing these wins for the early education sectors and families across the country, but we have and will continue to fight for these reforms as we have for decades. The next question for Minister Watt, then, is when will the Labor Party come to the table on these important reforms to the early childhood education sector? Relying on the argument that Labor is doing more than under the Liberals simply won't cut it. If the government genuinely wants to ease the cost of living for parents, if the government genuinely wants to improve the early childhood education sector and make it universal for all, which the Greens have long campaigned for, I have some advice for Minister Watt. The government must give educators the pay rise they deserve and have called for. Educators and the unions have been calling for a 25% wage increase, and it's their tireless efforts that have gotten the government to start valuing the essential work that they do. But let's be clear, Labor's 15% pay rise falls well short of what they deserve and what the sector and unions have been demanding. The government must make early education universal and free for all. Across the country, parents are struggling in a cost of living crisis. I'm hearing from families who are being forced to make impossible decisions between medicine or access to fresh food for their kids. And early childhood education and care is just too expensive and too hard to access. It's simply unacceptable that in a wealthy country like ours, kids are missing out on these crucial early learning opportunities. Universal free education gives kids that critical start to life. It removes the barriers that limit choices for women. Free universal childcare boosts women's capacity to engage in paid work and would relieve financial pressures on families right across the country. Minister Watt, accessible, affordable childhood education and care is a political choice. So far, the Greens are the only party fighting for this, but we certainly welcome you to the table. My third piece of advice to the government is to abolish the childcare subsidy activity test. The punitive activity test is preventing the most disadvantaged kids from accessing childcare. The activity test links access to subsidised early childhood education and care to parents' participation in labour market activities. Families are stuck in a chicken and egg situation. They are seeking work but can't engage in work because they don't have early childhood education. And they can't access early childhood education because they're not working. How is that fair? The activity test is plainly bad policy and ignores the reality that parents often need to have access to high-quality, reliable childcare before they can commit to work. Research shows that by removing the activity test, we would increase women's participation in the workforce, and surely we all want that. Labor needs to stop grandstanding and actually listen to the parents, educators and unions. Our early childhood education and care system is broken. Labor must step up and deliver real reform for kids, families and educators right across Australia.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Call the clerk. No? Yes? Yes. Are there notices of motion to be given for another day? No. We'll do placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Askew.
Seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Henderson and Nampa-Jimper-Price for today for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged as follows from Senator Henderson in respect of General Business Notice number 562, postponed to the 14th of August 2024, and committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 12 on today's order of business.
Thank you very much. I'll now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I'll deal with general business notice of motion number 563, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that Senator Askew? Are you doing Senator Bragg's? 563.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask the general business notice of motion number 563 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 563, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to, I believe, business of the Senate number 1 is being debated. So I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 561, standing in the name of Senator Davey. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Davey, I ask that general business notice of motion number 561 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 561, standing in the name of Senator Davey, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 561, standing in the name of Senator Davey and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Promise. Yeah. Order. There being 41 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. That concludes formal motions, and I'll now move to MPIs. Senator Hume has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It's shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you, Senators. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. In June 2022, now Minister Tony Burke told the Australian people with a straight face, people will be seeing in their bank accounts what a change of government means. People will be seeing in their bank accounts a wage increase. Now, in April 2022, the then opposition leader laid it down. He said, I'll say this very clearly, they, and he was referring to Australians, they will be better off under a Labor government than they will be under a Morrison government. Now, 2 years later, we can see absolutely how hollow these promises have been. Australians, on every measure, are worse off under a Labor government. Now, that is an opinion, that's facts. Just today, we saw the wage price index released. And again, there was another quarter of real wages going backwards. In fact, real wages have gone backwards by 9% since Labor came to government. And just in my home state of Victoria, which has been economically so mismanaged by the Andrews and Allen governments for years and years now, the ultimate canary in the coal mine for Labor economic mismanagement. In my home state of Victoria, they have recorded the lowest wage growth, just a 0.1% WPI increase. That is against far higher inflation. Victorians' wages are going backwards faster than anyone else in Australia. Last week, the ABS told us that the cost of living indexes continue to rise, 6.2% for working Australians. And at the same time, the cost of food has gone up by 11%, housing prices have gone up by 15%, rent has increased by 15%, electricity has surged 22% and gas prices have jumped 25%. Now, these aren't just numbers, they represent the daily struggles of Australians trying to make ends meet. That not only are Australians doing it tough, but in fact, and anybody that tells us, oh, it's just about cutting back on your takeaway coffees, you could not be further out of touch. It's parents in regional and rural areas that are pulling their kids out of Saturday sports because they can't afford to drive between towns. It's small businesses who are shutting their doors, not selling their businesses, but just shutting their doors and walking away because they can't afford to operate. It's getting harder and harder for Australians, but after 2 years it's clear that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Labor simply do not get it. It's a government that promised the world. You'll recall the $275 reduction in your energy bills, and promises for more affordable mortgages to ease the cost of living. All of this has been broken. All of it has been abandoned. And instead of taking the hard decisions, like those that Australians are taking around to their kitchen tables every single night about their own budgets, instead Labor Prime Minister and his Treasurer are falling back on spin. They're trying to fight the symptoms. They're not trying to fight the cause of the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister insists that his policies are bringing inflation down, but that is just a lack of assessment of reality. Just last week he said his budget measures were designed to put downward pressure on inflation. But at the Cost of Living Committee, the chief economist at the RBA said to me that in terms of being a sustained return to target, that's not something that we can see coming from those particular policies, because they're only designed and legislated for 1 year. So by their nature, they're time limited and they're temporary. So anybody that bothers to pick up the statement of monetary policy can see this. After a dip, which has been described by economists as artificial, they described it as smoke and mirrors, inflation will in fact be higher again the following year, nearly a full percentage point higher. The Prime Minister's detachment from reality on this issue makes the challenges even more daunting, but the Treasurer has followed suit, because on the same day that the chief economist of the RBA told the committee that the economy was running a bit hot, the very same day the Treasurer said, "I think it's hard to sustain an argument that the economy is running too hot." Well, that's a direct contradiction of the independent RBA. The Treasurer and his team are so far out of their economic depth, and they've taken to criticising the independent RBA rather than listening to their advice. There is so much that this government could be doing to alleviate the cost of living pressures, but instead they're trying to sell you a pup. They're trying to sell you a pup that their high inflation, that their high expenditure, that their higher levels of taxation are in fact good for you. But Australians are poorer. They are worse off under Labor. It's not that you're feeling poorer, you in fact are poorer.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Green.
Thank you, President. Well, on this side of the chamber, our government is clearly focused on delivering cost of living relief, because we understand that Australians are doing it tough. We understand that this is a tough time for families, and that is why we have been delivering that cost of living relief. But no amount of cherry-picked figures from those opposite can ever make this untrue. Every step of the way, every measure of cost of living relief that we have delivered to Australians, those opposite have opposed. We have made sure that every single taxpayer is getting a tax cut, not just some. And those on the opposite side opposed it before we'd even released the details. They opposed even the lowest paid workers getting a tax cut. On this side of the chamber, we're making sure that every household gets energy bill relief. And in my home state of Queensland, what that means is that every single household is getting a $1,300 power bill relief. But nothing that those on the other side say can undo the fact that they voted against this relief. They're crying out for the government to do something, but when we deliver a plan and bring it to this parliament, they vote against it. Our government has ensured that low-paid workers are getting their third consecutive pay rise. You're going to hear a lot of information on the other side about wage increases and data. Well, that data matters to low-paid workers. 2.6 million of them will be getting a pay rise because of our government. And yet, no matter what information those opposite bring along to this chamber today, nothing will make untrue the fact that they had a policy in place for years to put pressure on wages and to keep wages low, and that was built into their design of this economy. When it comes to things like stronger Medicare, they're opposed to that as well. When it comes to cheaper medicines, they opposed cheaper medicines. When it comes to dealing with making sure that we can build more homes more quickly in every part of the country, well, those opposite have teamed up with the Greens to vote against that type of legislation. And so when it comes to the cost of living relief that our government is delivering, whether it's tax cuts, whether it's wage rises, whether it's more money for childcare workers, whether it's cheaper childcare and keeping fees under pressure, cheaper Medicare, cheaper medicines, making sure that we have urgent Medicare clinics in all parts of the country, these are measures that those opposite oppose. And so when they come in here and crow about cost of living and how tough people are doing it, the question to ask Peter Dutton and those opposite is, what are they doing about it? Because every time we've given the LNP a chance to vote for cost of living relief, they have voted against it. Because they're not interested in helping Australians. They're not interested in delivering cost of living relief to the lowest paid workers. They're interested in having a debate about it, but when given a chance, they vote against it. And actually, what we have seen from those opposite in the last couple of weeks are plans for higher taxes and higher power prices. We've seen plans from those opposite to cut back increases in the pension. They're talking about lower wages through opposing all of the changes that we've put in place. It is clear that under our government, you have a government and a Prime Minister committed to cost of living relief. Every step of the way, our announcements have been carefully calibrated to put pressure on inflation, but to deliver important cost of living relief to Australians. Whether it's making sure that an early childhood educator, who I met some of them in Cairns this week, because of the announcement we made on Friday, they will have an extra $100 in their account, and it is a 15% pay rise for those hard-working, low-paid, highly feminised workforce. That's what happens when you have a government focused on cost of living relief. What we've seen from those opposite at every step of the way is a plan to say no and to oppose cost of living relief and yet complain about it at the same time. We are not interested in that. We're getting on with the job and we're focused on cost of living.
Green, Senator McKim.
People who are worried about the cost of existing, the cost of just simply staying alive these days, need to know that they're not alone. Across Australia, millions of people are feeling a massive squeeze, whether it's rent payments, whether it's mortgage payments, whether it's transport costs, whether it's power bills, or whether it's just simply putting food on the table. And the truth is, we're all being ripped off by big corporations who are making obscene profits while they pay next to nothing in tax. Remember, 1 in 3 of the top 100 earning corporations in Australia pay absolutely no tax whatsoever. And where are the establishment parties, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party and the Nationals? Well, they are actually too busy taking millions in political donations from those very same corporate giants to stand up for the millions of Australians who are getting smashed at the moment. And let's be real about this. If the establishment parties, if the Labor and Liberal Party were going to fix this, they would have done it by now. Now, the Greens don't take those donations because we are here to fight for people, not for corporate profits. We want to tackle these greedy corporations head on and use their obscene profits to fund the things that will actually help Australians to make ends meet. We're talking about putting in place a freeze on rent increases. We're talking about stopping the banks from ripping people off on their mortgage repayments. We're talking about making it illegal for the supermarket corporations to price gouge. We're talking about busting up the supermarket duopoly so that food and groceries become cheaper in Australia. But here's the thing. Change will not happen on its own. Change will only happen if Australians vote for it. And if you think things are going okay at the moment, by all means, keep voting for the Labor or Liberal parties. But heed this warning. You can't keep voting for the same old parties and expect a different result. If you want change, you have to vote for it. And change is on the way and it is available to us in Australia. Support for the old parties is collapsing, support for the Greens is rising, and we are here to look after people, not corporate interests.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, President. There is no question Australians are going backwards under the Albanese Labor government due to their homegrown cost of living crisis, and that is the sad reality. Now, those opposite have just tried to say, oh, don't you worry about those, cherry-picked figures, they're not really relevant. Well, those cherry-picked figures are from the Reserve Bank of Australia, the Australian Treasury, the Australian Bureau of Statistics. They are the facts. They're not just something that have been pulled from the back of the garden somewhere. And what do those facts actually tell us? That since those opposite came into government, prices have increased by more than 10% for food, housing, rent, electricity, gas, health, education and insurances. Sadly, that is not the least of it. And if that is not bad enough, at the time cost of living is increased, real wages under this government have gone backwards by 7.8%, meaning Australian purchasing power, the family budgets, are under double pressure. And sadly, yet, there is no light at the end of this dismal Labor tunnel for Western Australia, from where I represent, for householders who are struggling to pay for the basics. Core inflation, driven by Labor's bad policies, not something that's just somehow happened on its own, is stubbornly high, with the latest quarterly core inflation data coming in at 3.9%. Our inflation is now higher than any other advanced economy. So it's not just something because those opposite try to say, oh, well, it's happening in the rest of the world. It is not. It is happening here in a way that it is not happening in any other advanced economy. In fact, since December this year, Australia is the only G10 nation where core inflation is actually accelerating. So none of this nonsense that, well, this is just something from somewhere else. So the Reserve Bank told the Cost of Living Committee this week that without the government reducing their radical spending, they cannot consider cutting rates. And in fact, they might still have to increase interest rates, which would be a catastrophe for Australian mortgage holders. So the RBA still does have its foot on the economic brakes, but the ALP government, sadly, still have their foot firmly put on the accelerator. We've seen this with their last 3 failed budgets, spending an additional, wait for this, $315 billion at a time when economic restraint is needed. Hard-working Australians, including Western Australians, have endured 12 interest rate hikes, and the prospect of any mortgage release is looking less likely every day Labor remains in government. Now, if you'll remember, it was only 2.5 years ago that Labor promised everybody's life would be easier and cheaper under their leadership. But despite all of their profligate spending, life is getting worse by the day for average Australians. But what's of most concern also, well, maybe equally of concern to other Australians, is that while they are suffering under a cost of living crisis in every aspect of their family budget, the Prime Minister and Labor have not been focusing on that. They've been focusing on spending $500 million on the failed Voice referendum, putting all their eggs in one basket with their renewable-only policy, attacking our WA sheep industry. And just this week we've seen the effects of their most recent IR changes, where unions are holding our own states, in this case now Western Australian businesses, to ransom. The unions are now running riot again at BHP mining sites, the Labor have allowed them to begin bargaining agreements without the majority support of workers on WA mines. Labor have allowed the unions to run riot over our mines without the support of the majority of workers, which is taking us back now to the dark old days that I had hoped, and I know every single West Australian worker had hoped would never, ever return. Industry stakeholders have raised their deep concerns, raising the alarm about the significant negative impacts it will have on our critical WA mining industry, which keeps the rest of the nation in jobs, in schools, with health support and all of the other services we require. It is time to get rid of this government and bring good government and good governance back.
Senator Smith. Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Treasurer Dr Chalmers have some explaining to do. They need to explain to Australian households why are they living through a cost of living crisis, and they need to explain to Australian businesses why they are now living through a cost of doing business crisis. Prior to the election, just 2 years ago, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, as the opposition leader, made a promise. He said that Australians would be better off under Labor. He said they would be better off when it comes to their mortgage repayments, their cost of living, and in fact, 2 years into this government, just 2 years into this government, the country has seen, again, the poor economic management of Labor. So why is it that Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, and Dr Tim Chalmers, the Treasurer, have chosen to make Australians poorer? Because running the economy is something that the government consciously does. The Prime Minister gets up in the morning, the Treasurer gets up in the morning, and if we're to believe Labor senators, this is their top priority. This is the thing that they are consumed the most about. Well, then why is it that their decisions and their actions are making businesses poorer and families poorer? Just last week at the Senate Cost of Living Inquiry in Sydney, it was revealing. It was revealing. The Deputy Governor of the RBA, the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Australia, made it very clear. Dr Hunter said, "We just think the economy is running a little bit hotter than we thought previously, and as a result of that, we think it's a bit longer for inflation to get back to target." The economy is running a little bit hotter, said the RBA Deputy Governor. And guess who is feeling the heat of that? Guess who is feeling the heat of that? Australian families, through higher inflation, higher interest rates, and businesses now, as many of them begin to go to the wall. Just today, the Westpac Bank released some very interesting data and commentary on the performance of the Australian economy. It had this to say. Reflecting on consumer sentiment, Westpac said, consumer sentiment dipped 1.1% in July, remaining the deeply pessimistic range that has dominated for 2 years now. Westpac saying that consumer sentiment is now in the deeply pessimistic range, a range that has dominated for 2 years. It goes on to say, when reflecting on the plight of young Australians who want to get into their first home, Westpac said today, around housing, home buyer sentiment sank back to new lows, but consumer price expectations cooled. Nationally, the index has been at extremely weak levels, at or below the 80 mark for 2.5 years now, easily the most sustained period of depressed home buyer sentiment over the history of the survey. Westpac, don't believe me, Westpac says that the sentiment of aspirational first home buyers is now depressed and at a historic low. And of course, the pain is being felt in households, and now it's being felt in small businesses. Just this month, ASIC released its most recent report into small business insolvencies. it revealed that 11,000 businesses have gone insolvent in the last 12 months. In my home state of Western Australia, that figure is 1,079 businesses insolvent in the last 12 months. And the alarming figure is, unfortunately, this one, that 379 WA businesses went insolvent in the June quarter alone. 1 in every 7 hours. One business in every 7 hours went insolvent. The record of the government is clear. Australians are being punished by Labor. They deserve to know why Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, and Dr Jim Chalmers want to make their life so hard for them. In my home state of Western Australia, the WA Labor Party said it would back West Australians. It has not backed West Australians. It has made their life harder, it has made businesses poorer, and the country is worse off, is poorer, because of this Labor government.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The actual rate of inflation, or more accurately, the Consumer Price Index, represents how much cost of living has changed in the previous quarter and over time. To measure the CPI change, the Australian Bureau of Statistics uses a basket of goods and services that should fairly represent the purchases of average Australian household would make. Incremental changes are made to the measure every few years to take into account changes in household spending patterns. After many years of adjustments, chops and changes, the question now arises: how relevant is the CPI calculation to the lives of working Australians? Mortgages have become a massive expense, rising 45% across the 12 interest rate rises that have occurred under the Anthony Albanese Labor government. Yet housing is only 13% of the inflation basket for households, no matter how high your mortgage or rent goes. In part, this is because the spending pattern that sets the weightings is taken from 2022, before Labor's inflation actually set in. The weighting in the basket given to holidays and recreation has increased to 12.1%. This is interesting, because holidays were really expensive during COVID, and then as the economy reopened, the cost came back down. Increasing the weighting for holidays has acted to reduce the inflation rate artificially. How accurate is that? Who can afford expensive holidays in the current cost of living crisis? In creating a system that relies on spending patterns that may be years old or fails to reflect the main demographic, working families, the ABS is failing to accurately reflect cost of living increases as households feel the pain right now. And governments can fudge the figures. Government subsidies on energy, for instance, reduce the inflation rate for energy, even though consumers are paying the full bill themselves, either through their wages or through tax. Inflation should be expressed before government cover-up payments, not after. One Nation will return to this topic next week on behalf of Australian working families.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I come to this debate at a point where I've heard a couple of contributions of those before me, and it still surprises me here in the Senate that there seems such glee from those opposite as they describe what we know is a pretty challenging time for Australian people. Like when we say the line, we know Australians are doing it tough, I mean we actually really do know. It's been tricky. But let's be clear about a couple of things. We need to get some facts on the record. Instead of the glee and delight in the challenges that people face and heaping the misery on top of that by putting out incorrect facts, I want the Australian people, those listening to this debate, to know that the Labor Party wants you to earn more and we want you to keep more of what you earn. That's what matters to people, managing your own finances for yourself and your family. We understand that. We have to manage all of the terms, that the economic language that goes around in this debate, which can be so off-putting for people. They just stop listening. But we do have to get some facts right around that complex economic debate. So there is some good news. And this is what Australians need to hear. They need to hear hope. They need to hear that the Labor government under Anthony Albanese
is hopeful for them and working for a better future. So it's important to note that in contrast with the topic for debate that's been put up here at the MPI, that new data released today by the Australian Bureau of Statistics actually shows that annual real wages are growing under the Albanese Labor government. Now, they're not growing as quickly as everybody would like. We'd all like our pay packets to be bigger all of the time, but they're growing. And that contrasts really, really markedly with what we saw under the previous government. There was no effort at all to increase the wages of ordinary working Australians. Now, in addition to the wages that Australians take home every week and that they use to balance their budget, to pay their rent or to pay their mortgage and to get their kids the things that they need, we've also made sure that while Australians are struggling, we just don't leave them hanging. And we don't delight in their misery. In fact, what we have made sure is that we've given cost of living assistance while people are struggling to help them through this tricky time. Now, one of the really important things was the tax cuts. Now, people will have had a look at their salary, their wages that have come in since the 1st of July, and that has led to a change for the 13.6 million working Australians who are getting a tax cut this year. Now, the average tax cut is $1,888 just in the year 2024 to 25. It's not enough to get you to buy a house, but it's enough to help you make ends meet. It's a beginning of support for people, encouraging people to be able to get on with their life knowing that their government is going to support them. And if we had left the package of stage 3 tax cuts as those opposite had designed it, fewer would have been able to bank those benefits. 11.5 million taxpayers, or 84% of Australians, got a bigger tax cut on the 1st of July this year because Labor is listening. Because Labor cares about ordinary Australians in their financial challenges. Because we won't leave you hanging. We've increased the Medicare levy for low-income thresholds. And there's energy relief to make sure that all 10 million households across this country are going to have $300 rebated from their bill. So when the bill comes in, $75 a quarter is going to be removed because the government, the Albanese government, will not leave you hanging. We will support you. We believe in benefiting all Australians, using the power of government alongside people's own endeavours in their interest and their efforts for their families. The Labor government wants you to earn more, keep more of what you earn, and will help you through the difficult times.
The time for the discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Van, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of this proposal supported? Righto. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Van.
Thank you. And I rise to address a matter of critical importance, our sovereign defence manufacturing industry. As global threats escalate, Australia's preparedness is alarmingly inadequate. Yet, we continue to retreat from the vital support that sovereign defence manufacturing provides, leaving us dangerously exposed. The urgency of our situation cannot be overstated. The decisions made by the Minister for Defence Industry are destroying our defence manufacturing sector at a time our circumstances demand a resurgence. The National Defence Strategy emphasises that a sovereign defence, and I quote, a sovereign defence industrial base is vital for developing higher levels of military preparedness and self-reliance. However, the very many defence manufacturers I speak with express only concern that the Minister's actions favour overseas defence industries over our own. A stark example of this is his recent decision to purchase the US-made Switchblade 300 strike drone, a blow to the many and wonderful drone manufacturers that have this capability nationally. This is a plea for foresight, for preparation and investment in our national security. The war in Ukraine has starkly demonstrated the dangers of relying on foreign supply chains for weapons. While Australia will always need to import high-end platforms, there are many weapons and munitions that we could and should be producing domestically to build resilience. This must be addressed urgently. The Australian Industry and Defence Network reports that orders to Australian defence manufacturing companies have plummeted by 30%. The defence industry employs 64,000 Australians and contributes $10.6 billion in gross value added, a vital component of not just our security, but of our economy. In the previous financial year alone, $4.4 billion was awarded through foreign military sales, that is, purchase of Australian defence material from foreign governments. We have nearly 3,000 companies in Australia with defence-related capabilities, yet most are left to compete for scraps alongside foreign companies working here. This is not how we build a resilient and sovereign defence industry. And adding to this concern, we have committed over $9 billion to fund the expansion of American and British shipyards that will build our submarines. While this expenditure is necessary, I must ask, where is the support for our industry? The strategic implications of our under preparation are clear. The Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy both underscore the necessity of sovereign defence manufacturing, particularly in the production of weapons and munitions. But the government has allocated only $150 million in the Defence Industry Development Strategy over 4 years, averaging a paltry $37.5 million annually. This funding represents only 0.7% of Australia's total defence budget. The recently announced Future Made in Australia initiative is going to make a significant contribution to strengthening Australia's economy through domestic manufacturing. But defence is not listed as a priority sector, even though the framework sets out that it's for economic resilience and security. Designating sovereign defence manufacturing as a priority sector is essential to ensuring that Australia can independently produce and maintain military equipment, munitions and technologies. The Future Made in Australia commitment by Prime Minister Albanese is commendable. However, it could do much more, like funding our onshore defence manufacturing. We must prioritise defence manufacturing to ensure Australia is equipped to navigate the complexities of an increasingly unstable world. Thank you.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to support this motion by Senator Van, and in doing so, in talking about the importance of the production of defence capability by Australian industry as being a critical enabler not only to our military capability in times of war, but also as a deterrent factor to dissuade potential adversaries from taking action, because they know we have both the capability and the will to respond. In that context, it's important to realise that we're not talking in abstracts here. The Defence Strategic Update of 2020, the Defence Strategic Review of 2023, both highlighted that Australia no longer has the 10-year warning time to major conflict in our region that for decades governments have worked to. And in fact, alliance partners and others in the region have highlighted that they believe the peak threat in our region is indeed around the 2028-29 timeframe, and there are calls from both Europeans and North Americans to be ready in that timeframe. When it comes to supporting defence industry, though, we need to move beyond the rhetoric. And when we see the Albanese government's defence industry development strategy, it is full of rhetoric which is not matched by the contractual commitments that will allow Australian companies to continue to invest in their people and in their facilities and their productive capacity. And those contracts are important. If we go to the recent NATO meeting in Washington, where Jens Stoltenberg and other heads of governments from Europe and North America came together, and they were calling for an increase in the production capacity of industry in Europe and the States, I was struck by the comment of the Defence Minister from Estonia. And what he highlighted was that what industry was saying to him was that unlike Russia, where President Putin can turn any factory into a defence factory at the will of government, in a democracy, industry needs contracts. Industry needs contracts if they are to take the decisions to invest in people and equipment and IP to actually produce the things that a nation needs. And so one of my concerns with the defence industry strategy that we see from the Albanese government is that when it comes to defence industry development, they again largely default to grant programs. And so you can have a look at where they offer grants as opposed to contracts for actual equipment. And I contrast that, for example, with a Queensland company called Sea Transport, who've developed a stern-loading vessel which they sell into the civilian market, and the US Marine Corps, when they look at it, go, that could suit our purpose, we'll give you a contract, we'll lease one for 3 years so we can trial it and see if this will fit our need to actually equip a fleet with it. And so they find ways of actually giving contracts to companies, in this case even an Australian company, where so often the Australian government prefers to look overseas as opposed to dealing directly with Australian companies for critical capability. And we see that the Defence Strategic Review by the Albanese government has not only brought in a 2-year delay to the development of some of our critical capabilities, but their concept of no configuration change and minimum viable capability means that even where Australian industry has developed world-leading capabilities, and I think here of the anti-ship missile defence capability that is delivered by the Australian CFAR radar by the CEA company and the 9LV combat system by the Adelaide-based Saab, that is better than anything, for example, the Americans can deliver. That will not be on our future fleet of general-purpose frigates. And so despite the Australian taxpayer helping to fund these capabilities, what we see is the Albanese government deciding to purchase offshore and ignore the long-term investment that has built up these capabilities, and companies will not survive without contracts, and they will not invest in new capability without contracts. And so when we look at things like the lessons of Ukraine, the fact we need multiple platforms that are affordable, to some extent expendable, and armed, I'm appalled by the announcements recently that the MQ-28 Loyal Wingman, which is envisaged to have both communications, ISR and weapons, the Defence Industry Minister said, yeah, weapons will come down the track. If we believe that strategic circumstances are real, arm the Loyal Wingman, the Ghost Bat, now.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. This motion calls for an Australian sovereign defence manufacturing industry. And it's ignoring perhaps the elephant in the room, that when it comes to defence expenditure, the single largest defence expenditure proposed is under AUKUS Pillar 1 and to some extent under AUKUS Pillar 2, which is seeing hundreds of billions of dollars of Australian taxpayers' money, public money, spent on weapons systems and investment in industries entirely offshore in an historically dangerous gamble. And we saw that yesterday when we got the AUKUS 2.0 agreement finally tabled. And what did that show? Well, that showed that for this $368 billion gamble for US, UK, potentially at some point partly Australian nuclear submarines, that both the US and the UK have put into that agreement multiple get-out-of-jail-free cards. And the Albanese government has put us on the hook to indemnify both the US and the UK governments if something goes wrong, perhaps a catastrophic accident with a second-hand sub. Who pays for that? Not the United States, but Australian taxpayers. And the US and the UK will set the price for including the enriched uranium they're going to sell us. And they take away any independent consultation Australia has with the International Atomic Energy Agency. I've never seen such an irresponsible, one-sided agreement signed by an Australian government, and every aspect of the agreement is a blow to Australian sovereignty. And don't take my word for it, this is what it says. Article 1 of the agreement, at the end of it, says that either if the US or the UK determines that such cooperation with Australia will constitute an unreasonable risk to their defence and security, that they don't have to do it. If it constitutes an unreasonable risk to the defence or security of the UK or the US, they don't have to do it. Article 4H is an extraordinary provision. It says that Australia can make payments of appropriated funds to the US or the UK for the purpose of implementing the agreement, but there's not a single provision in AUKUS 2.0 for the US or the UK to pay a single dollar to Australia. It's not even envisaged that they may pay for some of it to Australia. The only provision is for us to give money to them, and we've already started doing it. Some $5 billion to the US for their sovereign capacity, some $5 billion to the UK for Rolls-Royce and their capacity, but it doesn't even contemplate that there might be a dollar flowing the other way. Article 13 says that at any point, the US or the UK or Australia can terminate the agreement with 1 year's notice, and then it says we have to give everything back. Every single thing gets returned. The subs, the technology, the information. And do you know how much we get in return when we hand over all the stuff that Australia has paid maybe tens and tens of billions of dollars for? Not 1 cent. They can terminate it on 1 year's notice, get all their stuff back, and we don't get a cent. Who would sign this stuff? And if you want to see the last bit, it's the understanding that's attached to it. Some private understanding, now public because we forced it upon them, and that says the final word in these agreements is that the UK and the US expressly say that they don't have to do anything if it will adversely affect the ability of the United States or the United Kingdom to meet their respective military requirements, and they can stop if at any point it degrades their respective naval nuclear propulsion submarines. They can just stop. How much do we get back? Not 1 cent. That's not an agreement, that's a surrender. We sent Miles off to the United States to negotiate for a new bucket, and he came back with a sieve. It is extraordinary, with Minister Miles. And that's only Pillar 1. And that's only Pillar 1.
Point of order, Senator Ciccone.
As Senator Shoebridge acknowledged, I was raising a point of order to refer to members in the other place by their correct title.
That's right. Senators should refer to members with their correct titles, please.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Prime Minister. No one is allowed to call him Minister. Deputy Prime Minister. And then you have Pillar 2. Pillar 2 is actually probably even more insidious. Pillar 2 is the reason why Australia can't independently determine where they send weapons. Pillar 2 is the reason why we continue to send weapons into Israel, because Pillar 2 is designed to remove any sovereign capacity for Australia to determine its own defence industry and to determine its own defence policy. This is an extraordinary surrender of sovereignty. And if we're concerned about our defence, you should be concerned about ripping up AUKUS.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I also want to rise to make a contribution to Senator Van's matter of public importance here in the Senate, particularly about the work that the Albanese Labor government is undertaking to deliver Australia's inaugural National Defence Strategy. And I also just wanted to note Senator Van's strong interest and commend him for his support of our ADF. I know he has a very strong interest and has on many occasions now with the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee spent some time in estimates and other forums supporting our troops on the ground, and I just wanted to commend him on that. The Albanese Labor government regards the safety of Australians at its highest duty, and this includes defending our country, deterring potential threats and protecting Australia's economic connection to the world. And sadly, what we hear from the Australian Greens is the complete opposite, and You know, not one of them is in the chamber at the moment to make a very useful contribution about how we, as a nation and as a parliament, do our duty about protecting our citizens. Therefore, I'm also very glad that this MPI has been placed on the agenda today, because Federal Labor is serious about investing record amounts in defence industry to equip the men and women of the ADF with more advanced platforms in greater numbers sooner. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, in the first year the Albanese government came to office in 2022-23, Australian defence industry rose by 4.1% and contributed $10.6 billion to our economy. Thanks to the government's increased spending, the number of people employed in defence industry also grew strongly by around 6%. Increasing our military capability is imperative now more than ever, and we're boosting defence in a speedy manner with projects starting this decade. Central to a well-equipped ADF is the introduction of the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise last year. In this short time, the government has signed a $37.4 million contract with Lockheed Martin to manufacture missiles in Australia for next year, invested $220 million in the Commonwealth-owned munitions production factories, committed $1.6 billion to expand and accelerate the acquisition of long-range rocket systems for Army, committed $1.3 billion to provide Tomahawk cruise missiles for the Navy, and successfully integrated the latest Naval Strike Missile and Standard Missile 6 on Navy warships. The government will also invest a total of $16 to $21 billion over the decade to establish munitions manufacturing in Australia, and that means local jobs. It's important to note that this government is taking decisive action to repair the damage of a decade of neglect by those opposite. The government has signed the single largest defence export in Australia's history, exporting over 100 Boxer vehicles valued at $3.1 billion and securing over 600 direct jobs. And I know my colleague Senator Chisholm would be very happy with that result, given that he comes from Queensland, and there'll be many jobs in Queensland that will benefit from that, as well as those in my home state of Victoria through the supply chain. Looking forward ahead, Federal Labor has also fast-tracked the delivery of the first new infantry fighting vehicle, the IFV, to 2027. Under the Coalition, that first vehicle was not scheduled until the late 2029. Under Labor, all 129 locally built redback IFVs will be delivered by the time the first vehicle would have been delivered under those opposite. The Albanese government is also accelerating the delivery of new surface combatants to the Navy. The first of these frigates will also be in service by 2029, followed by the first Hunter-class frigate in 2034. In stark contrast, those opposite proposed that the Navy had to wait until 2034 for its first new major combatant vessel. In the undersea domain, Federal Labor will deliver a Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarine in the early 2030s, while those opposite had no plans to deliver any new submarines until the late 2030s. Last month, the government brought forward the delivery of 18 medium landing craft for the Army by 2 years, so they arrive from 2026. This will create 1,100 direct jobs and more than 2,000 indirect jobs under a program that will also deliver 8 landing craft heavy 7 years earlier from the mid-2030s. And we've also announced investment into Australian industry to further develop the Ghostbat, the first military aircraft designed and manufactured in Australia for more than 50 years. There is so much that this government has done, and I'm so proud of the work that the Albanese government is doing to support our ADF men and women.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I rise to support Senator Van's MPI. This country used to make things, tanks, aeroplanes, submarines. We used to have what they call sovereign defence capability. That means that we could make the things we needed to defend our country here in Australia. Now we have very little sovereign defence industry left. And by the way, I'm not counting those companies who say they are Australian just because they have officials here. The Coalition mainly sat on their hands for 9 years, and from what I hear, the current government is not doing much more. actually strike that. In some ways they are worse. For example, the AUKUS nuclear submarines that we're supposed to get by 2035 if we are lucky, and that's just one submarine. Under the AUKUS deal, the first thing the Australian taxpayer has been asked to do is hand over $10 billion, yes, $10 billion, to the US and UK submarine industrial base. How about that? Since 2009, the Australian government has wasted billions of dollars trying to decide on a replacement for the Collins-class submarines, which, by the way, were built here in Australia. Doesn't matter whether you think nuclear subs are a good idea or not, the AUKUS deal is both risky and eye-wateringly expensive. Both parties claim they take defence seriously because they spend lots of money, but spending buckets of money with little or nothing to show for it is not being serious about defence, let alone our national security. Here are some examples of past stuff-ups, because I don't have an hour. The C-271J Spartan battlefield transport airplanes, the result of a desktop selection, were found to be not well suited for battlefield operations and are now used as light transport. Then there was the Afura class offshore combatant vessels, 12 vessels that Navy has since determined as unsuitable for intended maritime operations. And then there were the future frigates. Let's not go into that, I don't have enough time. These planned ships have got bigger and more expensive. The costs blow out, and project was slashed from 9 ships to 6, but at the same inflated price. And as I have said, these stuff-ups are not just in the past. At the last estimate hearing, senators were trying to find out how much of the taxpayers' $10 billion we'd get back if AUKUS didn't go ahead. Admiral Mead refused to answer Senator Shoebridge's question because it was apparently an irrelevant hypothetical, end quote. Now we know that the US and UK have an expensive free get-out-of clause, and all they have to do is give us 12 months' notice. You cannot be serious, you people in here. People are laughing at you. I'll tell you what, you could not run a corner shop between the both of you, and our national security is in the situation it's in because of you two. I can assure you, if you think those nuclear subs are going to help us tomorrow, I'll tell you what, wake up to yourselves.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. What a great motion this is before us, because of course it's about sovereignty over Australia and its defence industry. And sovereignty, when you get down to it, is the ability to make decisions without pressure from others. And that's what this country needs to be able to do, and it needs to be able to do strongly and definitively. And when we talk about defence industry, we talk about the very basics of that, being able to protect your own country from the threat of force of others. And having a homegrown ability to do that is essential. And this is what this talks about, spending some real money doing that. And there will always be systems that Australia can't build, top-end systems, complicated systems where we need our partners. And I get that, I accept that. But when we hear a press release that comes out and says a groundbreaking deal for what Senator Van put out, the Switchblade 300, you mentioned in his speech, which is essentially a long-distance hand grenade and nothing more than that, at $90,000 a piece from the United States, when we have a number of Australian businesses, not only to do the same but be able to do better. That is something that should have been brought here. It is not a game-changing technology that we couldn't take a risk on. That is something we should have done here. And this is what we see more and more, things painted as they aren't, opportunities going begging. And we talk about all the things we import, not enough money in Australian things, some things we can export. I recently went to Lithgow and went through the Tallis factory there, one of the few significant barrel manufacturers there are around. We looked at their EF-88, replacing since 2016 the standard infantry weapon in Australia. And they pointed out that the British individual weapon, bullpup designs going, they're looking at an M4 copy, is up soon. And Britain does not have a barrel manufacturer capable to replace that. So investment and contracts in Australian defence capability, in certainty of keeping these guys going, of giving them a baseline, of giving them the confidence to go out there, would actually give Australia and Lithgow, great economy out there, the chance to go out and take on the world and do stuff, provide things to our allies. That is what investment does. And we hear all the things that are being spent, we hear all the steps being taken, but what about the people that are in the industry? What are they saying the state of the Australian defence industry is? And a recent survey was commissioned by Defence Connect, and these are the stats. 47% of of defence businesses believe it is difficult or extremely difficult to operate in the Australian defence sector. Now that's a percentage of people who are in it, not the people who looked at it and said, no, it's too hard, I won't even bother. This is a percentage of the people who actually took the step to get involved. 49% of defence businesses believe it is difficult or extremely difficult to attract and retain staff in the current environment because of that lack of certainty. This is all pointing a picture of not what previous government or this government says it is doing, it paints the industry of how the industry really finds it. No rubbish, the things that Senator Lambie was talking about, the reality on the ground, the chip shop, the corner shop mentality. And 1 in 4 defence businesses are extremely or very confident that their existing or upcoming contracts will continue as planned over the next 12 months. 12 months, not 12 years, not 10 years, not 5 years. 25% think they will go there. That's a disgrace. What we need to do is an integrated plan that has Australians able to build reasonable technology, good technology when we can. Things like GhostBat, don't take the weapons off it, let's reach for the tensions. What we've seen in Ukraine is you need a capability immediately to stop the initial threat, but it's no longer the doctrine of you finish a war with what you started with. You have the opportunity to build. You see innovations. They aren't using the Switchblade 300 greatly over there anymore. Russian Lancet comes in at about $20,000, about a third the cost. They're over there. They're using their homemade drones with improvised explosive devices. They're finding a way, because of necessity, to build a homegrown defence industry. Why aren't we learning that lessons? Maybe our industry is, but our Defence Department isn't taking the chance to put that money out there. The defence industry isn't being rewarded for having a crack. And that's why Senator Van's motion is so important. For Australia to have sovereignty, to be able to make its own decisions without being under pressure from others, we have to have the ability to defend ourselves in a very capable way. Little things we could be doing now. We talk about the armaments around it. There's a worldwide demand for 155 military shells. We hear Ukraine losing a 2-to-1 artillery, 3-to-1 artillery deficiency. We can put contracts in place, help the world, build our industry and make Australia safe all in one if we take this seriously.
Thanks, Senator Cadell. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I agree with Senator Van. Australia's defence preparedness is poor at best. And it's true that the best way to keep Australia strong is to keep our transport and industrial base strong. Instead, successive Liberal and Labor governments have presided over the destruction of our manufacturing base and allowed our ports and the transport into those ports to atrophy. One Nation proposes a comprehensive solution to this, starting with a railway from the Bowen Basin in the east of our country across to the Pilbara in the northwest, connecting to the existing network at the Port of Gladstone in Queensland and Pindar in Western Australia. This will create a national rail network to allow Australian Defence Forces to access and to defend parts of our country we've never been able to access to stage a significant military operation. The railway, called Iron Boomerang, will enable an Australian steel industry to develop at Abbott Point near Townsville, returning to domestic production the most important elements of a defence industry: steel, aluminium, concrete and ceramics, and will allow an upgrade of the capacity of Townsville's military docks to offer bespoke repairs for domestic and military vessels, including our AUKUS allies. Having a strong steel industry will open the possibility of Australian armour, transport and military rolling stock, as well as a domestic strategic fleet offering economic benefit to Townsville, Newcastle, Williamtown and Port Adelaide. What would help as well is to not forget that our greatest strength is our love of this beautiful country. That will make us strong. One Nation will not apologise for loving Australia, for loving our flag, our language, our history and our culture. We are proud of our nation of Australia. We will proudly grow our manufacturing base to create wealth and security for all Australians.
The time for that discussion has expired, and I shall now move to the consideration of documents. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I seek to speak to document number 5, the Federal Government's response to the Senate Select Committee into dental services in Australia.
Senator Steele-John, no, we're on documents at the moment. Does anyone want to speak to a document? Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Is leave granted? Okay.
Thank you very much. I table this petition, 440,000 people asking for the Environment Minister to reject Woodside's North West Shelf expansion.
Any other? Does any senator wish to speak to any of the documents? No. Okay. Yes, Senator Lambie.
Sorry, Acting Deputy President. I do seek leave to speak about the Senate Select Committee into Australia's disaster resilience.
Okay. As there are no senators wishing to speak to documents, we'll now move to item 14, which is the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. So, Minister.
I present 35 government responses as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red, and seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard.
Okay. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 6 of 2024. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present 3 reports of the committee as shown at item 14 on today's order of business. And on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the 217th report of the committee.
Okay. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I seek leave to take note of government response to committee reports, document number 5, dental services in Australia. It was a privilege to chair the Senate Select Committee into Dental Services in Australia, and I would like to begin again by thanking the thousands of people who participated in this landmark inquiry. What we heard, thanks to your advocacy, is that oral healthcare systems in Australia are undeniably a system in decay. Thousands of people put the time and took the time to share with us their experiences. Some key themes emerged. Dental care in this country is too expensive. People are waiting too long to access public dental care, if they are eligible at all, and that we must do more to support our oral health care workforce. Now, during the inquiry, we conducted a survey. 17,000 people shared their experiences of getting to see the dentist. This was the largest committee survey in the history of the Senate. It showed that 97% of the community supports the Australian government making more dental services available for free. This committee held hearings across the country, from Perth to Brisbane, Canberra and Launceston. I'd like again to thank all those who submitted and appeared at the hearings. I'd also like to thank the fabulous, dedicated Secretariat team who supported this inquiry to be robust and to be collaborative. Now, this system is failing children, it's failing disabled people, it's failing First Nations people, it's failing seniors. It is failing everyone. Everyone. The number of people, including the number of children, who are having all of their teeth removed in this country is unacceptable. The number of people living with chronic toothache out of fear of the price tag is unacceptable. The number of people who are having to take out loans, withdraw funds from their super for dental care procedures or to travel overseas for healthcare is unacceptable. The number of people who are ending up in our hospitals, including in ICU, with the consequences of untreated, entirely preventable diseases because they cannot access dental care in this country is unacceptable. It is beyond time for our governments to acknowledge that teeth are part of our bodies and that dental care should be no less accessible than other forms of healthcare. I am incredibly proud that the committee produced a consensus report, and particularly proud that the report had a clear call to action. The committee, and I quote directly, recommends that the Australian government works with state and territories to achieve a universal access to dental and oral health care which expands coverage under Medicare or a similar scheme for essential oral health care over time and in stages. Universal dental care through Medicare or a similar scheme, this is what is clearly needed. Unfortunately, the government, in their response to this report, makes it clear that they are not prioritising this, simply choosing to note the recommendation. They have failed to support the recommendations in this report that would bring down the cost of dental care in a cost of living crisis. Reviewing the government's response, here are some, but sadly certainly not all, of the other recommendations that this Labor government were not able to outright support and commit to in their response. The establishment of a chief dental and oral health officer, paid placements that would increase the number of dentists working in the public system, dedicated university places for rural and regional students to study dentistry, working with the states and territories to increase the pay of dentists in the public sector, expanding the child dental benefit scheme, covering restorative services for cancer survivors, because, oh yes, Medicare covers restorative services for cancer survivors in every other area except when you are recovering from head, neck and oral cancers. Establishing a senior dental benefit scheme. The government could do no more than bring themselves to note these recommendations. Shame. These recommendations would change the lives of so many people across Australia, and it is such a shame that this government cannot bring themselves to go beyond noting them. This is not good enough. While people are living with chronic toothaches, some having to skip work because of the pain that is simply unbearable. While so many adults still face serious oral health issues, which could have been so easily prevented by better access to dental health care, hygiene and education as children. I do acknowledge that there is a handful of recommendations which have been supported by the government, and some were supported in principle, and I hope the government will work towards implementing them without delay. However, too many of these recommendations, including a number of the measures that would have changed the lives of so many Australians, have simply been noted. This is not good enough. This inquiry found that only half of Australians have acceptable oral and dental health or access to those dental and oral health services. The Greens are here and ready to expand access to affordable dental care. The Australian dental health system is a system in decay. And yet this government is not willing to support the recommendations that would ensure that every Australian is able to access free, quality dental care. What a shame. One of the communities that are most left behind by the profit-driven oral health care system is disabled people. There are only 26 disability specialist dentists in Australia. Entire states don't have a single person with formal qualifications. We are relying on individuals to do what they can. There is no formalised program to make dental clinics physically accessible, no support to make oral health care more accessible for disabled people with sensory or physical barriers to mainstream dental health care. And there is only minimal training for working with disabled people across current training courses. This report contains recommendations relating to the role of the NDIS and the need for better provision of supports to ensure that disabled people can equitably receive oral health care. Only one of these recommendations has been supported by the government. In response, they have committed to updating their website. They have not committed to any action that would make dental care more accessible for people on the NDIS, and this is just the latest example of how little they prioritise NDIS participants. Our Greens-led Senate inquiry handed the government a clear roadmap, a list of tangible recommendations to bring down the cost of going to the dentist, to ensure people can access the dentist when they need one, and support the oral health care workforce. It is deeply disappointing, while not surprising, that this government has failed to commit to taking these actions that will ensure universal access to dental care. Only the Greens are committed to getting dental care into Medicare, and at this election the community have the opportunity to vote for it.
Time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note of the report. Senator Lambie.
I rise to speak on the Boots on the Ground Raising Resilience report. I want to thank my fellow senators, and a big thank you to the Secretariat of the Senate Select Committee into Australia's Disaster Resilience. The committee was established in November 2022 to inquire into Australia's preparedness and recovery workforce models, as well as considering alternative models for disaster response and recovery. There have been unprecedented number of natural disasters over the past few years, and the science is clear. It is only going to get worse. And some of these communities not only got hit once or twice, they're now, I reckon, about today getting hit a third time. Just one after another after another. Research by KPMG found that in 2022, 18 million Australians were living in areas impacted by at least one natural disaster, and in some cases, multiple events within 3 years. Over the last 18 months, members of the committee have heard firsthand from Australians struggling to get communities back on track after floods and bushfires. The committee and I met with many of these impacted communities, and I would like to thank all those Australians for sharing with the committee their thoughts, their experiences and their advice, and at sometimes their heart and their soul. And for some that have been hit 2 or 3 times, I can assure you their psychological strength to come in and go back over their tragedy. I give all credit to those Australians who did that, and thank you. Some of these Australians had lost everything. Some of them still living in caravans and tents 12 months, 18 months, 2 years later. Some of them had given up and just moved away and restarted to build their lives, and many, too many, are still starting to rebuild their lives. Hearing from these Australians at the coalface of these disasters was powerful. The resilience, the quick thinking and the downright bravery brought a lot of us to tears, let alone the lives that were saved when ordinary Australians put their own on the line. The committee cannot direct the government to back our recommendations in, and of course we can't direct where they put their funding, but I would encourage them to take a close look at the committee's report. If the government is serious about protecting communities across the country, they're going to have to find a lot more money to make this happen, I can assure you. According to the CSIRO, building back better would be a good start, and if you actually did it properly, would be phenomenal, because I was not seeing that during our time out there. If you do not get that infrastructure correct in the first place, you will continue to rebuild, and that just costs us a lot more money in the long run. Stop taking shortcuts. Stop taking shortcuts because you have no time left for shortcuts. You've got to do it properly in the first place. We need to know what money is available and what more needs to be done, and it has to be distributed transparently and fairly, so it's available to all communities that need it. All levels of government need to be better connected to our three-tier, and our three-tier system creates a lot of problems. There's a very big disconnect between federal, state and local government, especially local government. We need a national asset register so we know what we have and what can be deployed quickly to communities in need. We are miles away. We are miles off this. And we need to think about not only federal and state government assets, but also suitable local community and the private assets that are out there. And I don't think that you're joining the dots very well, I'll be honest with you. The disaster recovery funding arrangements need to be amended so money can be set aside for emergency payments that can be available a lot quicker than what they're getting it right now. Time is not on their side when you are hit with a flood and fire. It's just not on their side. We heard from the councils left with huge bills because they had to clear huge piles of rubbish off the streets. There aren't many councils with a lot of money to spend out there, and when they get fire trucks and other equipments, they have to pay to maintain them. That includes servicing, that includes parts, and it also includes operators. Great you guys in here, or at state level, to provide this equipment, but you don't provide anything else with it. And you expect the local council out there, with many of them those rural regional areas, have gotten hardly any money at all to sustain them. And that's rubbish. I don't know what planet you're living on. That's never going to happen. It's just not. A lot of this equipment's actually sitting there, hardly ever being used. It's really shameful. What's more, they often have to spend hours filling out grant applications that often take weeks to get a response. When you're sitting in floodwater, you don't have time to do a grant. Come on. Come on, it shouldn't be that difficult when people's lives are in despair, when their lives have been turned upside down. And we're really doing a miserable job of it. We seriously are. I'm not having go at you guys over here. I know that it's been everybody in this, but we've got to do so much better at this. We really do. Maybe, and this is what really bothers me more than anything, the biggest message the committee got from everyone was the lack of volunteers and the ageing population of our volunteers. We have a problem. We have a problem in this country with volunteers. It's not happening. Okay, it's not happening. When a disaster hits the State Emergency Service Agencies Act, as the first responders protecting life and property, but this workforce is often underpinned, once again, by volunteers. The role of these volunteers cannot be understated. They are some of the most selfless, amazing Australians around, and I thank each and every one of them. One of the committee's recommendations is that the Australian Government consider amendments to the Fair Work Act 2009 to legislate time off for volunteers, and that volunteers be granted leave from employment like the provisions reservists get under the Defence Reserve Service. Volunteers need to be properly trained. Where the cost of relevant training is not the Australian Government, should consider amendments to legislation policy and guidelines so volunteers working in organisations such as State Emergency and Rural Bushfire Service can claim minimum, at the minimum at this point in time, deductions, training and courses that are part of their emergency volunteering at the very least. I have to be honest with you, we are doing a really bad job at this. We are not doing enough work on the corporates, and you people in here, the government of the day today could do something about what is going on here with the public service and start leading by example and get these guys to put some boots on. Get these guys to put some boots on and encourage them to do it. You have to lead from here. And I'm sorry to tell the public service that. And I know here's some boots, you need to go and put them on. But we have to do something. This is one of the most critical things that I found in doing this for the 20 months was the volunteerism. Okay? We have a huge public service in this country, yet we're not preparing them and getting them ready and able to combat disaster. My goodness, how shameful are we? And I'll tell you what, there'd be a few of us in these chambers that could actually go and put some boots on too and get some training up ready to go. It's got to be one in, all in, otherwise it's never going to work. The government must consider how it can further support Disaster Relief Australia and other similar organisations, not only with funding beyond 2026, they need stability. You can't plan for 2 years and then say that's it, wondering whether you've got funding, and it's just not working. It's an absolute failure. But also how the Australian Government can further incorporate Disaster Relief Australia into its national disaster response arrangements, boosts its number through partnerships within the Australian Defence Force and Department of Veterans Affairs. We must find a way to incentivise young Australians to participate in volunteer organisations that provide support for disaster response and recovery. Once again, we are losing the volunteers, we're not gaining. The numbers are falling, and they're falling quickly, and unfortunately my generation and below are not signing up. How about that? Okay, so you've got my generation, the next and the next out there. Okay, we have a massive gap, we have a hole. And this generation that's been doing all the heavy lifting up here, with all due respect to them, they're getting on. Okay, it's not because they don't want to do the heavy lifting, their bodies just won't allow them to do it anymore. So we have a real problem. And we need our young Australians, they're going to need to get on board. And we need to be open and honest with them. And we need to take responsibility for climate change and what's happening out there and ask them to help us. We need to ask for their help.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Just for clarification, the Senate is taking note of Australia's Disaster Resilience Select Committee Boots on the Ground report, is that correct? And is that the report to which you seek to speak? Senator Davey.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just seek leave to continue my remarks?
I think the debate will continue, but yeah. I note that. Senator Davey, you have the call.
Thank you very much. I too rise to speak on the report from the Senate Select Committee on Disaster Resilience, Boots on the Ground, Raising Resilience. It was an honour to be part of this committee and to hear from the many passionate, committed Australians who participated in the hearings, sharing their experience and sometimes sharing their trauma. I thank the Chair who listened to the suggestions from all of the committee about where public hearings should be held, what topics we needed to examine, and how the committee would be run. We heard from a range of witnesses right across Australia and also in New Zealand. The fact we had 174 submissions from individuals, government agencies, not-for-profits, volunteer organisations and charities demonstrates the wide interest in this issue and the community's desire to find better solutions. We held 17 public hearings throughout Australia, hearing from councils, volunteer organisations, mental health groups, country and state fire brigades and emergency services, state and federal government departments and agencies, and the Australian Defence Force, universities and service clubs. We travelled to areas impacted by severe flooding, such as Lismore and Ballina, where we heard of the significant burden on local governments to deal with community trauma while also commencing the repair and recovery and rebuild of vital infrastructure. In Fitzroy Crossing, we heard of the challenges of dealing with very remote and Indigenous communities that can often be cut off for significant time, with the challenges of managing evacuees and their needs, as well as the resupply of isolated towns. We visited the James Cook University Cyclone Testing Centre to see how the Independent Research Authority tests and reviews the performance of buildings and infrastructure in cyclones and other high wind events. We also toured the Townsville Regional Emergency Management Centre, which is an example of absolute best practice in local whole-of-community emergency management. At the end of the hearings and the visits to disaster-affected areas around Australia, I came, along with the committee, to the inevitable conclusion that there is no one single solution. There is no silver bullet, and certainly there is no one-size-fits-all. Disasters vary in their delivery and their impact, and communities can and do respond in the most amazing ways, unique to their needs, but showcasing the Australian compassion and desire to help their mate. However, it's also evident that the physical and mental toll of increasing numbers of floods and fires is having on the most willing and committed of people. And equally, we know we can't keep relying on our Defence Force to bail us out of every emergency. We must better equip and prepare our communities to help themselves. One of the most common themes we heard, which my colleague Senator Lambie touched on, was the need for local councils to be included in every aspect of disaster preparation, recovery and rebuilding for their communities. Because at the end of the day, they are the ones on the ground. They are the ones receiving the phone calls and the calls for help. We need to make sure they are supported with preparation training and in post-disaster compensated in a timely manner. Byron Bay Council suggested that local communities be given training in emergency coordination, risk mitigation and management and identification to assist in preparation. We also heard from Disaster Relief Australia, who Senator Lambie spoke about, with their ability in preparedness exercises, and we have recommended that Disaster Relief Australia be incorporated into our national disaster response arrangements. We also heard too often how local councils were left with the job of repairing roads and infrastructure quickly, ensuring services were up and running as fast as possible, but they were also expected to meet the costs of doing so up front in the hope that the compensation would eventually flow through. And to be fair, it usually does. But the time lag between the two examples cannot be met all the time. We heard about the floods in the northern rivers of New South Wales in 2022, and Lismore's Mayor, Steve Krieg, told the committee that Lismore Council was required to repair the main road to Nimbin, a community that had been all but cut off, but the upfront repair bill actually exceeded the amount of debt the council could carry. And this is an issue that has led to one of our recommendations to allow a certain portion of disaster recovery funding to be apportioned up front or paid out up front. We also recommend that councils be allowed to build back better, because often we're going out repairing the same road, flood after flood, when sometimes just by allowing them to install a box culvert at the time of repair, we're not going to have to go back. What a godsend that would be. So we have recommended that the DRFA guidelines be tweaked and improved. And I wholeheartedly support that recommendation. I note that there is currently a review going on into the DRFA, and I would hope that that review makes the same recommendations. Senator Lambie spoke about the serious concern, and one that's not easily fixed, about the declining number of volunteers across Australia. And I thank every single volunteer that currently works with state emergency services, country fire authorities, rural fire authorities and similar organisations, including our charity organisations. We have a time-poor society, and often volunteering doesn't easily fit. But we know that there are measures we can take. There were some recommendations put forward to the committee about things like potentially looking at tax rebates or funding for professional development training that isn't met by a volunteer authority, but maybe someone upgrading from a general driver's licence to a medium rigid driver's licence will enable them to be able to drive one of the rural fire service trucks. So we urge the government to look at those sorts of suggestions. Because as the report says on page 62, getting boots on the ground is important. But we also acknowledge that so too is the mental health of our volunteers and our first responders. And that is why we have made several recommendations to address our concerns about the ongoing toll of natural disasters on the mental health of our first responders and our volunteer service workers. So, again, I want to thank the committee. All of our committee, we worked exceptionally well together. We were very respectful in the way we went about this, because emergency response is beyond politics. Emergency response is something that we need to do better at, noting that there is, as I said earlier, no silver bullet. I want to thank the committee secretariat, who did an outstanding job getting us to some very remote areas of Australia and making sure that none of our time was wasted and we heard from the right people in the right places. Because we know that natural disasters will happen again, and we know they will always be a challenge. But the evidence we have been provided and that has been captured in this report does provide a platform that, if adopted, we will do better next time.
Thank you very much, Senator Davey. I'll go to Senator Sheldon. Sorry, where did it
That's
come
right.
from? Senator Sheldon, and I'll come back to you, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also speak on the Select Committee inquiry into Australian disaster resilience in the final report. But want to say both the Chair, Senator Lambie, Senator Davey and all the senators who were on that committee, and particularly the comments that have been passed already on this report, that the important insights that both senators have given into this report and this inquiry that took place. And I certainly commend and strongly support a lot of the considerations that are both given by this report, but also by the comments passed by the previous two speakers. Incredibly important that we also say about our fellow committee members and the Secretariat staff, and to everyone who's shared evidence through 17 public hearings and 175 submissions that were received. Now, since the Select Committee was established in November 2022, I've had the privilege of hearing from responses from recovery agencies, from peak bodies and charities, from unions, state and territory governments, local councils and disaster-impacted communities across Australia. I would particularly like to acknowledge the individuals recovering from disasters who shared their personal stories and reflections with us, despite the many challenges they continue to face. I'd also like to thank the frontline responders and defence personnel the committee heard from and that shared their experiences and expertise. They gave some wonderful insights, but also some very moving insights into the challenges that they see in this space. Now, a key theme that emerged throughout the inquiry was that the importance of empowering communities in disaster recovery and response by strengthening and harnessing local capacity and leadership and also knowledge. As outlined by the Emergency Management and Public Safety Manager at the City of Moreton Bay, Mr Christopher Barnes, he said, locally led responses provide the most effective mechanism to manage and respond to disasters in our communities. This was echoed by the Mayor of Lismore, Mr Steve Craig, who explained, local people should be driving their local recovery. It is as simple as that. Evidence suggested that community-led responses and recovery were best achieved by arrangements that cascade upwards through local, state and national frameworks. Now, Queensland Inspector General of Emergency Management, Mr Alistair Dawson, characterised these best practices arrangements as follows: locally led, regionally coordinated, state facilitated and supported by the Commonwealth. Now, another key theme that arose throughout the inquiry was the need to continue optimising disaster funding arrangements so they remain sustainable and equitable into the future. This was particularly important for councils, many of whom spoke about the financial impact that increasing more and more intense disasters as a result of climate change are having on local governments. As President of the Australian Local Government Association, Linda Scott explained, she said, there is a mismatch between the amount of local government infrastructure exposed to climate change risk and the resources that local governments have to carry out effective adaptation to manage these risks. Mr David Ross Crawford, a council worker at Lismore City Council, described the situation as this: being starved of funds over a long period means it is getting harder and harder to provide the service to the community. Now, councils, along with not-for-profits, charities and community organisations, also raised the complexity of application and acquittal processes, the lack of funding transition once programs end, and the need for greater focus on preparedness, mitigation and resilience in funding models. Now, evidence throughout the inquiry highlighted the important role that industry, charities, non-government organisations and volunteer groups undertake in disaster mitigation, response and recovery. For example, we heard about the recovery work that Disaster Resilience Australia is doing to support communities across the country, as well as the skill programs being run by young change agents to empower disaster-impacted youth, giving them back some control and helping them to make a difference in their communities. Jarlie Tan Costello, a young change agent from Lismore, described her experience after getting involved following the 2022 floods. She said, "The programs offered me important opportunities to reconnect, activate my resilience and find purpose in my learning. As a class, our opinion was valued. We instigated change and our impact was far-reaching." Some lovely words. Now, these are just two examples of the many ways in which civil society organisations are supporting communities, leading witnesses to suggest the need for their better integration into response and recovery structures, coordination and support. Now, as summarised by the CEO of Natural Hazards Research Australia, Mr Andrew Gissing, he said, "There is a need to adopt a whole-of-community approach to disaster management, to further embrace capability from other sectors through collaboration and information sharing." Now, another key issue that emerged throughout the inquiry was the decline in volunteerism and the importance of strengthening the volunteer workforce into the future, particularly encouraging greater participation of youth. Now, as explained by the Regional Director of Queensland State Emergency Service, Mr Darryl Camp, he said, "Unfortunately, with increased demand on volunteer services to respond to the ever-increasing number of events and the longer duration of events, we see a negative impact on volunteer numbers. As volunteer numbers decrease, we also are seeing a rise in the number of requests for assistance coming in." Now, witnesses spoke about different strategies to recruit and coordinate volunteers across the country and the need to improve coordination and management of spontaneous volunteers. Suggestions included the possible introduction of employment incentives and volunteering schemes in the public and corporate sectors, as well as the further expansion of existing cadet programs run by state and territory response agencies. Now, evidence throughout the inquiry suggested that our current emergency systems and framework should continue to be reinforced, strengthened and better coordinated. Several witnesses advocated for working within and improving current arrangements rather than trying to create new models. As outlined by Carleen York, President of the Australasian Fire and Emergency Service Authority Council, she said, "The current emergency and disaster response system provides an agile, community-based workforce for disaster and emergency responses that is interoperable across the country and can be and often is deployed across jurisdictional boundaries to provide national resilience." AFAC advocates for working with existing arrangements rather than trying to create a bureaucracy of layers management for emergency and disaster response. We think this is best done by reinforcing existing arrangements and subsequently about improving. Now, throughout the inquiry, witnesses across Australia also raised the important auxiliary role that the ADF plays in response to disaster events. Mr Chuck Berger from the Kimberley Development Commission described the ADF as providing not only material support but also a reassuring presence. As Air Vice Marshal Stephen Chappell summarised, there is a need to balance defence missions to defend Australia and its interests with its support to civil communities and the Commonwealth, states and territories in our population's hours of need. Now, the Albanese government has been progressing several important bodies of work that addresses the key themes and issues raised throughout the Select Committee inquiry. And the committee inquiry will be, again, important to reinforce the very issues that the committee has brought forward. Now, we as a government have enhanced the Commonwealth capabilities and capacity across civil society to ensure Australia is prepared to face the increasing number of frequent and severe natural disasters due to climate change and reduce our reliance on the Defence Force in times of disaster. We've conducted several reviews with the aim of improving governance and funding arrangements, including the independent review of Commonwealth disaster funding, or commonly known as the Colwyn Review, and the independent review of national natural disasters governance arrangements, or the Glasser Review, and of course the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements Review, which has been ongoing. We've rolled out the Disaster Ready Fund, which is providing up to $200 million per year for natural disasters resilience and risk reduction initiatives, helping to improve local resilience and capacity. We held the first ever National Disaster Preparedness Summit and spent an additional $11.4 billion in the 2024-25 budget to continue supporting ongoing recovery efforts across Australia.
Thank you very much, Senator Sheldon. Call Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I too rise today to discuss the final report from the Senate Select Committee on Australia's disaster resilience that was tabled last week. And first, can I commend our Chair, Senator Lambie, for her leadership and her passion and her commitment. It was a very well-led committee, so thank you, Senator Lambie. And can I also start by thanking the Secretariat. As Senator Davies said, this was a very complex and a long inquiry that involved travelling to communities impacted by natural disaster rather than just talking to officials in capital cities. And can I also thank Ashley from my office for her passion and commitment in the preparation of the report and the inquiry. So it is very clear to me that we put a lot of time, effort and passion and money into disaster response and resilience and recovery. But I believe after this committee and hearing the evidence and drawing on my own experience that as Australians we're doing it all wrong. It was very, very clear to me that instead of a top-down approach, we have to flip it round and start helping communities and supporting communities becoming more resilient and able to be their own first responders, and then assisting them to do smarter things that they know need done, but we don't listen to them and we impose outcomes and responses on them. So one of the most impactful hearings that we had was in the town of Fitzroy Crossing. which had just recently suffered from such catastrophic floods. And it is no surprise that Western Australia, and particularly the northwest, frequently faces the harsh impact of cyclones and persistent lows. So they do. This is nothing new, and it is something that is getting more severe and that will keep happening. So my comments in relation to this report, I'll focus on Western Australia. And while I think there is much more to be done in Western Australia on a bipartisan basis, my comments are certainly not reflected in any way at DFIS, who do an extraordinary job in Western Australia, and as do all of our emergency services, the ones who do it full-time and those who are volunteers across our communities. Having served as the Minister for Emergency Management federally, I've witnessed more than my fair share of the aftermath of floods, fires, cyclones, and also going through the COVID-19 emergency. And overwhelmingly, as a former Minister for Defence and servicewoman myself, I was very impacted by the comments, not just in Fitzroy Crossing, but again across the country, of people recounting their stories of when they heard a RAF aircraft, or they heard a Hercules, or they saw an army vehicle drive in, the tears, and just recounting that I knew that things would be okay, and inevitably they were. So in Fitzroy Crossing, Mr Chuck Berger, the CEO of the Kimberley Development Commission, said that the ADF provided not only material support, but also a most reassuring presence. And I'll never forget iconic images of children watching wide-eyed and full of excitement at the arrival of the Chinook helicopters. Now, the committee recommends that the Commonwealth enhance its engagement with local communities to leverage their knowledge for flood prevention and recovery through the conduct of community forums, consultations, and incorporating traditional knowledge in flood management plans. And it was very clear in Fitzroy Crossing that the local Aboriginal communities knew that this catastrophe was coming, but their comments and their pleas fell on deaf ears in Perth. Miss Sarah Parriman, Deputy CEO of the Kimberley Land Council, said this. She said, Aboriginal people should be listened to a little bit more. They know country, they know how water moves. Rainfall might cause flooding down there, but where is that going to next? And again, that is something that we don't listen to nearly enough in terms of capturing that local events. Another issue that was of concern in Western Australia is the fact that after natural disasters, this current Labor government doesn't do reviews. Now, what a great feature when we went around to other states is just how quickly, for example, in Queensland and New South Wales, state governments do quick reviews to actually start capturing lessons, and so that they can start implementing them for the next round of disasters. And while it's not in the report, I would call on the West Australian State Government and the opposition that we need to do more to capture the lessons and set up an organisation that is actually responsible not only for capturing the lessons, but coordinating responses. In Fitzroy Crossing, some described a feeling as if they were in a fishbowl in those first early days. With many officials travelling to the disaster-impacted community, they felt just to look at them and then move on. Vicky O'Donnell, the CEO of the Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Services, said this, I appreciate that we have a state government and I respect the government, but gee whiz, we had every minister possible visit Fitzroy Crossing, more ministers in 5 weeks than they've had in 50 years. And Ms Emily Carter, the CEO of the Women's Resource Centre, said initially we had every Commonwealth and state government minister flying in here every second day saying we feel for you, we know what you're going through, and we're in for the long haul, and then they fly out again, never to be seen again. Now, there are overwhelming calls about the vulnerability of infrastructure in northwest Western Australia, especially critical roads, network and bridges. These are well known, well documented, but as yet unactioned. Single-lane bridges along National Highway 1, particularly in the north of Western Australia, are inadequate, and all of these bridges must be reviewed and reinforced, because if one of those bridges goes out again, like in Fitzroy Crossing, the entire Highway 1 is closed. So the WA State Labor Government has primary responsibility for identifying these risks and vulnerabilities, and they have to do more, but so does the Commonwealth. Funding for the Tanami Road and the Outback Way must be expedited and reprioritised to improve connectivity and emergency response capabilities. Claire Smith, the CEO of the East Kimberley Chamber of Commerce and Industry, said that if the Tanami Road had been sealed or at least made wet season proof, we would have had a secondary road access into the Kimberley, and loss of the Fitzroy Bridge wouldn't have affected us as severely as it did. Affected as in they ran out of food, they ran out of fuel, and they couldn't get medical attention. Additionally, in WA, ports like Wyndham and Derby, essential for regional connectivity and emergency response, require changes to enhance their ability to receive food and emergency supplies in disaster situations. Similarly, our airstrips need to be assessed and improved. In Fitzroy Crossing, guess where the airstrip was located? In a floodplain. So guess what happened when it flooded? The airstrip flooded and aircraft couldn't get in. Michael McConaughey, the Managing Director of Aviair and Helispirit, said the airstrip at Fitzroy Crossing partially went underwater. When the ADF brought in one of the Spartans into land, it damaged the runway. They did 3 touch and goes and got sent away because the water table was far too high. It restricted what we could fly in, and also it restricted the evacuation procedures and options available. But rebuilding is not enough. We must also focus on building back better once and for all, stronger and smarter, but doing it from the community up, talking to the community so that they can advise about what is actually required. More robust communication networks are also essential during emergencies, and again that was in evidence in Fitzroy Crossing. You don't put the power stations in the flood zone. You don't put the communication and telecom batteries in the floodplains or on a river plain, and that's exactly the sort of things that had been done. Investment in technologies like portable satellite kits, mobile cell towers, hybrid power solutions can all significantly enhance local resilience, but yet we are not doing it on a coordinated national basis. Finally, I also want to mention the National Emergency Management Stockpile is a great step forward, and I do commend the introduction of that. However, for Western Australia, as big as it is and as prone to having its networks, air, sea and land cut off, guess where Western Australia's stockpile is located? In Adelaide. So I would recommend strongly that we get one in Western Australia. So thank you.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. I seek to take note of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, report number 217.
You have the call.
So this report was into the agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United States of America on technology safeguards associated with the United States' participation in space launches from Australia. Now, having agreements around technological areas such as space and launches is not unusual. We've done that in the defence sector for many years. But in order to actually improve the access of our industry to the burgeoning global market in the utilisation of space, this is an important agreement, and the inquiry itself was not controversial. There was broad support from a range of stakeholders into this agreement, and in fact the commercial opportunities are large. The global space sector is expected to rise from US $464 billion in 2022 to $1.1 trillion by 2040. And so there is a large sector there. The US is one of the largest players, so it does make good common sense for Australia to be involved with that and to make sure that the companies who are investing in infrastructure and staff and processes here in Australia, from Southern Launch in my home state of South Australia to Equatorial Launch and others across the nation, that they have the ability to tap into that US market, as well as markets from Europe and Asia, as they are currently doing. As is often the case, though, the inquiries that lead to these reports uncover issues which sometimes don't make it to the report, and that's why these opportunities to outline some of the other considerations are important in this Parliament. So 3 areas that I just wanted to quickly cover off on. One is the strategic alignment of government departments. So here we have a process initiated by the Department of Industry, who oversee the Australian Space Agency, around this TSA so that we can have our space sector operate launches. But what was not happening was getting the agreement of the Department of Climate Change and Environment and Energy to actually progress the environmental approvals for companies who are setting up launch sites, in some cases waiting years and having to turn customers away because they weren't getting the approvals through the system. And the evidence that came out very clearly during the inquiry was that for the Australian government, if we are seeing this as a priority, then we need to actually get each of the departments who provide an enabler to the outcome we're seeking to do their part in having an equal priority on some of these outcomes. Otherwise, you'll get one piece in place, but then the other approvals don't come through, and to some extent, it's almost been a wasted effort. So that alignment is important. Another piece of evidence that came through fairly strongly from witnesses was the strong support for the Australian Space Agency, led by Enrico Palmero, and the good job he and his staff are doing. And that was a legacy of the former coalition government, the establishment of that agency. But the discussion also highlighted that we could probably see improved efficiencies if that agency was actually an independent statutory body as opposed to something sitting under the Department of Industry. And that is something I believe that the Australian government should look at in terms of how we actually optimise the ability of that agency to be our interlocutor with international partners, as well as being the regulator here in Australia for activities such as space launch. The last part, though, that I'd like to talk to is the importance of a whole-of-government investment in this industry sector, because space launch is but one part of the sector, but there was a fair bit of discussion during the inquiry about the missed opportunity that when Minister Husic cancelled the National Space Mission for Earth observation, the disappointment across Australia's space sector about the undoing of the investment that had given our sector a clear strategic path forward to developing true sovereign capability. Because what that program did, and this is a program that was announced in the 2022-23 budget, some billions of dollars over the decade, but 38.5 million per annum in the first phase for the National Space Mission for Earth observation, which was to design and build and launch 4 satellites here in Australia. Now, many people would ask, why would we do that? Well, Earth observation is important in terms of geosciences, everything from forecasting the weather to responding to natural disasters, the topic of the discussion that's just occurred with the previous report, as well as managing the environment, supporting our farmers. The ability to launch satellites is also important for things like global positioning system, and there are so many systems in our nation, from the distribution of goods, whether it be pharmaceutical, medical goods, taxis, you name it. People use GPS all the time. And if there's one thing we know, that in a conflict, as we've seen in Ukraine, the overhead assets are one of the first things that will actually be targeted by adversaries in a campaign. And so we would expect that were there to be a serious conflict in the Indo-Pacific, that the satellites that provide communications, our observation over areas of interest, as well as that time-space information through GPS would be disabled. And so the ability to have an industry sector that is actually capable not just of providing a widget for someone else's program, but to do all the joined up elements of designing the payload, the satellite bus, the launch vehicle, the launch site and the control sector was going to be enabled by the National Space Mission for Earth Observation, genuinely a dual-use purpose. And so as we look to the Defence Strategic Update of 2020 and the Defence Strategic Review of 2023, which highlights that Australia no longer has a 10-year warning time before the potential for major conflict in our region, where we would lose those overhead assets. Even those that weren't damaged or destroyed would be most likely tasked, retasked and redeployed by the nations that own them. The Australian public would expect the Australian government to work with our industry to launch our own communications, ISR and GPS satellites. But if we haven't actually invested in the sector to do that, then we don't have that joined up industry from the launch sites to the satellite bus producers to the control sectors to enable it. And so the National Space Mission for Earth Observation was actually contributing some $65.7 million to set the conditions for rocket launch, $12 million ongoing to remove the cost recovery launches to make it more viable for industry, some $9.5 million to develop a space strategic update to actually align our space efforts across the nation, which would make this a really viable sector. And that was going to take our funding to over $2 billion. So it is one more area where the Albanese government has actually undermined the resilience of Australian industry and the resilience of our defence capability by cutting that funding. And I certainly call for the restoration of that funding so that things like this new agreement around space launch with the United States will be complemented by a resilient and capable Australian industry that can support us both in peace, in deterring conflict and, worst case, in winning a conflict.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett, and I note that the time for this debate has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of document 6 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator
And I move
Roberts.
to take note of document number 16 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Bragg.
Acting Deputy President, I move to take note of item 9 in reports and government responses and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Oh, is leave granted? Leave is granted for both Senator Bragg and Senator Roberts. Senator Askew, it may be of assistance to the chamber if a senator rose to take note of report 12, Australia's disaster resilience, and sought leave to continue their remarks, which Senator Reynolds was addressing, and I neglected to prompt her with that question.
Excellent. So I'll rise to take note of item 12 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. We will now move to ministerial statements. Are there any? The Minister.
Indeed, there are. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning national competition reform and the Bureau of Meteorology's robust program.
Thank you. Okay. We're moving now to committee memberships, or are we still in ministerial statements? Thank you, Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator Grogan be discharged from and Senator Brown appointed to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
Thank you. We are moving to messages from the House. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Declared Areas Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is as moved by the Minister. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
The question is as moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Messages have been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes in the membership of the following committees: Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, Joint Standing Committee on Migration, Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission, Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, Joint Standing Committee on the Parliamentary Library, Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, and Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. I call the Clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Business of the Senate notice motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Hanson, reference to Legal and Constitution Affairs References Committee, Native Title System.
Senator Hanson.
Before I move the motion, I seek leave to amend it in the terms circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the motion and move the motion as amended. I amend the motion and move the motion as amended.
Thank you.
Right. Well, my notion is to do with native title. After more than 30 years, it's past time for a comprehensive review of native title legislation and how it operates in Australia. In the early 1990s, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations owned 14.22% of Australia's land mass, including islands. Under freehold, leasehold and reserve, these organisations, not including individuals, owned 1,094,000 square kilometres of Australia. Following the Mabo and others versus the State of Queensland decision in 1992, and in the wake of the Native Title Act 1993, all vacant Crown land, occupied Crown land, like national parks and Crown leasehold land, that is, pastoral farming properties, were and still are under threat. According to the National Native Title Tribunal on 31st March 2016, native title existed in an exclusive sense over a total of 851,654 square kilometres of Australia, an area greater than the state of New South Wales. Native title also existed in a non-exclusive sense over another 1,488,237 square kilometres. All up, in 2016, native title held by Indigenous people was over 2,339,890 square kilometres of land. This amounted to 30.4% of the 7,786,850 square kilometres of land in Australia, an area bigger than Western Europe. Then in 2021, just 5 years later, 26.6% of Australia's land was under exclusive Indigenous native title, meaning the right to exclude others from the land, and 27.5% under non-exclusive Indigenous native title. The total proportion of Australia's landmass under native title today is 54%, with approximately another 10 to 12% under determination. Native title land is owned by corporations and Indigenous shareholders, but they cannot sell or in some cases use their land. Those who would love to own a home on their own part of Australia are denied because there are no individual titles. Native title is a farce and controlled by land councils holding Indigenous people to ransom in their squalor and conditions they experience in remote communities purely to milk the taxpayer-funded gravy train. Aboriginals and their corporations don't pay tax on royalties or land leasing agreements. Why? Perhaps the most galling aspect of native title is the complete exclusion of non-Indigenous Australians from any meaningful say in the process. This country belongs to all Australians, so all Australians should have a say about ownership and title of the land and waters over which all Australians share equal sovereignty. I mention that specifically because in a question without notice last year, I managed to get the Labor government to concede that in principle this was the truth. All Australians have sovereignty over Australia. We hear the more extreme activists routinely repeat the line that Indigenous sovereignty over Australia was never ceded. Here's an uncomfortable bit of truth-telling for those activists. You can't concede something you never had in the first place. Sovereignty is a concept that was brought to this continent by British settlement. Sovereignty is a concept of civilisation, which emerged independently in many parts of the world but never touched pre-settlement Australia. It requires the infrastructure and machinery of a state, government, physical institutions, currency, written records, borders and armies to defend them. They were not concepts that existed before the emergence of civilisations around the world. Before that, virtually all human beings were essentially nomadic hunter-gatherers with no concept of borders, they just followed the food. It wasn't until people learned that it was safer and easier to grow food and keep livestock near them and the need to defend them against other people that these concepts emerged. It was this competition with others which fuelled invention and created concepts like the sovereign state and sovereign borders. Intense competition with other peoples was not something that Indigenous people ever really encountered before British settlement, so there's no impetus for these concepts to emerge independently in Australia. They were imported here in 1788. Sovereignty is also something that requires defence. Virtually every civilisation on this planet has been both conqueror and conquered. That's very much the story of Britain. Celts, Anglos, Romans, Saxons, Vikings and Normans all invaded and conquered parts of Britain. The English people are a composite of many ancestries as a legacy of these waves of conquests over thousands of years. They routinely sought to dominate the Welsh, Scottish and Irish peoples they shared their lands with. Eventually they created the largest empire the world has ever seen, but only because they had successfully defended British sovereignty against foreign invasion for centuries. This provided the stability and secure base from which to effectively control more than a quarter of the entire planet by the 19th century. Australia only became part of this empire because the British lost their previous dumping ground for transported convicts in the American Civil War of Independence. Settlement of Australia was brought about by the British, already in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, into contact and conflict with Indigenous people who were still at a Stone Age level of technological development. As a result, the conflicts were very much one-sided. Indigenous people could not effectively resist settlers armed with muskets and supported by the British sovereign state. The obvious factor was the different levels of technological development, but an important factor was the absence of sovereignty among Indigenous people. So there's no small irony in the existence of the native title system. It is directly the product of the machinery of the modern sovereign state imported here by the British, a government, fiscal institutions, borders and armies to defend them. And money, of course, another concept alien to pre-settlement Australia. Truckloads of money. Money provided by taxpayers, 97% of which will never be able to make a native title claim or be allowed any meaningful say in the transfer of the land and wealth under their sovereign ownership. Governments and councils have considerable input in the determination of these claims, but as usual in this country, this input almost never reflects the views of affected communities. As a vehicle for reconciliation, native title is a complete failure, but it almost completely excludes non-Indigenous Australians from the process. Reconciliation is a two-way street, not a one-sided process. There has to be give and take on both sides. Reconciliation is also a process which is supposed to come to a resolution or conclusion at some point. That's part of the reason I've been calling for a sunset clause in native title legislation, as did former Prime Minister John Howard. With more than half the continent now under a form of native title and more land transferred to Indigenous corporations and land councils under state legislation, many Australians are saying enough is enough. In my home state of Queensland, native title claims and state-based land transfers are dividing, not uniting, our communities. Great Keppel Island, once the jewel of central Queensland, is now subject to an exclusive use native title claim that, if successful, will lock non-Indigenous Australians out of 84% of the island. It's very apparent this is the reason why the state Labor government's $25 million promise to restore and clean up Great Keppel Island hasn't been met in more than 4 years. I don't think they have any intention of honouring that commitment, or the updated one they made in April this year, because they expect this claim to be successful. And then there's the small community of Tabia in the Goondiwindi Shire. Land which has been the beating heart of this community for a century is being claimed by an Aboriginal corporation with a Brisbane office more than 400 kilometres away. The community was kept completely in the dark about the transfer until I visited the town and demanded some consultation. But there was no consultation. Because of my intervention and after keeping the community in the dark for over 3 years, the local council had a couple of meetings at which Tabia residents were just told what was going to happen. They have no meaningful say in it. I also believe that that's precisely why non-Indigenous Australians are never asked, because the claimants, the government and the councils know the answer will very likely be no. And then I also remind Australians, what about the right to visit Ayers Rock or Uluru, the Grampians National Park, Mount Warning and some beaches that we have been locked out of, and many other parts of Australia? We can't go there. Oh, sorry, it's secret women's business, or it's because of men's health. Really? Give me a break. And this is what you're doing. For 3%, and I question that as well, of the population, that we are denying Australians the right to these beautiful places to actually go there. Native title is racist, divisive and treating one Australian differently to another, but purely based on race. Last year's referendum proved that beyond a doubt. The Australian people threw it out. You want to have a separate advisory body, another layer of government, which were purely for Indigenous. Voters have woken up to the many ways that they are being denied the rights that Indigenous Australians enjoy. Non-Indigenous Australians are, in many ways, second-class citizens in their own country, and nothing illustrates this like native title. One Nation is the only party in Australia fighting for these communities and standing up for our rights to be heard and heeded for all Australians. My referral motion is for an inquiry that will, I hope, consider a better native title process that includes meaningful consultation with non-Indigenous, more certainty, and better options for Indigenous claimants for economic development and empowerment. because Indigenous people have actually come to me and said, we can't get any part of the land, we are denied the right, we can't set up businesses, we can't go for loans, we can't do anything. You're keeping them locked in this squalor because they can't access their own country. Even people that I've visited in some of these Aboriginal communities have said, although it's native title land, unless they get to say of one of the community leaders, they can't visit the land, they can't hunt on it, they can't do anything. So you're not advantaging anyone here, you're just handing it over to those who want to use it to empower themselves. And the nepotism that happens, plus all the taxpayers' money that goes out the door. And as I said here, they don't pay royalties. Why? Why don't they pay tax and royalties? Why aren't they funding themselves? Why is it still upon the taxpayers to actually fund these corporations, these organisations that I've called out repeatedly to be corrupt, but no one is interested in doing an investigation and audit? If you've got nothing to hide, have the audit, do an investigation, find out where the money's gone. But you know, because you know that there is corruption there and you don't want to actually show them up for what they are. This whole thing is about division within our nation over native title. As I said, in the early 1990s, 14.22% of the nation was under native title. Now it's over 54%, and possibly that extra 10 or 12% will actually be given to native title. So over 60% of Australia will be under native title for less than 812,000 people who claim to be Aboriginal. How ridiculous is that? If you really have a good think about this, what are you doing to this nation and future generations? You're not helping the Aboriginal people at all, or the Torres Strait Island people, by what you're doing. You're not talking about to give them a helping hand up. All you're doing is just keep funding all the time to keep them in the conditions that they're in, and no helping hand up to get out of it. Or is this the plot to actually divide this nation and have an Aboriginal black state? This is why we need this Senate inquiry and investigation into it. You tell me, what are the benefits of having native title? What has it helped the Australian people? And where is our future going to lie if we keep heading down this path?
Minister.
The government won't be...
Senator Cox, the Minister has priority. It's an unlimited debate. I know that you want the call.
The government will not be supporting this motion. This motion was nearly identical to another motion put forward by Senator Hanson and rightly rejected by the Senate in September of last year. It was nearly identical until it was amended in what appears to me to be a dirty deal and an accommodation with the Liberal and National parties. A little bit more of that later. This motion reflects Senator Hanson's disregard of the importance of native title, which is the law in Australia. It is the law in Australia. It is not a motion put forward in any way in good faith. Indeed, I've watched Senator Hanson's approach to these questions over many years now. She says things, Deputy President, that are deliberately offensive. She says them in order to create offence. She says them in order to create social harm. She says them in order to create hurt. That's what she is deliberately, maliciously doing in order to further what she has calculated, with others no doubt, is in the partisan interests of dividing Australians and trying to accrete a narrow partisan advantage for herself. And I wonder why the Liberals and Nationals sign up for this. I wonder why. It is a barely concealed attempt to undermine the native title system, the whole system, and everybody in this place should see it for what it is and oppose it. You could hear in Senator Hanson's contribution, even if you're not capable of reading the motion itself and seeing it in its context, you can hear it in her contribution, her disdain for Aboriginal Australia, her contempt for the history and the culture. There is already an inquiry into the native title system underway, a good faith inquiry commissioned by the Attorney-General and conducted by the Australian Law Reform Commission. It is a comprehensive inquiry which covers the future of the native title system and explores ways in which it may be made to work better for native title holders, to work better for Aboriginal communities, to work better for the whole community. It will be conducted by experts in consultation with First Nations people. That's how you go about an inquiry into native title, not through a stunt cooked up by Senator Hanson and Senator Cash. It's been over 30 years since the commencement of the Native Title Act. Native title is a critical part of broader efforts to rectify past injustices in this country and ensure that First Nations people receive the recognition they deserve. The government is investing in improvements to the native title system. In the 2024 budget, the government committed an additional $20.8 million over 4 years to improve the native title system. As part of this package, $12.4 million is going to the Federal Court of Australia to increase judicial resourcing and expand the delivery of its successful First Nations-led case management and mediation model. $4.5 million will go to the Native Title Tribunal to help prescribed bodies, corporate and native title holders resolve disputes. And a further $3.3 million is being provided to the Federal Court and the Native Title Tribunal to ensure the vital records provided to them in native title matters, maps, genealogical charts, recordings of song and dance, are preserved appropriately for future generations. Today, native title is recognised over almost half of Australia's landmass, and I say to Senator Hanson, it is the law. And I know that in the extremist fringe of Australian politics, there is contempt for our law and for our institutions. But it is the law. It is one of our institutions. It matters for the social and economic and legal fabric of Australia. How development projects occur on country and how traditional owners can participate in, lead and share in the benefits of those projects is more important than ever. And indeed, the Prime Minister had quite a lot to say about this and the way that the government would approach economic opportunity for Aboriginal communities on traditional land just a few weeks ago. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people deserve to maintain a distinctive cultural, spiritual, physical and economic relationship with their land and their waters. You would think that these principles are so mainstream, so well understood in this parliament, that the Liberals and Nationals would refuse to accept the sort of quisling accommodation with the One Nation party that they are engaged in. They have a choice on questions like this. Quite often, resolutions, motions are moved in daily motions here, and there is nothing more hollow than the sound of a resolution or a motion passing or not passing this place on some foreign policy question. It has no consequence at all. But words in these questions have consequences. And the position of a party that pretends to be a party of alternative government on these questions is very important indeed. And we've seen the extension of extremism, wacky and dangerous ideas taking hold in sections of the Liberal and National Party across the aisle here in the Senate. Older generations of Conservatives would never have tolerated this. serious actual Conservatives who care about democratic institutions and the law and tradition and history would never tolerate this extremism. But the extremists are accreting their way into the Liberal and National parties, and we see it in here every day of the week. The old Conservatives would have recognised the political danger of drifting away from mainstream Australia. They would have understood that ordinary people in the street want governments that act in their interests and aren't controlled by whack jobs, extremists and cookers. Because that is the group that is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, not just on the coalition backbench, but starting to play a role in their political decision-making. Extremism that we see in the way that Senator Rennick approaches issues like childcare, climate science, energy policy. I look forward to hearing from him about chemtrails and lizard people sometime soon. The kind of people who hand out leaflets for Senator Hanson and her party. Mr Joyce in the other place, tilting at windmills around the community, opposing economic development in regional towns, out there with diminishingly small crowds, I have to say, talking about bullets and ballots. Bullets and ballots. Like, what is wrong with this bloke? What is wrong with him? But more seriously, what is wrong with the Liberal and National Party that they do not see the danger and that they do not act? And what you get from Mr Joyce is a mealy-mouthed, weak apology, and then goes back to his electorate and pretends it hasn't happened. So I get the local papers, the Northern Daily Leader up there, and I see what Mr Joyce writes. It is incoherent. It is incoherent. It is word salad. But what he did was he pretended he did not say what he did. And that is the modus operandi of the extremist. Say something provocative, offensive, mean-spirited, extreme, and then run away from it, and then do it again, and do it again, and do it again, in an effort to try and court some sectional minor accretion of political advantage. Senator Antic, I tried to list some of the areas that other politicians here are extremists about. Senator Antic, everything, I think, in truth. But what is the approach of what passes for leadership in the Liberal and National parties on these issues? It's to tolerate it. It's to encourage it. It's the pats on the back. It's the don't worry, mate, it'll be all right. That is what has happened to a once proud political organisation that pretends it's capable of being an alternative government. You don't get to be an alternative government if you drift so far from mainstream Australia, that you become purveyors and encouragers of wacky ideas, of extremism, just like this motion. And what sits underneath it? A hostility to Aboriginal Australia, to its culture, to its history, to the great task of reconciliation, as complicated and messy as that is. A hostility to 65,000 years of history. We saw Mr Dutton refuse to go to Gama, and he said when interviewed, I just thought this was remarkable, it passed without much comment, he said he was opposed to truth-telling. I mean, what does he want people to tell? Lies? Opposed to truth-telling. What an extraordinary proposition. Now, reconciliation, native title, a recognition of our history, sure, These are matters of social and economic justice. No question. Of course they are. But they also make Australia stronger. They make Australia stronger because they knit our community together. Our 65,000 years of Indigenous history is a national asset. Our kids should be proud of it. I know it's a national asset because when I travel overseas representing Australia at trade conferences and fora all over the world, it is a national asset. It makes us stronger. It particularly makes us stronger in our region. And this idea from Senator Hanson that we should pit Australians against each other, particularly in country towns, when so much good work is going on. Well, I travel much of regional Australia, and I hear a very different story to the story that Senator Hanson tells. I hear from people who are working hard to build their communities, to build strength in their communities and to get on with the task of reconciliation at a national and local level. And what we have here is just one more example of the One Nation Party and the Nationals and the Liberals getting more and more extreme, further and further away from mainstream Australia, further and further away from where ordinary Australians are at on these questions, and more divisive and determined to make Australia weaker, not stronger, because their political calculation is that if they make Australia weaker and convince people that they are losing, then they might just win something. That's what this is already about. And I've got no hope for the One Nation Party on these propositions. It is a definitional question for them. They don't exist without this kind of base politics. But there ought to be a little bit of self-reflection amongst the National and Liberal Party about where this leads them and where it leaves the country.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I always hoped when I came to this place a few years ago that I wouldn't have to continue to repeat myself in the way of explaining history. It's the reason that myself and Senator Shoebridge pursued and pulled together the Private Senator's Bill on the Makarrata Commission. Makarrata Commission, the word Makarrata, contrary to what the Prime Minister told everyone and continues to tell everyone, it's about a struggle, coming together for a conversation. It's the Yulnal word, gifted, the Uluru Statement from the Heart, 2017. Now, history in this country can be turned on its head. History in this country can be manipulated by people opposite. For the following of people who listen to One Nation politicians, who come into this place with motions like this, referrals to the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee on an inquiry into native title. Now, last year, Senator Ayres is exactly right that there was this same conversation. It feels like Groundhog Day in this place, where you have to get up and continually tell people who don't show up all the time, who are not attuned to what is actually happening in communities, are not listening to what's happening in committees, are blind and deaf to the fact that we have 65,000 years of history and culture, connection, people, rock art, song, dance, ceremony, teachings, learnings. And that farce that Senator Hanson refers to describes this referral. This motion is a farce. And I want to highlight some of the things that Senator Hanson said. People don't pay tax, First Nations people in this country. Well, you know how we pay tax? Through our blood, sweat and tears. Because what happened in this nation was what they did to rip apart our families. And in Western Australia and Queensland, where y'all come from, is the history of the 1905 Act, the assimilation policy, the White Australia policy, and the history of that, the colonial legacy of this nation. And it's being perpetuated through stunts like this for your donations, and people are following you in social media and, I don't know, to sell gin or vodka or whatever you're selling this week, about that this is about how all Australians feel about First Nations people in this country. This is how all Australians feel. Well, I've got news for you, Senator Hanson and One Nation followers. It's not how all Australians feel about First Nations people. Now, I, as a very proud Noongar Yamatji woman who comes from 5 generations of my family being disconnected, the legislation in this country allowed my ancestors to be removed from their country. The attempt for our native tongue to be disconnected, they might as well got a pair of scissors and cut our tongues off, because we weren't gifted to be able to learn our language, and that was your law, not ours. The legislation in this country at the state level allowed us to be alongside the environment, flora and fauna. That's not a myth. That's actually true. The segregation, the deliberate acts of removal of our children is what helped the situation that we are currently in. When we talk about the law, native title is on the back of the Mabo 2 determination. And it is like a history lesson, because I feel like I've said this so many other times before, that the concept of terra nullius, the British didn't just turn up here and this land was vacant. That's not true. That's why the Mabo determination, 2 High Court challenges, enabled us to disprove terra nullius. 30,000 years connection and culture that in my clans I can prove. I can prove that. And the High Court has determined it. And they use legal instruments like the Native Title Act. The one now that you want to review as part of your erasure policy, to erase us, to put your sunset clause in there, the bit that you said out loud and then thought, I better not put that there. So you get up and amend it. Well, guess what? It's too late. Everyone sees the hollowness in what it is that you are trying to do. And I think Senator Ayres was actually pretty on point with what he said about the extremism. Because this level of extremism is pointed to the first chapter of the history of this nation. The pre-colonial history, which actually is Australia's history. And Australians should be proud of that. We want them to be proud of that. We want to share that. And Senator Hanson, you don't want to share that. You don't want that for Australia. That's really, really clear, because every time you come in this place, all you do is rubbish Aboriginal people. Every single time. And it's
Senator
like you've
Roberts,
got people on that side of the chamber now
Senator Cox,
who...
there's a point of order for Senator Roberts.
That was a deliberate falsity from Senator Cox about Senator Hanson. She does not come in here and talk negatively about, let alone every time. She never comes in here and talks negatively about Aboriginal.
It's not necessarily a point of order. It can be counted in debate, because I can't obviously adjudicate that. But Senator Cox, please be measured as we've been.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm not going to withdraw a comment. This continues to be a constant narrative that is shoved down the throats of First Nations people in this place. People watching the deliberate, racially motivated narrative that is being churned out as people open Facebook and Instagram and all the other mediums on their phones. Now, research has actually told us it's like being punched in the face every time there is racism that is experienced by us. It has that much impact. And yet, people use this as a platform. It's just horrendous. Now, this is a continual thing that people use as part of native title. The native title legislation is racist. Well, how? I want to know how. Because if you walk into somebody's house without acknowledging them, without respecting them, without thinking what impact I might have on the way that they've been living in that house for a really long time, and you decide, I'm just going to sell that house from underneath those people, I don't care what they say, don't even have to ask permission, and I'm not going to give them a dime out of it. This is why the native title legislation exists, because it didn't just be an abandoned house, that Australia didn't have anyone here. There were no sophisticated systems that were set up. We would fish for a day. We didn't have to farm. We had trade routes. We were able to have our tribal boundaries, and it was all removed. And the one thing we can agree on is that native title gave that to us. It gifted that to us as First Peoples. Your Stone Age interpretation is your warped view of history. We were not part of that. We had sophisticated systems. We didn't need a refrigerator because we had our own systems in keeping our food fresh. But the one thing Senator Hanson did mention is that you can't bring a knife to a gunfight, right? You can't. And that's how we ended up massacred. That's how the frontier wars of this nation, the blood is still in the land. And that's the reality of the situation. And yet, mainstream Australia, because of people like Senator Hanson and others, want to come into this place and say, we should forget about that. Wasn't a big deal. They're just a couple of people's ancestors down the road. What sort of hurt do you think the intergenerational trauma of that exists for First Nations people in this country? Being denied their rights, being denied their children, being denied their culture, being denied any type of economic empowerment for generations. Not years. We're going to use generations of people. I'm talking like 150 generations of my people have been denied their rights. And the one little shred of right that we currently have, that we hold on to, is the fact that we will have native title to identify and to acknowledge that we were here before 1788. That we have a rich culture, history, knowledges, people, because we don't have truth-telling. We don't have formal truth-telling in this country yet. And the Commonwealth, this government, are denying us that. So they can stand up in here and say, we respect the law, and I almost thought Senator Ayres was going to break into I'm all for Makarrata and truth and justice, because that's what it felt like. But they're still denying that. Because you have to tell the truth about what's really happening. And that's not about an Aboriginal person came to my office and complained about native title because they're not getting their share. I know that process is not perfect, and I'm not advocating that it is. But what I'm saying is that I don't think anybody in this place can possibly sit here and actually say that they've been hunted off a piece of land, told not to go there if they've been respectful, told that they should get out of the place, or that we've ever put up a sign saying no whitefellas. I don't think that's happened. If you can bring evidence of that, man, I'll entertain it for a little bit, but then I'll go and ask the question, why? Because if somebody tells you don't do that, there's a reason. So when someone says that's a sacred site, because I don't see anybody jumping on top of anybody else's graves, grandmothers and ancestors, yet we think that that's okay. We think that climbing one of our sacred sites is okay. We think that ruining an area like the example Senator Hanson used of Great Keppel Island and then just going, we'll just hand it back now. We're coming in for a party, we've wrecked the joint and we're handing it back. And we'll let the First Nations people fix that up. And when that's included under native title, or even in the extinguishment of native title, we are questioned about our intention in that. And I can tell you, I've read the media statement from the local PBC who've said, of course, non-Aboriginal people can come here to Great Keppel Island. We would never deny that. We want to restore it. We want to make sure that we can share it. So this myth and the accusation that was made today that First Nations people, you know, the 3% that claim to be Aboriginal, are telling people not to go on country, I find absolutely laughable. It's laughable because it's not happening. There are sacred places, men and women's business. There are ceremonial grounds. There are issues that require us to have a little bit of respect for others, whether it be people's religion, their race, or their disability. And we've had that whole conversation this week in the NDIS. But to think that the denial of why native title exists is just abhorrent. It is just unbelievable. And that people can sit in this place, come in here for an acknowledgement country every morning, and still think that they can make accusations that we would run people off country, that we want a money grab. The money was something that was brought on the boat. That bit you're right about. Because we see the value in the land. We are the custodians of this country, but we cop a lot of negative flack. And the racism in this country since the referendum has gone up. That is something that is true. And our people have felt and copped the brunt of that. And the rise of that is because of this.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy President. I support the referral of the native title system to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee because the native title system is currently hurting mainland Aboriginals. In practice, native title is racist against Aboriginal people. And I also support the reference because I support Australia and all Australians. One united nation. One nation. Since the introduction of the Native Title Act into Australian law in 1993, more than 50% of the Australian landmass has come under determinations of the Native Title Tribunal, 54 to be precise, 54%. The legislation, though, is not a true reflection of what was in fact determined in the High Court, which considered the unique circumstances of Mr Eddie Mabo's family and the situation on Murray Island in the Torres Strait. The Native Title Act, when drafted, relied significantly on United Nations declarations, mentioned 6 times in a 2.5-page preamble. That's what it's all about. United Nations declarations and other agreements related to the rights of Indigenous peoples. Locking up land from private ownership is on the UN agenda. What is not so well understood is the total failure of the Native Title Act to provide practical benefits to the lives of Aboriginal people living in remote areas of Australia. That's why it is racist. It is hurting and holding back Aboriginals, especially those in remote areas of Australia. Less well known is that some native title claims grant exclusive rights which may allow the native title holder to exclude non-Aboriginals from accessing the land. Fact. This may prevent other Australians accessing beaches and landmarks of significance unless they pay for the privilege. More symbolic than practical, the Act has effectively locked up large tracts of land from the use or benefit of individual Aboriginal people. It's locked them out. The only ones who've benefited under the Act are those wealthy community barons, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, who as part of the white and black Aboriginal industry rip off needy Aboriginals, instead diverting to themselves much of the billions of dollars in Aboriginal funding, sucking it up and keeping it from the people in the communities. Those who benefit are the white and black Aboriginal, white and black academics, activists, Aboriginal community leaders, shonky lawyers and dodgy Aboriginal corporations who do nothing to help individual Aboriginals. I've travelled widely through Aboriginal communities across Queensland. Every Cape York community, sometimes 3 times in the community, sometimes all of them at least twice. When we were in Cape York, we met with local community leader Mr. Bruce Gibson, for example, one of many. He shared with us his views on native title and its impact on his community. And by the way, we hear these comments from Aboriginal elders in other parts of Queensland as well, in communities like Gympie, Maryborough, mainstream communities. Anyway, getting back to Mr. Bruce Gibson, he said that native title was important from the aspect of recognition of the Indigenous perspective of their relationship with the land and recognising that Aboriginal people were the first inhabitants of Australia and that they had inherent rights in the land. Fine. His view was that the Native Title Act was not providing Aboriginal people, and remember, Mr. Gibson is an Aboriginal, from an Aboriginal community, a fine man. Aboriginal people not providing Aboriginal people with something tangible because they could not use native title to advance any individual interests. It's racist because white people in this country can go and buy land. They can use that as collateral for a business loan or building their own house, their family house. Aboriginal people in communities cannot. The land is locked up and given to the barons of the community. Land under native title cannot be mortgaged to help build a home or be used as collateral to support a business loan. The land is essentially locked up and not used to support small projects or family homes. It's racist. It hurts Aboriginals. This would seem contrary to the effective intention of the legislators. If the Act is supposed to benefit hard-working Australian Aboriginals, it's failing, just as the Closing the Gap program has failed. Because the land is not freehold, nobody is able to work towards owning their own home because the property is now locked away, out of reach. The Commonwealth Government can reclaim land and convert it to freehold, and some compensation is then paid to the traditional owners. Yet this does not benefit any individuals. With individual land ownership prevented, there is little incentive to work towards beneficial community or personal goals. Bruce Gibson said that he wished to own his own place in his community. He cannot. Why? Because he's Aboriginal on an Aboriginal community. That's why. Native title doesn't look after him. He wishes to build up and expand his small business as a shop owner, yet cannot buy the premises. He must hope that he can lease the shop from the local traditional owners, if he says the right things. These comments were echoed across the Cape from constituents and council mayors and council members. It was universal, every community. There was not one person to whom we spoke who had a good thing to say about native title other than it providing some recognition as first Australians. That's why native title is racist. It hurts Aboriginals. Coming back to the Mabo decision, the Mabo decision was based correctly on Torres Strait Island, Mr. Mabo's island, Murray Island I think it is. But that was because there was a system of handing down title of land to successive generations, to succeeding generations, and a means of keeping people who didn't hold title to the land out of their land. That system was in the Torres Strait. It was not in the mainland. There was no system of land tenure in the mainland. Mabo decision should not have been extended. It wasn't extended by the High Court. It was extended by the Labor Party under Paul Keating. They made that up, and it's a falsity. I want to go to some key points that I've made in notes. With native title, there are no individual needs being met, no universal human needs. It's just a feel-good policy to make a few people in the inner city areas think we've handed land back to the Aboriginals when we never took it, and it hasn't been handed back. It's been taken off whoever had it. It provides enormous uncertainty regarding development, which is holding back Aboriginal communities. There's confusion between native title and the Aboriginal Land Act of 1991 in Queensland. Two separate issues. They're both taking up land in Queensland. There are many uncertainties in claims of native title. Two families claiming the same land. In some cases, one family from interstate is granted the land when the local Aboriginal people are denied the land. It's rife with this kind of false claims. Look at Tabia. Look at Deebing Creek near Ipswich. That hurts the Aboriginals. And it also deflects and hides from Aboriginals' core problems. And they have got problems in remote communities. Not all remote communities, they're different, they vary, but there are problems. But they're not being fixed by the white and black Aboriginal industry. The problems are being exacerbated, exactly as Senator Hanson mentioned. Let me tell you a story about my first time as a senator. I was walking up to the One Nation office in Brisbane, and three Aboriginal people approached me. Three Aboriginal people, and I talked to them, and they said they were from the Northern Territory. And I said, "What are you doing here then?" And they said, "We've come to see Senator Hanson because she's the only one who understands our problems, the only one with the guts to tell the truth. She's the only one." These are Aboriginal people from the Northern Territory, came down from the Territory to Brisbane to see Senator Hanson because she's the only one who gets it. She's the only one who understands. There's a flow-on from the guilt and grievance industry, the white and black Aboriginal industry that I mentioned, that's hurting and suppressing Aboriginals, entrenching dependence, entrenching victimhood. The Aboriginal people are wonderful people, essentially salt of the earth. Why are we keeping them down? Why are we suppressing them under a blanket of bureaucracy? We need sunset clauses on native title applications. We need, just like the Queensland Aboriginal Land Act of 1991, it had a sunset clause that came into force in 2006. We need a moratorium on native title allocations. We need to review the Native Title Act, and that's why I support this reference. We need to reverse the closing of landmarks. Prominent Aboriginals in this country have admitted that closing of landmarks is based on obsolete practices. The closing of Mount Warning was strongly opposed by an Aboriginal elder, a woman, but her voice was not heard. It was suppressed. Mr. Mark Hendricks is doing a marvellous job of publicising the truth about Mount Warning's closure. It was a bunch of gutless bureaucrats and politicians from the New South Wales state government that succeeded to rubbish, succeeded to the stuff that comes out of the south end of a northbound bull, and it was spread by a small, tiny group and opposed by Aboriginals, including elders, wise females, just ignored, just buried. That is something the One Nation MPs, I'm sure, will review the Aboriginal Land Act of 1991 in Queensland, and also we need a review of the Native Title Act. And I notice I'm going to make some comments about Senator Ayres. Labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, the dishonest, and the fearful. Senator Ayres put together not one single coherent point, just a lot of labels and lies. That was all we got from Senator Ayres. He retreated, he put forward no arguments, all just hollow words. Pauline Hanson is known for her love of Australia and her love of Australians, regardless of skin colour. Let me tell you a story when we first came to Canberra in the Senate in 2016. We went to the Griffith Vietnamese restaurant, where a lot of politicians have gone over the years and written on the walls. We couldn't get out of the place because the Vietnamese people, the other Asian people, wanted autographs with Senator Hanson. Why? Because she protects the country. Because she protects the country and makes sure that we keep our values in this country. That's why Asian people, Indian people, Chinese people, Middle Eastern people come to this country, because they like the values of this country. And we have got to protect that. So this native title, concerns about native title are echoed right across Queensland and in other parts, across the territory as well. We know from prominent Aboriginals that they agree with Senator Hanson and with me. It's way over time for this native title regime to be reconsidered, and I recommend referral to this committee for the benefit of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and for the benefit of all Australians. Thank you.
Senator Faruqi.
Deputy President, I had no intention of speaking on this disgraceful and farcical motion, but unfortunately, I was here at the time Senator Hanson made his speech. And I'm really sorry that Senator Cox had to listen to that speech as well, because in a long time, I haven't heard such incomprehensible drivel. And on top of that, it was dripping in white supremacy, in colonialism, and in racism. And in some parallel universe, or maybe a dream world, or perhaps more aptly, a nightmare world that one nation lives in, they seem to think that they are calling out racism. I mean, it would be laughable if it wasn't such a serious issue. So here's the truth. No matter where we are in this country, we are on stolen land. Sovereignty was never ceded. This is, always was, and always will be Aboriginal land. So deal with it, Senator Hanson.
Are there any other contributions to this debate? I intend to put the question. We're past 6:30, so that depending if someone calls a division, it will have to be deferred until tomorrow. So I'm putting the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Are you requiring a division? Division is required. That will be deferred until tomorrow. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day, Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, Administration Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Sheldon.
Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak on the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment, Administration Bill 2024. I'll say at the outset that I support this bill and will be voting for it. The issues that have been raised deserve to be properly investigated and addressed. It's in the best interests of construction workers that this bill passes urgently, because construction workers need a strong, effective industrial voice and a strong, effective union. It is clear this bill delivers the most effective way of delivering that. Now, the longer that this issue drags on, the longer it takes to address the issues that have been raised, the longer it is until we are back to having strong industrial representation for construction workers. And that, of course, explains why the Liberals and Nationals are seeking to delay and draw out this process with a lengthy inquiry. We on this side of the chamber are coming at this issue from a very different direction from those opposite. We have introduced this bill because we believe every construction worker deserves to have union representation that always acts in their best interests. That is the motivation behind this bill. The Liberals and Nationals come at this very differently. Their motivation in this saga is to destroy union representation in the construction industry altogether. It's just another piece of their policy puzzle to attack unions, destroy job security and drive down wages. As the Liberals have happily admitted, attacking wages is their deliberate policy. Those opposite don't want the issues that have been raised to be solved. You don't need to take my word for it. Why don't you just look at their own record? Their first call in response to this saga was to call for the Australian Building Construction Commission to be reinstated. Well, what a farce. Because the issues that have been reported on all took place while the ABCC was active. They were supposed to be the tough cop on the beat, and that all that happened under their noses, because they were too busy pursuing the real issues, like Eureka flags being flown on building sites. The ABCC spent $500,000 on legal action to stop a Eureka flag being flown on a building site when the developer Lend-Lease didn't even have an issue with it. No one, not the union, not the workers, not the developer, actually supported the ABCC action. It was an ideological farce. Now, some of the other famous wastes of money the ABCC embarked on, with the full support of the Liberals and Nationals, included prosecuting the CFMEU for having COVID-19 safety posters in a break room, because the posters had the Union and Employer Association logos on them. We know because they launched cases about union stickers on hard hats. We know because they launched cases about union officials having a cup of tea on a work site. And my personal favourite, the $500,000 the ABCC spent on a losing High Court appeal in a case about the CFMEU requesting a woman's bathroom being put on a work site. $500,000 all the way to the High Court to prevent a woman's bathroom being put on a work site. Now, the ABCC was not a serious regulator, and those opposite cannot be taken seriously either. Now, that's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of fact, because the man those opposite handpicked to lead the ABCC, Nigel Hadkis, had to resign in disgrace because he was exposed for intentionally misrepresenting the industrial rights of unions for 2 years. He spent 2 years lying to prevent unions and their members from leveraging their rights, and he got caught and he resigned in disgrace. Now, this is the calibre of the ABCC. Now, of course, resigning in disgrace is a bit of a trend when it comes to conservative ideologies, those opposite charged with attacking the trade union movement. Another of the thought bubbles that those opposite have had is to have another Union Royal Commission. Now, the last time they got into power, they had the same idea. Unfortunately, it turned out the most disgraceful conduct by anyone at the inquiry was the conduct of the man they put in charge, Dyson Heydon. For those who have forgotten, an investigation on behalf of the High Court found that Mr Heydon had sexually harassed 6 female associates while he was a member of the court. Now, Mr Hadkis and Mr Heydon are the sort of company those opposite keep in their ideological pursuit of trade unions. Now, the reality is that no organisations in our society are more heavily scrutinised or excessively attacked than trade unions. It's one of the core principles of the Liberal and National parties, that people should be deprived of the opportunity to join unions and collectively bargain. We have farces like the Trade Union Royal Commission, Witch Hunt, the ABCC, and then we had Senator Cash, the Minister, requesting that the Federal Police raid the Australian Workers' Union, but not before being tipped off every media organisation in the country. It's quite extraordinary. The Minister of the day calling for 32 federal police to raid a trade union without appropriate cause. Then Senator Cash refused to be interviewed and refused to provide a witness statement to the investigation of that decision. Now, for those that have forgotten, the AFP told Senate estimates in 2019 that they believe that the evidence regarding the leaking of the raid to media may have been destroyed. Now, when you have a federal minister directing police raids on unions, tipping off media ahead of time, and then evidence about the tip-off being mysteriously destroyed, it really hits home the environment that unions have to operate within this country. Now, for these reasons and for the good of union members, we know there is a heavy burden on all union officials to operate with the highest levels of integrity, and so they should, and ensure the highest standards of good governance. We know also that where people do the wrong thing, it will be used by those opposite to smear working people fighting for fairness as a whole. That's why there is no one more determined to ensure best standards of governance in trade unions than the trade union movement and the Labor Party. There are some unions that operate particularly challenging circumstances. There are some unions that have to represent their members in industries where criminal and corrupt conduct by employers is just a standard for some of those businesses to do business. Industries where unions and good legal employers are threatened, intimidated and coerced. There are few industries where the sort of conduct is more widespread, in my view, than the construction industry. Now, I know firsthand because I've represented tip truck drivers and others in the construction sector. And I can tell you, not a day went by without seeing people not being paid what they're owed. Not a day goes by without seeing workers being misclassified, their wages stolen, their super stolen, their entitlements stolen. Not a day goes by without seeing workers put in unsafe, dangerous and deadly conditions. And after transport, it is the deadliest industry in the country. Now, and quite often, the reason for those unsafe conditions, the reason for those deaths and injuries, is because an employer or contractor or developer somewhere is cutting corners to save a buck. Now, you never hear anything from the Business Council or Master Builders Association about that. You never hear about anything from those opposite about that. In fact, the Liberals and Nationals came in here and voted against criminalising wage theft and industrial manslaughter. Now, the ABCC, throughout its existence, did precisely nothing about safety issues, wage theft, super theft, sham contracting, or any real issues impacting workers in the construction industry. That's despite super theft in the construction industry totalling about $420 million per year, and wage theft totalling $320 million per year. So that's $740 million per year stolen from workers. Yes, $740 million per year stolen from workers. And the only organisation that does anything about recovering it is the CFMEU and other unions in that sector. Now, we certainly never hear anything from the Liberals or Nationals or the ABCC before it's rightly abolished about that issue. And as an example, back in 2018, the redevelopment of the Royal Hobart Hospital was one of the biggest construction sites in Tasmania. The ABCC went out to that site on numerous occasions and never found anything wrong. But it turns out there was nearly 200 Chinese workers engaged on that site, many of them on student visas or other temporary work visas, who had not been paid for 6 weeks. They had not been paid any of their entitlements. Many of them were victims of sham contracting arrangements. And the ABCC, despite being at the site multiple times, never sniffed a single thing. But the CFMEU came in and in no time recovered $1.3 million for those workers. And decent companies who bid for that work, good construction companies who look after their workers, were outbid by a company who was stealing and thieving. And the ABCC did absolutely zip. Now, this is that's just one site. The ABCC recovered in wage theft across Australia in the preceding 2.5 years. More on one site than in 2.5 years by the ABCC. And on top of all that, when the CFMEU had done all the hard yards of recovering the wages, and it came to the ABCC to actually prosecute the developer, guess what? The ABCC dropped the prosecution. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Because it turns out the anti-union authority doesn't have a lot of interest in prosecuting dodgy employers. The fact is that the work the CFMEU does in the construction industry saves lives. They campaign tirelessly to criminalise industrial manslaughter, which is now law. They campaigned tirelessly to ban engineered stone, which was driving a silicosis epidemic, which is now law. And while they were saving lives and recovering wages and protecting jobs, they were under perennial attack from those opposite, from the ABCC and from the master builders and others. Now, it's not about any issues that have been reported on recent weeks which actually deserve to be thoroughly investigated, because they do. Recent weeks, they do have to be investigated, and so they should. That's why I support this bill. So let's stop pretending that the Liberals, Nationals and groups like the Business Council give a damn about the lives and livelihoods of construction workers. Because you never have before and you certainly don't now. Now, we expect we're going to have some ideological attacks, and that's fine in this debate. But we on this side want to get these issues investigated. We want them investigated urgently and thoroughly, and we want a strong, well-run construction union representing their members' rights again. Now, I note even the Master Builders Association have called for this bill to be passed urgently and have rejected calls for yet another inquiry. As their CEO, Danita Warren, said on Sky News yesterday, and not often I quote Ms Warren, but she said, "We desperately need this legislation passed, preferably this week, and certainly no later than next week's sittings." Now, the Financial Review, Andrew Tillett, has reported that master builders are not alone in telling the Liberals and Nationals to pull their heads in on this. To quote from their coverage on the weekend, the Civil Contractors Federation also called for the legislation to be passed as a matter of urgency. So yet again, the delaying tactics of those opposite are supported by no one, and to go to serve no one's interests other than their own political agenda. So get out of the way and support this bill.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, Senator Sheldon said we're coming at this from a different direction, and I think that is undoubtedly true, because what we've heard from Senator Sheldon and his colleagues is the Labor Party just wants to get rid of this issue as quickly as possible. They want to get it off the front pages. They want to take the minimum amount of steps that barely passes the test of credibility to make sure that the CFMEU can continue with its militant activity, that the CFMEU can continue to pour donations into Labor Party coffers, and that the climate of lawlessness that the CFMEU has presided over and fostered in the construction industry, the price for which we all pay as taxpayers, as infrastructure consumers, as home builders, so that can continue. We have to remember how we got to this point today. And one of the very first commitments and acts of this Labor government was to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. In his media release of the 24th of July, the then Minister, Tony Burke, said the ABCC is a totally unnecessary body. And the CFMEU was pretty proud about this commitment being implemented. In their July 2022 newsletter, they boasted, and I quote, "We manned polling booths, worked the phones, donated and talked to our membership on the importance of electing an ALP government. Now it's their turn to repay the working men and women of this country. The ALP made commitments to the trade union movement. Now let's hold them to account." So the quid pro quo pretty starkly demonstrated there for the CFMEU's support for the Labor Party at the last election, including $6.2 million in donations, was for the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Now, this is the body, before it was shut down, in the 12 months before it shut down, the ABCC had filed 17 cases against the CFMEU, one every 3 weeks, for alleged breaches of industrial laws. In 2021, in the proceedings brought by them, the Federal Court of Australia found the CFMEU had broken industrial laws by taking coercive action against a Newcastle crane company to secure a desired result. Allegations very similar to what were unaired by the 9 Fairfax newspapers and 60 Minutes in their disclosures of last month. And in fact, only 2 months ago we heard from the then head of the CFMEU's Victorian division the same sorts of tactics that the Labor Party is now professing to be surprised about. John Setka at the time threatened to shut down the AFL and AFL-linked building sites unless they sacked the head of their umpiring department as someone with whom he had a personal grievance. Is this the way that a body that is interested in the welfare and interests of its members carries on? No, this is a body that is drunk on power, that is abusing its power, that is used to getting its own way and is used to the government, and particularly Labor governments at the state and federal level, bending over backwards to keep them pleased. Now, we've heard from those opposite, and we continue to hear how important this solution is and how quickly they want it dealt with. But what they're trying to do is to fix a mess that they directly created. By removing oversight and policing of the CFMEU, they clearly allowed the worst elements of its behaviour to flourish in plain sight. We've seen employers and firms around the country intimidated by the high price of union payback should they resist the soaring costs of CFMEU approved practices and contractors. And this practice has been allowed to flourish because the Labor Party, in one of its first acts in taking office, abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission and effectively gave control of the sector to its supporters in the CFMEU. We've seen criminal activity, we've seen threats, we've seen corruption, bribery, intimidation, violence, bullying, standover tactics, misappropriation of funds and other accusations of lawlessness as revealed by the investigative reporting. And the Albanese government was warned this would happen, but they abolished the ABCC anyway. As Tony Burke said in his media release in July 2022, the ABCC is a totally unnecessary body and a politicised and discredited organisation established by the previous government to target workers purely for ideological reasons. Well, it's clear that it is not and was never an unnecessary body, and it's clear that its abolition has only fuelled the very misbehaviours it was designed and created to prevent. Now, we have a number of concerns about this bill, and frankly, we know why those opposite are in a rush to have it passed, because they can get it through with the minimum of scrutiny, because they can make a number of small cosmetic changes and suggest that they are now dealing with what has been shown to be endemic corruption in the construction sector. But they've created these problems, and we think this bill has a number of defects by design, I think, rather than by accident. Firstly, the draft legislation gives the minister far too much discretion over the administration process. Under this legislation, the minister could stop the administration of the union at any point if he wanted to, without giving reasons. That is unacceptable. We need to ensure that the administrator appointed applies not only to a select few of the CFMEU's construction divisions, but all of them. And under the current bill, as drafted, the minister could make a unilateral decision to end the administration of one or more of the state divisions at any time. Furthermore, given the seriousness of the matter and the economy-wide impacts of corruption and lawlessness in the building industry, we need the administrator to be a transparent office which reports to Parliament regularly. And we believe the legislation should also set clear objectives of how the union, and particularly the construction divisions of the CFMEU, need to change and reform before they are taken out of administration. But at the moment, this bill just sunsets after 3 years, regardless of whether anything is actually achieved by putting the union's divisions into administration. So in short, this is a cosmetic fix only. It's designed to give the illusion or the appearance of action, but it ensures that the minister still holds all the power. It ensures that when this issue is no longer on the front pages or dominating media interests, the minister could, if he or she wishes, end the administration very quickly, and it provides no benchmarks, no goalposts, no performance objectives that have to be met before the CFMEU can be allowed to function normally again. So we're concerned that this legislation does not go far enough, that it is just a temporary fix, and that is why we believe we need an inquiry into this bill to scrutinise this legislation carefully. This problem has been 2 years in the making since the government abolished the ABCC. We've had 2 years of allowing problems to accumulate in the sector, and throughout that time we were told by those opposite the government that there was nothing to see here, that the ABCC was a totally unnecessary body, that the CFMEU could be policed by the same sorts of regimes that govern other sectors. Well, manifestly that has not proven to be the case. And so we think it's worth taking the time to make sure that we scrutinise this bill, that a committee is allowed to inquire into it, that we can make sure that whatever remedies are proposed for the CFMEU are sufficiently strong, with sufficient oversight and sufficient transparency, to give the entirety of the public confidence that the sector is being reformed, and importantly to give employers and building contractors confidence that they are not going to be subject to the willful intimidation and standover tactics practiced by the CFMEU in the past, that they can begin to once again select contractors on their merit rather than because of the fear of reprisals, and that building costs can come down as a result. Now, we do believe that if Labor is genuinely serious about cleaning up this sector, then they would seek to bring back the ABCC or a similar body with greater reform and oversight powers, that they should, rather than just put into administration the construction divisions of the CFMEU, deregister the organisation entirely, and make sure we have penalties for breaches of the Fair Work Act that are fit for purpose. Because since the ABCC ceased to exist and the investigations mandates it had commenced into the CFMEU were passed to the Fair Work Office, the Fair Work Office has, on my understanding, not commenced any new litigations against the CFMEU since the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commissions, and in fact the Fair Work Office discontinued a number of cases that had been commenced by the ABCC. So, when we consider how important this sector is to the economy, we are struggling with housing affordability in Australia. We are struggling with overblown budgets on major construction projects. We are struggling with a shortage of workers. And when we see that the CFMEU practices which have become embedded and normalised in the construction sector have, on many estimations, added a 30% price premium to big infrastructure projects, which has flowed all through the industry, and have resulted in many decent, honest, fairly minded businesses having to accommodate themselves to the CFMEU's preferences in order to remain viable entities. When we see all that, it's important that we get these changes right and that we do not just adopt a quick fix to suit the political convenience of those opposite, but we make sure that we have this opportunity now and we take it to clean up the construction sector. Now, I know those opposite are ideologically opposed to the ABCC. I frankly don't mind if we call the new body something else, but for the interests of Australia and the Australian economy and anyone who wants to build a better and fairer Australia, we need to make sure that this part of the economy, the allegations of which have been revealed in past weeks are frankly mind-blowing, is properly policed and reformed and put on a firm footing. So that's why I would urge those opposite to give everyone who wishes to speak on this bill the opportunity to speak, to allow a full examination and open litigation of the merits of competing processes, to refer the bill to a Senate inquiry, to allow the Senate to conduct its proper work of deliberation and oversight and scrutiny, to make sure that we hear from those who have been affected by these practices in the building sector, many of whom up until now have been too intimidated to speak out, and to make sure that the Minister of the day and the government and the courts and our law enforcement agencies and civil society have the tools that are necessary and the platforms that are available to them to make sure that we can stamp out this endemic corruption, which is an incredible burden on our economy and the practices of which have been allowed to continue for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I welcome debate on this bill, the Fair Work Registered Organisation Amendment Administration Bill of 2024, aiming to place the CFMEU into administration. We should really be aiming to place the CFMEU in prison. But this criminal union's puppets in the Australian Labor Party will never go for that. Or go that far, for a matter of fact. Getting in bed with bikies and organised crime. Criminal assaults on non-union workers just trying to make a living. Stalking and illegal intimidation of non-union workers at their own homes. Organised wage theft on an unprecedented scale in the coal mining industry. economic productivity in freefall, major construction projects worth billions of dollars at a standstill, the renewable scam driving record energy bills and leaving families desperate and homeless, a national housing and construction crisis seeing major building companies go out of business every week. The CFMEU and their Labor puppets are directly responsible for all of these things, and this is mostly just in Queensland. And while Labor will deny it, the CFMEU will proudly proclaim what they've done and wear these crimes like a badge of honour. Labor unleashed these criminals to hold Queensland's economy hostage, faithfully eliminating any and all barriers and checks on the CFMEU's conduct and power. The Greens and Senator David Pocock are accomplices to these crimes by backing the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the ABCC. This legislation we're debating today is a classic case of shutting the stable door long after the horse has bolted. I've heard the tough talk about big fines and jail terms, but I have no faith this government of union puppets will do anything effective to rein in the excesses of the thugs running the CFMEU. That's because Labor has enabled these excesses. Right now, Brisbane is hosting ECCA, the largest annual event in Queensland with an average of 400,000 people going every year. For the second year running, people going to ECCA will be unable to use the exhibition train station thanks to CFMEU protest delaying safety certification. The larger issue is the $6.3 billion Cross River Rail project, already months behind deadline, with costs blowing out last year by almost $1 billion thanks to the CFMEU. In May this year, CFMEU thugs physically assaulted non-union workers attempting to enter a Cross River Rail worksite to do a day's work. These gutless cowards can be heard in the footage saying people were not permitted to cross what they've called a picket line. The entitlement is breathtaking. These thugs actually believed that standing in a line gave them the authority to ignore the law and physically harm people. Even worse, they followed one of the non-union workers to his home and committed another physical assault. This disgusting, unwarranted entitlement has been enabled by the Union's Labor Party puppets. The criminal bosses of the CFMEU know that no matter what their members do, no matter what law they break, Labor governments will always have their back. It was there for all to see in the innocent denials from union-affiliated Labor ministers that they were unaware of the CFMEU's links to organised crime and the criminal behaviour of some of its members. That's why the CFMEU has all the characteristics of a toxic weed. It will always grow back to harm the economy, harm innocent workers, get in bed with organised crime, and cost taxpayers and investors billions of dollars. Labor has been embarrassed into acting after years of enabling this criminal behaviour, but you'd be forgiven for believing nothing will change. Labor is thoroughly cowed by the CFMEU. The Commonwealth Parliamentary officers in Brisbane last week introduced heightened security measures just for a press conference by the new Industrial Relations Minister. They were obviously worried about CFMEU members crashing it, and they were certainly justified considering that a CFMEU protest last year had caused criminal damage to the building. This Parliament needs to take a very long, hard look at an Australian Union movement that has mutated into a virtual mafia holding the national economy hostage. Union bosses should be exclusively focused on fair pay and safe conditions for their members. They should be their only purpose and only role. It is not their role to force union membership on workers who do not want it, and that constitutes the vast majority of workers in Australia. They see the toxic behaviour of the CFMEU and they want no association with it. In the past 30 years, trade union membership has fallen from more than 40% of all Australian workers to less than 13%. Yet over the years, the unions have used their Labor puppets to force union membership on people who don't need or want it. They don't do this to look after workers' rights. No one believes that nonsense anymore. They do it to satisfy their naked greed for money and power they have not earned and do not deserve. A great example of this greed was uncovered by my One Nation colleague, Senator Malcolm Roberts. Senator Roberts' work has revealed what has been called the single largest case of wage theft in Australian history. This was a dirty deal between a mining company and the CFMEU, which darted thousands of Queensland and Hunter Valley coal miners out of an average of $40,000 a year, $40,000 of entitlements. Labor now is saying they exposed it. Ha! But the truth is they washed their hands of it and did nothing. They didn't worry about the workers of these mine workers in Queensland and Hunter Valley. They walked away from it, and yet they want to take credit for it. That's what they're telling. They did the work. They did absolutely nothing. Another example of this was the now abolished Road Safety Remuneration Tribunal. This was created to force small owner-operators in the trucking industry out of business, funding their workers into the big freight companies where Transport Worker Union membership would be forced on them. Thanks to a desperate campaign by these small businesses, the Abbott government got rid of the RSRT. Another example was the terrible industrial relations legislation passed last year with the support of Senator David Pocock and the Jackie Lambie Network. This is a transparent attempt to force union membership on the farming and small business sectors, faithfully enabled by a Labor government that relies on the CFMEU for a lot of funding. Where was the new Industrial Relations Minister when this was forced on the Australian farmers he was supposed to defend as the Agricultural Minister at the time? He was voting for it and promoting it. That's why I have absolutely no confidence Labor will undertake more than an ineffective token measures against the criminal bosses of the CFMEU. This is evident in the legislation before us. It looks good at a first glance, but when you read it closely, there is a lot of wriggle room for Minister Watt to protect the CFMEU. Describing the process for placing divisions of the CFMEU into administration as a scheme, Section 323B of the bill says the Minister may, not will, determine a scheme only if he is satisfied it's in the public interest. Section 323D says the Minister may vary the scheme or revoke a scheme. The requirement to appoint a general manager and an administrator reeks of another job for the boys, and there are no requirements for criminal checks on these appointees. This is why I have no confidence this will rein in the excesses of the corrupt leaders of the CFMEU. If Labor was serious about this, they'd reinstate the Australian Building and Construction Commission as an independent body with the power necessary to hold union bosses to account. We must have a strong independent watchdog as a powerful check on union activity. It took a double dissolution election in 2016 to create it in the first place, with Labor fighting tooth and nail against it to keep their corrupt CFMEU money flowing freely. We also need to bring back the Registered Organisations Commission and have another good look at the Ensuring Integrity Bill. As I said earlier today, I had my reasons for not supporting it before, but I'm prepared to have another go. It may also be worth examining the proposal for an industry regulator made by the Master Builders Australia, the Construction Industry Compliance and Corruption Agency. Importantly, this proposal includes the agency being home to a permanent cross-jurisdictional police unit dedicated to targeting and eliminating criminal activity and organised crime. A more direct and simple solution would be to ban unions or any associated entities from making donations to political parties. There are bans on property developers from making political donations in Australia, as well as on tobacco and gambling interests, so there should be bans on unions making them too. Corrupt union bosses are no less toxic to Australians than tobacco or gambling addictions. If Labor had any moral centre, it would refuse to accept donations from the CFMEU anyway. We know that won't happen, but they're too dependent on that money. The CFMEU is a parasite that Labor just can't get away from. Perhaps the worst example of how corrupt union bosses are destroying this country is the renewable scam. Industry super funds, many of which have CFMEU bosses as directors, are some of the biggest investors in renewable energy. They've made their Labor puppet set up the renewable scam, which guarantees generous returns for these investments underwritten by taxpayers. Those returns end up in Labor's election coffers. It's the main reason behind Labor's childish scare campaign and outright lies about nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is the proven emissions-free technology that, if adopted in Australia, could effectively end the union boss's renewable scam. As I've said before, you only have to follow the money to get to the truth of the scam, which is crippling Australian households and businesses with some of the world's highest electricity costs. All of this needs to stop.
Thank you, Senator
Labor will not
Hanson.
stop it.
Sorry, the debate is interrupted. You'll be in continuation. I propose that the Senate do adjourn, and I call Senator Scarr.
Mr Acting Deputy President, I was delighted and honoured on 27 July 2024 to attend the 71st anniversary of the armistice which brought a halt to the Korean War. This commemoration was hosted by my friends at Ipswich RSL. In the Korean War, there were some 17,000 Australians who served. 340 died in service of their country. 1,216 were wounded and 30 became POWs. Perhaps very tragically, the armistice was agreed on 19 July, but it took effect on 27 July, and in the last 3 days of the war, 2 RAR suffered 6 killed and 24 wounded after the armistice had been agreed but had not been signed, had not come into effect. The commemoration held by the Ipswich RSL was extremely well attended by veterans, by family members, by representatives of our wonderful Queensland Korean community, cultural performers who gave exceptional performances, and representatives from all levels of government and all parties. At the event, the following Korean War veterans or their family members received the Peace Medal provided by the Republic of Korea. And I want to read their names in honour of them. Mr Tony Oddy, who served in Korea with 1st Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment from March 1954 to March 1955. Mr Malcolm Rainbow, who served with the New Zealand Navy on HMNZS Hawiya in Korea between 1952 and 1955. Mr Russell Milligan, the son of Korean veteran Mr Robert Milligan, who served in Korea with No. 77 Fighter Squadron from February 1952 to July 1952. An award will be given to Mr Graham Frost, the son of Mr William Henry Frost, who served in the Royal Australian Navy on HMAS Sydney from August 1951 to February 1952. Mrs Florence Gendra, the daughter of Frederick Shepherd, who served in Korea from September 1951 to July 1952 with 3rd Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment, received a Peace Medal. And Mrs Donna Reid accepted a Peace Medal in memory of her brother, Merlin John Elliott, who served in Korea with 3rd Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment from February 1953 to May 1953 and was killed in action on 25 May 1953. I'd like to say a few words in relation to the background of this commemoration, and I can do no better than quoting the words of Mrs Debbie Wadwell, who's the Secretary of the RSL, Ipswich RSL, and who does a wonderful, wonderful job in that capacity. Just a tremendous job Debbie does in that capacity. And she provided me details with respect to how this commemoration came about. I was preparing 5 years ago a Vietnam Veterans Day service in early March, and life member of the RSL Queensland, Mr Matthew Rennie, OAM, came into the Memorial Hall and asked what I was doing. When I told Mr Rennie I was planning Vietnam Veterans Day, he asked, "What about the Korean War? Why is no one honouring our service?" I said to Mr Rennie, "We will be this year, 2018. And he said he would believe it when he saw it. Well, we saw the 5th commemoration at Ipswich on the 27th of July 2024. And lastly, I'd like to refer to a wonderful young man I met from Korea. And this is Mr Kim Sung-woo, who came to Australia as a student as part of a program and was in Australia between 13 July and 9 August, a very limited time. And he heard about the Korean War commemoration service and actually came to Ipswich to participate in the service. It was just quite inspiring, actually, and meant a lot to the veterans and families who were there. So I really do want to congratulate Kim Sung-woo for coming along. He did great honour, I think, to his family, to his country, by paying respect to Australians who served in the Korean War. And in his words, and I'll close with his words, I hope the alliance between the Republic of Korea and Australia will last forever.
Thank you, Senator Scarr, and I call Senator Askew.
Thank you. I believe all Australians want a mature conversation about our country's future energy needs as we commit and work towards a pathway to net zero. The next decade will be critical for Australians because 90% of our baseload electricity sources, largely coal-fired power stations, will reach the end of their life during that time. We need to make tough decisions now to ensure the security of our electricity grid for current and future generations. The Australian community demands this from us, those who elected us to this place, but under the Albanese Labor government, that is not happening. Instead of wanting a constructive conversation, this Labor government has steamrolled us into a renewables-only approach. There are many regional communities across the country, including in my home state of Tasmania, that feel they are being pressured to accept large-scale renewable energy projects without consultation or social licence. Renewables only, relying solely on solar and wind energy generation, has not been achieved in any advanced economy in the world. But Labor wants us to believe that our sun and wind is somehow just better and that we have more access to these resources than every other country. Now, I do want to make something perfectly clear. I'm not against renewables. As a senator for Tasmania, it's quite the opposite. I certainly appreciate, say, the solar panels on my home, and I've been the beneficiary of living in a state powered by renewable energy. Tasmania's hydroelectric schemes have put us on a positive footing in this area and means we are far less reliant on finite fossil fuels. As Tasmanians, we are rightly proud of our hydroelectric schemes and appreciate the foresight, courage and determination of previous generations for building them. We are a renewable energy leader, but as you would also understand, we're Australia's smallest state. It is from that basis that I acknowledge that not all states and territories are in the same fortunate position as my home state. I know in our larger states, blackouts and brownouts are and will become increasingly common as increased demand and the shutdown of coal-fired power stations reduce the availability of reliable energy generation. Across the country, large-scale renewable projects like wind farms and solar farms have been lost in regulatory purgatory, lost in the environmental approvals process or in the federal court, as communities struggle to grasp the impact these projects have on their communities and agricultural land. Labor and the Coalition are agreed in the pursuit of net zero by 2050, but we fundamentally disagree on how to credibly reach that goal. We need our leaders to stand up and provide meaningful solutions and alternatives to the challenges we face as a nation. And like those leaders of the past who saw the need and built our hydroelectric schemes, Peter Dutton is demonstrating his courageous leadership with the Coalition's nuclear power policy. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that Australians are open to a mature conversation about energy and are willing to look at all the options available to us to help us reach this goal, including nuclear energy. It was therefore disappointing to note that Labor Senator Polly, recently suggested in an op-ed that Tasmania would become home to a nuclear power plant, demonstrating the fear-mongering this government will go to avoid having a mature debate about our nation's energy security. In the context of Australia's energy needs, Senator Polly's fanciful suggestion does not make economic or logical sense and only serves as an attempt to drum up fear amongst her constituents, those she represents. It is also a deliberate attempt to misrepresent the Coalition's policy, which aims to provide reliable baseload power to complement the existing and future renewable energy sources, which includes Tasmania's hydropower. While the Albanese Labor government wants to stoke fear based on outdated assumptions about nuclear energy, the Coalition wants to ensure we have safe, secure, reliable and affordable energy for the future. Right now, in households and businesses across the country, Labor's expensive renewables-only approach is failing. Rather than decreasing power bills by $275 as promised during the election, power bills have increased by $1,000 under this Labor government. It is clear that a sensible plan is needed to reduce power prices and secure cheaper, cleaner and consistent energy. The Coalition's policy is to replace coal-generated power with zero-emissions nuclear power to supplement renewables and gas. It does not come at the expense of renewables, as Senator Polly and the Albanese Labor government would have you believe. We face a critical decade ahead where tough decisions will need to be made for the good of current and future generations, our children, our grandchildren. I believe Australians deserve a mature, evidence-driven debate about the merits of nuclear technology, not a war of words driven by emotional ideology or a scare campaign based on untruths. The Australian people deserve better.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Terrell.
You know, we all have someone we love receiving a form of care, whether that's childcare, aged care or care provided via NDIS. Today I want to talk about aged care specifically, care minutes. It seems like a bizarre concept to measure care to our elderly loved ones by the minute, but that's how we do it. Everyone who lives in a residential aged care facility is entitled to 200 minutes of care each day, so just over 3 hours. And at least 40 minutes of that care must be provided by a registered nurse. The rest can be provided by an enrolled nurse, personal care workers or assistants in nursing. So that all sounds good, but things start to come unstuck when you get down into the nitty-gritty. That 200 minutes is added up for every person living in each aged care facility, and then it's averaged out. So your mum might get 180 minutes one day and 201 minutes another day. But before I go on too much further, let's look at the definition of care minute. A care minute means 60 seconds of care for your loved one, provided by a nurse or aged care worker, right? Actually, not in all cases. That care can be provided by a nurse or aged care worker face-to-face, or it could mean these staff members are speaking about care with a family member, or they might be putting together a care plan for your loved one, or they could be arranging appointments for them with another health practitioner. Of course, all of these things are important in making sure everyone in a residential aged care facility is receiving the care they need. But there's a lot of wiggle room in there for some creative maths when it comes to totting up those care minutes at the end of the quarter. The Department of Health and Aged Care recently released the care minute targets, and the care minutes actually delivered between October 2023 and March 2024. When I got right down into that data for Tassie, I could see there was a real mixed bag when it came to the care Tasmanian facilities were providing. Some aged care facilities went way over and above their care minute target, while others fell way short. About half were meeting their targets. Half of Tasmania's 70-odd residential aged care facilities providing the level of care doesn't seem right though, does it? It doesn't sound right to me, and I expect it doesn't sound right to you either. So I looked further into the numbers provided by the department. It seems that Tasmania's smaller residential aged care facilities are doing better than the larger ones when it comes to meeting their care minute targets. Based on the care minutes delivered in the 6 months to the end of March this year, it looks like smaller facilities in Tassie that have up to 30 beds are more likely to have better care outcomes. But maybe the ratio between the number of residents and aged care staff in these smaller facilities skews in favour of the resident, which shows staff resources are being underutilised. I suspect that is the case when it comes to aged care facilities in the more remote areas within the state, like King Island and Flinders Island, where there is an over-delivery of care minutes. But hey, if elderly residents on the islands are getting extra care, let's celebrate that. What I'm not celebrating, though, is the larger facilities. Those with more than 151 beds were underachieving in care minutes as a whole. In fact, nearly 2/3 of aged care facilities across the country aren't meeting their care minute targets. And the care minute targets are set to go up again on October 1st this year. If facilities aren't meeting their requirements now, how the heck are they possibly going to meet these new targets? It's time to face the facts. Target care minutes aren't working. It's no good keeping a bad system in place just to show that you ticked a box. The idea behind care minutes is good, but when the majority of facilities across the country are failing to meet their requirements, it's clear there's something very much wrong. What's worse is that some facilities didn't spend the extra government money on more staff to meet these targets. So while your loved one isn't receiving the care they need, the facility has stashed the money in their back pocket. The Labor government has been stalling on introducing the new Aged Care Act, despite a promise to get it done in this term of government. But the new Act is an opportunity to review this care minute system. It's okay to admit when something isn't working, especially when ignoring it can come at the expense of the care of a loved one. And if Labor is going to stall on important reforms to aged care, the least they can do is fix existing policies that are a little more than window dressing.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Disclosure is a very important thing, access to information as part of this parliament. And one of the great privileges, truly I think the best thing I enjoy being down here is the access to information, the ability in the committee hearing to be informed by those with their finger on the pulse of industry, of the environment, of many different things and what happens. And so on the 16th of April this year, we were in the supermarket inquiry with Woolworths in the stand this morning, Brad Banducci, the CEO. And in between the break, in that lunch break, I went up to Sky to do an interview. And jokingly, while we were there to be introduced, speaking to some of the journalists, they said, "Oh, how did that go? What did you do?" And I said, "And what are you going to do this afternoon?" I said, "Well, I should be shorting Coles because Woolworths sank by almost 2% in that first hearing morning on the stock market." And I didn't think much of it at the time, but since then, Coles did exactly the same in the afternoon. Again, almost a 2% drop in the stock market from the information we had as a committee hearing and what was there. And it started me thinking. So I reached out to a friend in the financial markets at a senior principal level who desperately wants to remain unnamed, so I will not do that. And I tried to recreate the trades. What would happen? How would I benefit from this information if I knew this was going to happen? And very simply, very easily, he said you'll put an out-of-the-money put option on that stock. Pennies in the dollar of value. And if you move a stock by a percentage of 1 or 2%, suddenly they can be a multiplier. They can look at what they did. So we recreated that trade. And if I had taken $10,000 at the beginning of that day, and I had taken out-of-money put option on Woolworths, then floated over to Coles, I would have turned that money into somewhere between $40,000 or $90,000 at the end of that day. Now, that really concerns me about the disclosure of what we do as parliamentarians with the information we have and our disclosures around our trades. And we have to say what we've got, and I sold some things, so I only have a savings account and properties now, but what are we doing with these transactions? Because I find people will only do what they are willing to justify. And I'm not saying anyone is doing wrong, but I'm saying the temptation is there. Tomorrow I'll be bringing into this place an inquiry for big box traders and retailers. I hope it is supported. No one will know until the vote's on the floor. But the evidence I've got around some of these retailers are very, very damning. Very damning. And some of that information has come out under the protection of parliamentary privilege, which we can extend for the purposes of legislation or inquiry or these sorts of things. We hold that position dear. So it is not beyond the realm that I could or someone could manipulate the markets, manipulate things for personal gain, and have no reason to declare, no obligation to disclose what they have done. I note that in the USA in 2012 they put the Stock Act through, which I think abbreviates something like Stop Transacting on Something Knowledge or something. And that within 30 days, you have to disclose any transactions you have in financial markets, in stocks. I think this needs to go further. I think we need a disclosure basis that we have to disclose buy, sell of any financial instruments, of futures, of options, of stocks, within a 30 to 45 day range, and a scope, not the exact value, but scopes of value of what that is. Because if we are truly to be taken seriously, that we were always doing the right things, disclosure should not hurt. And if I want to go and buy a stock or sell a stock for a reason, not from here, I should be able to do it, and I should have nothing to fear from disclosing it. But if there's a pattern of behaviour, and I noticed in the US they were looking at the financial collapse earlier in the number of trades there, what happened in Silicon Valley, a lot of trades there, they looked a bit funny. They looked a bit smelly. And you have to be held to account. So I would love to see a modification to our disclosure rules. There are people calling, I know Will Bennett in the Sydney Morning Herald and Sean Johnson in Open Politics are calling for a ban on the sales of stocks and the purchasing of stocks of members of parliament. I think that is too far. I know they're coming from. I think it's the same harm. What there has to be is a clearer method of tracking, a clearer method of disclosure, so people can see if we are trying to manipulate markets, if we are benefiting, and if we are getting information that they do not have the time or the ability to get, and we are manipulating the market. Disclosure hurts no one, it benefits everyone, and there should be more.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In this first sitting week after the winter recess, I'm reminded of August last year when the Prime Minister announced the date that Australians will be heading to the polls for the Voice referendum. Well, $450 million later, this government has made little progress to deliver improved outcomes for Indigenous Australians since the referendum's plummeting defeat in October. And 12 months on, we're still waiting for this Prime Minister to take an initiative to provide real results for Indigenous communities, not an unnecessary ballot. Instead of focusing on closing the gap targets, 5 out of 19 of which are off track, the Prime Minister chose to pour $450 million into a referendum that failed. This time last year, Mr Albanese was selling the referendum to the Australian public as a step towards addressing long-standing inequalities and bring about meaningful change. Well, since its grim defeat, the Prime Minister has failed to offer an effective Plan B, just shrugging his shoulders at Indigenous Australians right across the country. We're still waiting to see any real ideas on how he plans to address the complex needs of our most vulnerable communities. Rather than just offering up a referendum and calling it a day, we need to see real action by this Prime Minister. So you do not need constitutional change to create effective policies in partnership with Indigenous Australians. What we need is listening, something that the Prime Minister might want to consider doing. Despite countless studies and Productivity Commission reports highlighting the failure to meet closing the gap targets, the Prime Minister's approach has been all smoke and mirrors. According to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, by 2031 we should see 96% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students achieving a Year 12 or equivalent certification. To stay on track for that commitment, we need to reach 85% by 2026. Yet with 2026 less than 18 months away, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reported that in 2022, only 65% of Indigenous Australians were enrolled in Year 10. It's fair to say that the Year 12 attainment will reflect a similar shortcoming. Just last week, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Performance Framework Summary Report also reaffirmed this educational disparity, with remote communities suffering the most. With the Albanese Labor government continuing to throw millions of dollars at Indigenous affairs, it's high time we ask, where exactly is this money going and why is it not translating into promised outcomes? In my home state of Western Australia, for instance, regional communities stretch across almost our entire state. And according to the last census in 2021, WA and NT had the lowest proportion of Indigenous people attaining Year 12 or equivalent qualification nationwide. That's 61% in WA and only 40% in the Northern Territory. Now, these figures are more than just numbers. They represent real lives, real families, real communities that are trapped in a cycle of closed doors and missed opportunities. And as the dollars and the unmet targets pile up, Australians are left without an explanation for why their taxpayer money is not producing significant results. And as the Prime Minister continues to dismiss calls for an audit into government spending on Indigenous affairs, this is not good enough. Australians, indeed Indigenous Australians, deserve better. The government's latest budget had promised to spend a further $110 million of federal money in Indigenous education over the next 4 years. But how is the government ensuring and giving the assurance to the Australian public that these hundreds of millions won't end up in the same wastebasket as the last $450 million that was spent on the referendum? What we need are tangible and real outcomes. What we need is meaningful change, not more high-profile, hollow policies and unmet targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Duniam.
Things I wanted to talk about tonight, the first of which is the Tasmanian Community Fund, which, of course, over many years has done some amazing things for the Tasmanian community, particularly those in need, be it women fleeing from domestic and family violence, be it communities that need new facilities such as all abilities playgrounds or community halls. You name it, they've done it. Sadly, though, more recently, they were participants in a political and divisive campaign. Every year, the Tasmanian Community Fund receives an appropriation from the Tasmanian government through their budget, and many millions of dollars provided to the board, independent of government, to then administer that money to the community for, as the Act sets out, the benefit of all Tasmanians. Sadly, though, the board last year decided to provide $557,000 to the Yes campaign in the referendum. That is taxpayers' money that went to the Yes campaign of the referendum. Now, the Tasmanian Auditor General has conducted a review of the Tasmanian Community Fund and how they do business, and that report was absolutely scathing of the fund's board and the work that they had done. Their lack of documentation, their lack of risk assessment and management, their lack of identification of conflict of interest and how to manage them. There was no documentation at all backing in their decision to provide over $500,000 of taxpayers' money to the Yes campaign. What's worse, Acting Deputy President, is that in 2020, the Auditor General, the same office, provided recommendations to the TCF board to up their game when it came to documentation and the way they did business. Those recommendations were ignored. And here we are in 2024, the same entity making the same recommendations, far more scathing this time though, and it is a real shame that this money, instead of going to communities that need it in Tasmania, is being provided to divisive campaigns. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, we got it wrong, the board has doubled down, saying they did the right thing and that, of course, the Auditor General got it wrong. A bizarre claim, if you ask me, Acting Deputy President. The fact is, they've now engaged lawyers. Some have suggested public relations firms. I would love to know, Acting Deputy President, who's funding their works to justify their contribution to the Yes campaign.
These are questions they must answer, and there are questions I've written to the board about today, along with the Premier of Tasmania and the relevant minister. What's more, given they refused to accept the recommendations in 2020 and have doubled down on their terrible decision in 2024, I think the board needs to resign, and if they won't, they need to be sacked. A very sad day for what has otherwise been a very good organisation in Tasmania. If I can turn to another matter now, Acting Deputy President, that of course is relating to the University of Tasmania, and a very alarming event, particularly off recent events that have occurred globally, and that is at the University of Tasmania, where we have a lecturer of food science who participated in an event which has become rather something of a headline grabber in Tasmania, and it's caused a great deal of concern for the Tasmanian Jewish community. And there was, as I say, an academic from the University of Tasmania, Adel Yusuf, who has described Hamas as a legitimate resistance movement, amongst other things. This issue, of course, has been something that has caused great concern across the global Jewish community and many observers of this conflict in the Middle East. Mr Yusuf said in a slideshow he presented to Educators for Palestine and Educators for Peace, an event that was held in Hobart on the 26th of June, that there are a range of misconceptions relating to Israel. The first one was that Israel is a democracy. The second one was that Israel has the right to exist. It's apparently a misconception. What kind of response would you have if you heard that as a member of the Jewish faith and the Jewish community in Tasmania, and you've got a fellow Tasmanian saying that? Another misconception is that Hamas is a terrorist organisation. This is a group, of course, as we know, Acting Deputy President, that sadly butchered, raped, mutilated, kidnapped civilians in Israel on the 7th of October last year. And of course, to suggest that it's a misconception that this is a terrorist organisation, which is actually its designation under our intelligence authorities, frankly is an alarming thing. The reason I raise this is, of course, because the University of Tasmania say, in defence of their member of academic staff, they want to protect freedom of speech. And I say, OK, that is not a problem. But this is where we need to temper our support of things like freedom of speech against other rights as well. We have to weigh up the risks of allowing people to say whatever they want, whenever they want, whatever the cost, against what impact that might have on the community. We only had the terror threat level elevated in this country on the back of advice that was incredibly serious around the probability of something occurring in our country because of the very events I've just talked about. The conflict between Israel and Hamas and the public debate around that. The fact that there are people out there espousing such things is part of the reason we have this issue. And so I hope the University of Tasmania, protectors of free speech though they are, look at what's being said under the banner of free speech and weigh up the consequences and costs for our community. To allow that to go unchecked, I think is a grave error, and I hope the University of Tasmania reconsider their approach on this matter. Finally, Acting Deputy President, I'd like to talk about another matter that occurred in Tasmania. Of course, observing the law is paramount for a functioning democracy. For people to be able to go about their business and to live their lives to the fullest of their potential, we all must abide by the law. That's something that is fundamental in a functioning democracy. So it was interesting to see, of course, that we had supporters, members of the Bob Brown Foundation before the Tasmanian Magistrates Court just last week, and they were charged with and found guilty of trespass. They wore it as a badge of honour. They went outside the court and held a press conference and told us all how wonderful it was that they'd broken the law to achieve their ends. Of course, the same people who don't respect the laws of our land, Acting Deputy President, went and set up their own Tasmanian Environmental Court of Law, run by the citizens of Tasmania. Because the laws of the land, as passed by the Parliament constituted of people who are elected by the citizens of this country, is not good enough, they set up their own court to sit in judgment over
as it turns out here, based on a summons I'm reading from this Tasmanian Environmental Court of Law, to proprietors of certain businesses, members of government, for their continued total support and endorsement of native forest logging and habitat destruction in Tasmania, despite full knowledge that it contributes to climate emergency and puts people and endangered species' lives at significant risk. And of course, colluding with successive federal and Tasmanian governments to undermine federal and state environmental biodiversity protection systems. And the penalty this Citizens' Court is going to issue to these people is life imprisonment or the immediate payment of $1.3 billion. How they've quantified this dollar value, or indeed the fact that the recipient of this summons I'm reading from now, Acting Deputy President, is worthy of a life imprisonment, I don't know. But I find it ridiculous that these people who think that the law doesn't apply to them, it should be broken because it is wrong, that our courts get it wrong, that the people who actually author laws to protect people who are going about their lawful business. The Bob Brown Foundation and other groups, of course, go and do things in forestry coups. You've got well-meaning, hard-working, honest men and women, people that I know my fellow Tasmanian over there, Senator Urquhart, support, people who work in the forestry industry, in dangerous conditions, in terrible weather as well. And of course, you've then got these people who are now issuing summons to these honest, hard-working men and women who honestly think it's okay to go and lock onto machinery, to chain themselves to gates, to chain themselves to tree trunks in industrial situations where you've got spinning blades, heavy equipment and machinery moving about. And of course, the law doesn't apply to them because they're doing the angels' work and the rest of us are just pure evil. But they can sit in judgment of us. I say shame on them. Take your summons back. Let the rest of us get on with doing what we do best and respect the laws that apply to everyone and should apply equally to all Tasmanians who are doing the right thing.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Australia is a country envied by many people around the world. This is evident from the number of people who have migrated or those applying to migrate to our beautiful and unique part of the world. Australia is my place of birth, as it was my parents and children. Yet, on a daily basis, I'm made to feel inferior and not entitled to enjoy, connect to, use or have acknowledged that this is my land, a country that I love and would fight for to defend my way of life and connection to it. How could this happen? It's happening to all Australians who are non-Indigenous. This is becoming more apparent now from Aboriginal activists, our own Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and former Coalition and Labor governments. Aboriginals and their corporations don't pay tax on royalties or leasing agreements. Why? A fund was set up under the Howard government to buy land in perpetuity, again funded by taxpayers. This is separate from native title claims. When billions of dollars have been handed over in royalties to these Indigenous corporations, why do we continue to fund Indigenous corporations, land councils, charities and programs? Where is the accountability, progress and milestone reports? Where are the outcomes? There are very few. Corruption and nepotism are rife, with the leaders of these entities preying on the Australian taxpayer and disadvantaged Indigenous people for personal financial gain. A Royal Commission needs to be held to expose the corruption and enrichment of some over the majority of Australians. You don't need paperwork to identify as an Aboriginal person. It's estimated that only 1% of people who identify as Aboriginal in Australia are full-blooded Aboriginals. In the first census that included the Indigenous population in 1971, 115,953 people identified as Indigenous. In the 2021 census, the figure was 812,728, an increase of 25.2% from 2016, which is approximately 3% of the population of Australia. Why am I fed up to the back teeth of being disenfranchised in my own country along with many millions of my fellow Australians? Let me explain. A non-Indigenous Australian can no longer visit or climb iconic landmarks such as Ayers Rock or Uluru, Grampians National Park, Mount Warning, the Glasshouse Mountains and some beaches. These are only a few places I have named. This is nothing more than a power play over other Australians, making a point that this land belongs only to the Indigenous people and everyone else can go to hell. The end game is to set up an Indigenous black state with their own government that will be paid for by everyone but them. Australians will have to pay for the privilege of travelling across Australia, whether on land, sea, rivers, or flying by plane, believe it or not, because they own the air as well, and Australians will be paying rent. Trust me, if we don't take a stand now, we will be paying, and we will pay dearly. Welcome to country, or acknowledgements of country, are performed at virtually all government departments, private businesses, commercial flights, schools, universities, sport events, and so on and on. I refuse to say it myself as a good, obedient politician. I turn my back when it is said every sitting morning of Parliament. In 1976, Ernie Dingo and musician Richard Walley performed what they claimed was Australia's first contemporary Welcome to Country. Children are being made to perform Welcome to Country and taught that the land belongs only to the Aboriginals. I refuse to be welcome to my own country, and I advise every other proud Australian to protest against this division. Other Australians are denied the right to enter some waterways and fish, but not Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island people. What is traditional about fishing when outboard motors, fishing lines and nets are permitted? Turtles and dugongs and other species are protected from ordinary Australians, but not the Indigenous. Most of these people have never lived traditionally and never will, but are granted these rights over other Australians on this basis. Talk about racism. It makes my blood boil when I hear people such as Bruce Pascoe making claims the Aboriginals were farmers or environmentalists. Apart from a very few tribes, they were nomadic hunters and gatherers. They burnt the shrub and bush to chase out the animals for food, not for environmental reasons. The activists would want me to believe they did it because they knew about climate change and wanted to save the planet. Give me a break. If they respect their traditions and want their culture, then why build the white man's house? That's not traditional. Alcohol and tobacco are not traditional. The Prime Minister's voice to Parliament was overwhelmingly thrown out by Australians, as it should have been. It was divisive, insulting, and full of lies that were only set to further pit one Australian against another with more rights and privileges. The PM claims now that he didn't advocate for the Makarrata Commission, another lie. He endorsed and promised the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, which included the Makarrata and truth-telling. When is he going to be truthful about Indigenous child sexual abuse and domestic violence that is the highest per capita in Australia? When will he acknowledge Aboriginal juvenile crime destroying townships and communities? When is he going to call for a Royal Commission into the corruption and misappropriation of approximately 35 to 40 billion of taxpayers' dollars spent each year supposedly on 3% of the population? Most Australians are doing it tough. Homelessness, health, dental, education or cost of living are everyday struggles. Why does the colour of one's skin or cultural background based on self-identifying entitle them to jobs, special health care or education? One black child sitting beside a white child in a classroom should be entitled to the same education. This whole Aboriginal identity racket is racist and not tested. How often do we see people as white as me with red hair or blonde hair, green or blue eyes claiming to be Aboriginal? Our country has also been divided by allowing the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags to be flown on the floors of Parliament across the country and on government buildings. These flags never existed before the 1970s. We went to the Olympics under the one flag. Why can't we live in our own country under the one flag? I'll put it to Australians. If war were ever to come to our shores, I ask Australians this: how many of you would take up arms and possibly lay down your lives to defend a country which is being denied to you? I acknowledge some Indigenous soldiers fought to defend our nation in the First and Second World Wars, but if a black nation was established with our own nation, would they be able to or capable of defending it? My answer is no. How many of the 3% would fight, or would they claim every other Australian owes them and must defend their nation? Never forget, it was mostly migrants and Australians born here that fought and sacrificed their lives for our freedom, way of life and their hard work that has made Australia what it is. This country would not be what it is today if not for them. No Indigenous culture made Australia what it is today. Lies and feeling sorry for the past, playing the victim, will never change or mend the true agenda of those who want nothing more than to appease their hatred for their failures to blame everyone else but themselves. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, as I say this in relation to myself, I confess I have been an irritant, a thorn in your rump, an obstinate woman who has my own mind and the disagreeable habit of sharing it with you. But what is the use of Parliament if it is not the place where true statements can be brought before the people? What on earth is the use of sending members to Parliament to say what they are told to say by the whips and the loudly cheer every ministerial platitude? What value can we place on our parliamentary institutions if constituencies return only tame, docile and subservient members who try to stamp on every form of independent judgment? For that is precisely what some have suggested. But let us put that all behind us. Let us not dwell in the dark pits of disaster. Let us move forward to face the challenges which lie ahead. Now I ask my Senate colleagues, have you got the intestinal fortitude to face the challenge? One Nation calls for the accountability and transparency in the Aboriginal industry gravy train that only a Royal Commission can deliver. One Nation calls for the United Australia, one people, one nation under one flag. Criticism is not racism. One Nation demands equal rights for all and special rights for none, the only way that's fair in a true democracy.
Yeah. Senator Roberts. Thank you. Watching the sad events currently unfolding and underway in the United Kingdom, one could be forgiven for thinking we'd descended into the dystopian world so long predicted in the classic literature. George Orwell's book, 1984, is just one warning, which ironically appears to have become an instruction manual for the political left. An interview with George Orwell was recently surfaced, in which Orwell thought there was a possibility 1984 could happen in the UK. He was right, again. Orwell's description of what looks like the UK under Labour's Keir Starmer reads as follows, quote, "In our world there will be no emotions except fear, anger, rage and self-debasement," which is porn and transgenderism, by the way. Continuing, "There will be no loyalty except to the party, but always there will be the intoxication of power. Always at every moment there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this nightmare situation is not to let it happen." That's the end of the quote. One Nation are doing everything we can to prevent this nightmare overtaking Australia. Sadly, the globalists, Liberals, Labor, Greens, Nationals and Teals intend to push ahead into hell. Another futuristic essay written in 1961 titled Harrison Bergeron from American science fiction writer Kurt Vonnegut predicted a future where human behaviour was controlled, physical movement and appearance and thought. High IQ citizens were punished with earpieces that played loud sounds every 30 seconds to prevent them from thinking, so they did not outshine low IQ people. The strong were literally weighted down with ball bearings to reduce their strength to that of the worst weakling. The attractive were forced to wear ugly masks, so nobody was made to feel uncomfortable gazing upon someone more attractive than themselves. A quote to explain his prediction, which is often incorrectly attributed to Dostoevsky, simply reads, quote, "Tolerance will reach such a level that intelligent people will be banned from thinking so as not to offend the imbeciles," end of quote. Vonnegut's view was mirrored in an interview described to me with a former resident of the Soviet Union, which consisted of the fellow drawing 3 stick figures on a piece of paper, 2 at the same height and 1 taller, then saying, quote, in the Soviet Union, everyone is equal, before taking his pencil and drawing a line across the top of the 2 smaller figures, thereby severing the head of the third. Such is life in the Soviet Union, he said. Keir Starmer's communism is the victory of those who have lost their humanity, their morality, their faith. Or as Orwell describes them, those who delight in the thrill of the kill. Perhaps UK citizens would agree it's time to add a footnote to the famous quote from Descartes, I think, therefore I am, arrested. Just like a young man in Belfast recently who was arrested for observing a protest, only to have Judge Rafferty in the Belfast District Court decide that someone's presence, including as a curious observer, at a disorder involves them in such disorder as to justify the refusal of bail. And off to jail he went. That young man had never been in trouble with the police before and had even left when the event became violent. There's no provision in common or statute law that reads, injustice is allowed if it exists to make an example of one to intimidate others into disobedience. Yet here we are. Similar behaviour was observed in Australia during COVID. The conversation around events in the UK has so far missed an important element. The United Kingdom has been here before. Former Queensland Premier Campbell Newman reminded the internet last week of the Areopagitica, which carries the full title of A Speech of Mr John Milton for the Liberty of Unlicensed Printing to the Parliament of England. This was a pamphlet published in 1644 to protest a parliamentary order the previous year requiring government approval and licensing of all published works and pamphlets. This measure was introduced after Milton's treatise in favour of divorce upset the King, Charles I. History appears to be repeating. The Uniparty's Misinformation, Disinformation, Censorship Bill. In Areopagitica, Milton defends the free circulation of ideas as essential to moral and intellectual development. Furthermore, he asserts to attempt to preclude falsehood is to underestimate the power of truth. A lesson for our E-Safety Commissioner, who clearly believes the reverse is true. While the immediate objective of the Areopagitica, repeal of licensing, was not obtained for another 50 years, the tract has earned a permanent place in the literature of human rights. Repeal took 50 years because, as it turned out, each new government kept that power in order to protect themselves from criticism. Power freely given is never freely surrendered. Here we are, 380 years later, and Australia is making exactly the same mistake. Well, One Nation isn't. The rest of the parties in this place are. Keir Starmer famously took the knee during Black Lives Matter riots and now puts English Lives Matter demonstrators on their knees. The spark for this trouble was the murder of 3 young girls at the hands of a suspected Islamic terrorist. If you want to look for the cause of the frustration being demonstrated amongst everyday Brits, look no further than a failure to keep the public safe. It's basic. Fear used as a weapon of control during COVID has bitten the hand that created it. There's an opportunity cost to arresting citizens for thought crimes like praying in public, watching but not participating in a protest, making posts on social media critical of the government, posts which do not incite violence or incite the breaking of a law, posting up first-hand stories of vaccine harm, and, of course, criticising the religion that can't be criticised using nothing but their own words. That opportunity cost is the policing of real crime. Over the last 10 years, according to the UK Statistics Office, assault with grievous bodily harm is up 100%, doubled. Assault with an injury is up 80%, almost doubled. Rape of an adult female, up 370%, almost 5 times. Rape of a minor is up 100%. In fact, the conviction rate of rapists in the UK is currently 5%, and not all of those even go to jail. Only last week, a migrant was given a suspended sentence for raping a 13-year-old British girl. The court accepted his defence that he did not know an adult raping a child was against the law in the UK. Imagine being that child's parents. Imagine being that child. Is it any wonder Brits are protesting this two-tiered justice system? The commentariat, who are denying the right of the people to protest peacefully, including many of the usual suspects here in Australia, here in this chamber, are commenting on a world their wealth and elitist lifestyle insulates them from. The Merseyside Chief Constable made the following comment last week. apparently unaware this is the exact upside-down policing, the exact two-tier policing the public are protesting about. Quote, "What I would say to those people who think they have gotten away with being involved in disorder, we are coming for you. We have hours of social media and closed-circuit TV footage. I have officers working around the clock to identify you. We know who you are and we know where you live and where you work." Now, why is this relevant to Australia? Because our law enforcement have been equipped with the powers to do exactly the same thing. The Identity Verification Services Act, together with the Digital ID Act, which Labor Minister Katie Gallagher passed through the Parliament this year, allows law enforcement to obtain the image of any person, anywhere, anytime, from traffic cameras, security cameras, closed-circuit TV and main roads, even in supermarkets. All this with a spurious suspected of a crime justification. It then allows law enforcement to go through the video, one frame at a time, to extract a photo of each attendee and run them through the National Identity Database, which currently contains data on 17 million Australians. Our police will indeed know your name, address, where you work, live and visit. And once fully implemented, the system will be able to locate you from traffic cameras, payment scanners and shops and public transport touchpads in real time. Welcome to your digital prison. One Nation warned you directly, loudly and often during the next manufactured social or medical crisis. There's no doubt our law enforcement will commit the same abuse of civil rights as we see happening in the UK right now. One Nation believes human rights should not be made subservient to the greed and hubris of those who would stamp on the face of their fellow citizens in the acquisition of wealth and power, or perversely in the name of social justice. Measures to facilitate this censorship and destruction of human rights is winding our society back to the time of Milton 380 years ago. And the irony is, this is the same left who accused One Nation of wanting to wind the clock back. As a closing remark, let me make it clear, there's no excuse for violence on either side of a protest. No excuse. Equally, the actions of a few do not justify the removal of rights from the many. The actions of the few do not justify the removal of rights from the many. Human rights are universal, part of being human, inherent in each and all of us, from birth.
Your time. Senator Pratt.
Deputy President, I rise tonight with sadness, love and gratitude. Sadness at the sudden death of Sarah Carter. Sarah, as others in the Senate and the other place have highlighted, was an extraordinary human. I rise on my own behalf, as well as having my colleagues Graham Perrott MP and Tanya Lawrence MP associate themselves with these remarks. But many other coalition, other senators and members have spoken about her too. We had the great privilege of travelling with Sarah in Kenya with Save the Children. And unsurprisingly to me, Sarah was in the Labor Party, but she had this wonderful capacity to communicate, which is why people like Michael McCormack and so many others have paid tribute to her. But she wasn't just there to communicate herself or about herself. She was there to elevate others. So in our journey around Kenya and on her many other trips that she facilitated for other MPs, she elevated the voices of families living on meagre food rations in Kenyan refugee camps, those who regained sight through the Fred Hollows Foundation, communities in Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, PNG, with no access to roads, drinkable water or healthcare, the needs of mothers with cervical cancer and no home. Throughout Sarah's life, she was an absolutely dedicated community advocate. And I know that she's greatly, that the shock of her passing to her colleagues, her friends and her family is absolutely unfathomable, and I pay particular tribute to her colleagues at Save the Children. She spoke up very strongly for the community of Maribyrnong, in which she served for a long time as a councillor and mayor. She stood up for the children of Gaza and their desperate need for more aid and the access of aid into Gaza City for children. Sarah taught me a great deal during my trip to Kenya in 2022. She supported Save the Children to reveal the lives of others in a way that called other people, including in this place, including in governments, that called them to action and called on us to do more. And in her name, we should. And in speaking tonight, I want to make visible also the many causes that she stood for, because she wanted all those she stood up for to be able to make their own direct plea to Australia for our support, for them to have a better life. She always reminded me of the power to bring people together to find solutions, and I have to say it's the opposite of what our colleague Senator Hanson has said to the chamber tonight. I recall while I was sitting on the bus with her in Kenya as we looked outside the bus and saw poverty passing us by. We spoke about our numerous IVF cycles, her frustration at the IVF cycles in Victoria during COVID, and my gratitude at successfully becoming a parent and her processing of her grief that hers had thus far not been successful. I want to pay tribute to her standing up for the right of women and ability of women to access IVF. Perhaps surprisingly for some who didn't know of Sarah's medical diagnosis, we spoke of her own knowledge that she had been diagnosed with a clot, and I don't have the terminology right, but it was something that could cause an aneurysm that could kill her, and that it had a likelihood of doing so in the future. And I say this not for any particular gratuitous reason to highlight her cause of death, but really to say Sarah was one of those people who was able to elevate the circumstances of other people and our capacity to do something about them, even when she knew she could do nothing about her own in case of her own diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you. The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.